This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Something big is coming.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Already? That was fast. Name tag, please. $30 damage. That's it.
Yeah.
Number 12, state your cause of death, briefly.
At risk, I wasn't the first one out. Coach can't limit for that.
Seriously? Why is everyone dying so fast? All right, let's hear it.
Hey man, how'd you go out? I don't recognize you. Rookie?
I got too hyped up and rotated early.
Keeping on the move and finding a safe path into the next circle. Isn't that a good thing?
I pushed up too fast, ended up completely alone.
And of course, the enemy squad rolled up on you, right?
Give me the gun.
Hold on. I don't recognize ya. Where are you from?
I am ranked pretty high on leaderboard. But this is my first time in esports.
That explains the look on your face. Everybody starts somewhere, boy. Just watch and learn. So, sir, how do you die? You went on even faster than I did.
It cannot be much fun to get eliminated this early. These folks need some help.
Let's roll the footage.
Our movement felt fine during the game, but no, it wasn't good play. We just kept rotating around non-stop. All we really did was broadcast our position to everybody on the map.
At that point, that's no strategy. That's a field trip.
Cause of death, chronic over-rotation.
I died fighting over a compound.
Fighting over the compound?
Yeah, I called dibs on the spot. but the other team settled the argument with better aim.
A tournament isn't a first come first serve seating, man.
Cause of death. Disputed reservation.
Please tell me this is just the first tournament jitters.
Oh no, are you about to show my death clip? Not again. I mean, the whole game just changed. We've got to rethink a few things.
We have to play more tactically, more organic, less panic.
Yeah, survival is key. Let's reset for the next one. Come on, let's go.
All right. We take the lesson and we move on.
And the tournament goes on. It always does. This is a new chapter for PUBG Esports, and we're just getting started. Get out there and survive. PUBG Esports.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zowie is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From soul to the world, Zowie strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zowie stands with you.
Battle, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Ninth anniversary celebrations. Some updates to TDM and IBR. And a chicken man? Well, all this and more as we dive into the Update 40.2 patch report. First up, we're kicking off celebrations for our 9th anniversary. We've decorated up the maps and starting islands with interactive anniversary statues, and a festive drone show while in the plane. On Rondo, you'll find a special 9th anniversary prize wheel, which you can spin for a chance at some gear to help your match. Just be sure to spin at your own risk. Players also have the chance to happen across a unique character on Rondo. If you hear an audible, take a look around. The herald of the chicken dinner himself, Chicken Man, is nearby and will drop some items. Or the special 9th anniversary gift egg when defeated. The egg can be cracked open to immediately reveal a piece of high-level gear. He might even drop his chicken suits, so you can lure unsuspecting survivors into a trap, or just take home the chicken dinner in a chicken suit. There's plenty more anniversary stuff, so check out the patch notes to see more. Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale are getting a few changes as well. For TDM, map probabilities have been adjusted. For IBR, we've added new weapon supply boxes for shotguns, a rare supply box containing level 2 armor, and added 8x scopes to the DMR SR random weapon boxes, with a 6x also being added to your inventory. We've also added Sub-Zero items as options to UGC Alpha, and opened up more options for naming and tagging your UGC creation. There's more of everything to go over, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 40.2 is here, so try some new loadouts in arcade mode. Chase down that chicken man, and celebrate the things that make PUBG truly special. All of you. Happy 9th anniversary. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strives to reach the peak, Zowie is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zowie strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zowie stands with you.
Battle, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after-images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
You heard what I said.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got to sell a pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake.
I don't bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. New fleet, I make him nauseous. I'm all in this thing, my homie never auction. One of them breaking necks, make him get the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate, the pressure elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate, never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click, from the cradle to the grave,
You wanna see me in the shining flash?
You got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand.
Got a missile aim, got a pretty face.
I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 구며발치 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 domino one and I'm fair again yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 keys and shoot it a piece. 산책 가듯이 with the key. 탐이 판이 so boring. 내가 할 말은 peace out.
Locked and loaded like my gun, you told it. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. Sky's pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all day with it, no, I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys I give the trauma. Diamond spoon stir up the pot, pretty face, don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now gotta pave the way, they'll never walk
Got
on.
a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense, that's common. Talk the beef, get cooked like ramen. I just met gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know what I know, I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정이 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zowie is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From soul to the world, Zowie strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zowie stands with you.
Battle, every frame, every frame.
We've seen a lot together. And we're
just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Something big is coming.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
It is time for another rip-roaring adventure for PGS 3. That's right, we're at the circuit final here.
Here's the flash, gets the spray, does the damage, now has to try and manage the potential push. Does with the great spray, flashes himself, but they're both flashed to oblivion, and he picks him up. E-Arena had the numbers, but they go down to Raccoon.
He denied going up against 3. He's got the blue zone jammer for a second there, but he's just going to take this away. That's Vitality taking the victory. A big one for them, playing it on, making sure crashing that compound on JDG spot was pivotal mark in the victory here for Vitality.
Nice, buddy.
We're going to have ourselves, I wouldn't be surprised, a little bit of a fun Erangel to kick off everything. Playing paths, going to be a bit more on the western lay. Each other over here, and then they can swing in and get involved. The Arena runs right into Tigger, though. Great shots coming out from Lyrics. E-Arena playing this one bold, just running down into it. Luke wants to lean into using the cover. High side does get the knock on Endurance. We're down to a 2v2, but it's been a ton of damage on the Team Liquid to get to this point. The shields keep coming out of Team Liquid. Manages to drop it right on top of him. 1-2 punch to finish it out, and there's your momentum game.
Nice! Holy shit. Oh my god. Insane.
now it's going to be me and Mark to bring you everything from Rondo.
They're gonna nade when they push as well. I saw them holding one in their hand.
Doctor.
Here for game number 3, as Ranger X now starts off on a blitz forwards against the position of Crazy Raccoon. Oh no!
What?
It's a disaster for them! What is that?
High IQ player that destroyed the car, they used its utility, and it wiped out the guys. He's got no miss. He left it in the bag. He's got no bag. He's got nothing left, Nixie. Oh, he gets another placement. He's got a second prize. And
That's
Team
crazy.
Liquid know they can close this one out. They drive their way through. They're waiting for Nixie to breach his way on the outside, but it's going to be Team Liquid in the end. Back to back, you can hear the horses' hoofs stampeding their way forward.
It's time to Tego, boys.
This control point, this warehouse that's been so strong for so long and keeping E-Arena alive is going to be their own trap if they can't keep control of this and keep all the rats off of them.
Who tries to secure the point, but Patapon gets pushed away. Good flashbang to slow him down. Nurens gets taken down, and JDG clutches out the victory in game number 4 and most likely secures their spot here in the grand finals.
As it's time for the last Miramar, one more chance to be able to get yourself into that grand final, Mark.
Looks come over. That's pretty zeroed in. The first one, the second one burst too short, and they think he's on the rock. They've got the call wrong. The third time could be the charm, and it is. PO will put down D, and Gen G, they're only down to 2 on the south side. It's a 4 versus 1. The Raccoons are on the outside edge, and it's the final game. It's lights for a lot of teams, and it's lights out. E-Arena will take it, though. The final match goes down to 15.
Here's the leaderboards. Here's our top 8 that will be moving through into that grand final. E-Arena tops out the charts with this win.
We have to ask Kepa, why did you choose yourself? First question, who is the best driver on the team? Kepa, yeah, why is he the best driver?
Her gün araba kullanıyor kendisi. Ehliyetim bile yok.
Oh, you don't have a driver's license, but best driver in game. Well,
Özel şoförüm var, onu belirttim.
oh, who is the worst driver? This is the important question.
En kötü bu arada CC ya. Buna
Okay.
yapacak bir şey yok.
CC, do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Yes, okay. We see it's opposite for you guys. Well, who is the most talkative one? Who's the yapper? Who talks a lot? Oh, we have a unified. Okay. Yeah. What do you talk about so much?
Everything. About
Everything.
Game, everything.
In game.
Everything dangerous. Everything problem.
If you want to talk, this Sheila is your man. All right. Well, last question. If you can switch one of the teammates with your coach, who would you switch out? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Oh.
Yine kimseyi satamam.
We have to ask Kepa, why did you choose yourself?
Neden kendinizi düşünüyorsun? Neden kendinizi Türkçe söylüyorsun? Bu aralar dinlenmem lazım.
All right, thank you for joining me, and we'll see you next time. Thank you. Which player is the most satisfying to kill in game?
Example.
Hey, the Tab, tell me, who is the GOAT of PUBG?
Lou, I think, yeah. Maybe, but who? Maybe. My team, I'll say, yeah?
Okay. Well, who's the most underrated player then?
Underrated. Let me think. Underrated. Hello, my bad.
Hello, my bad? Yeah. Okay, well, if you can team up with a different team, which team do you want to pick?
My friends, Falcons.
Falcons? Okay, good. Which player is the most satisfying to kill in game?
Example.
I can't believe you said that. Which Korean food is best?
Oh, bibimbap.
Bibimbap.
Yes.
Ooh, nice choice. Well, who is the funniest on your team?
Funniest, me.
Okay. Thank you, funny man Tab. Bye-bye. Which player is the most satisfying to kill in game?
I'd probably say my teammate, Purdy Curdy.
Halo, tell me, who's the GOAT of PUBG?
Soul from Gen G Esports.
Well, who's the most underrated player then?
Cowboy from Team Liquid.
I agree. If you can team up with any other team, which team?
The Expendables, because I'm good friends with them.
Okay, which player is most satisfying to kill in game?
I'd probably say my teammate, Purdy Curdy.
What's your favorite Korean food?
Jimdak.
Oh, jimdak. Yeah, Alo knows his Korean food. Okay, well, what music did you listen to today?
I have not listened to music today.
Okay. What's your favorite song then?
I don't really listen to music at all.
Yeah, he enjoys the quiet. Okay, well, who's the funniest on your team?
I'm going with Luke 12. He's quiet, but when he talks, he makes everyone laugh.
Yeah. You too. Did you know? How many chickens today from Team Liquid?
Hopefully at least one. I'm hoping for one.
At least one. All right. Thank you, Alo.
Thank you.
Off you go.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Whoa. See, look, I mean, this is classic Twisted.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm sitting here with two powerhouse PUBG teams. We are going to be playing traditional Korean games. Are you guys excited?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Gunner, that's the spirit. Let's go.
Do it.
Well, first game, it's called 기석치기. You're gonna balance that on your forehead and walk over and knock it down. 1, go.
I can't look. Keep going. Keep going. One step. Keep going. Keep down on your knees. What are you on your knees?
Get on your knees.
Yeah. This is looking good. Yep. No.
Go. 20 seconds. Oh. One second. Yeah. Yay!
How they know stress. We're pretty much telling them what to do with us doing it first.
Right,
Look, whoa.
Back.
See, look, I mean, this is classic Twisted.
1, go.
Oh, that's a huge mistake. Big mistake. That's already a huge mistake. Yeah, drop it. Drop.
Не, осторожно. Давай.
Oh, yeah. Oh, L, big L. There.
1 minute, 8-4. Yeah.
Big dubs with their ass.
Yay! Okay, first game goes to Team Falcons.
It's gonna be our coach.
Okay,
coach versus coach.
Coach versus coach. I see.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach. We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
The circuit final begins now, live from Seoul, South Korea, as all of these players descend onto the battlegrounds once again. And this time, it's not a best of 5. This time, it's not a best of 10. Best of 15 will determine who becomes our circuit finals champions, who walks away with the lion's share of $300,000. And these are the 16 best teams from across the world. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. Joining me, Mark Powers, Porosaurus, and Matrim to talk about everything that's going on. It's finally time. Weeks has left up to this here, Porosaurus. We are doing it right here, right now. Yes.
Weeks, he said. And yeah, I mean, it's 4:30 in the morning, 4:40 in the morning where I'm at, and I'm still very excited, very hype. I'm ready to get in here and see who takes it all home on PGS3. These guys have been here for so long. It's got to be feeling like a culmination of a lot of work for everybody.
Yeah, definitely. And some huge contenders have already had to go home, Matrim, if they've booked themselves maybe early flights and stuff like that. Yesterday, we had the survival stage, and some big names are done.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's kind of the Falcon special, right? If they don't end up making it all the way to the next stage, they're just like, nah, we're done. Get us the early flights. We went out of here.
There's other teams going home, too. Why do we got to pick on Falcons all the time?
Because the other players tend to sometimes stay longer. Falcons are the ones that usually take the
picking on Furia.
You're hardest on the teams you love the most, okay? That's a life fact. A life fact. But Mark, looking at how it all breaks down here for the most part, 16 fantastic teams, and some teams that haven't even been in finals for PGS 1 and 2 finally rose to the occasion to put our frustrations at bay.
I think it's going to be a good finals, actually. The best of 15, number one. The additional games would be good. Talking to a couple of the guys last night, is actually you're going to change any strategy, especially coming from the survival stage. And I was talking to the other guys, especially that are already here, like Navi. They're like, we're not going to change anything. We seem to have a winning formula. We're just going to do it again, and we're going to deal with whoever's just come up.
If they are able to pull off a game quite like the end of PGS2 once again in this finals, then give them the trophy, give them everything, give them the Porsches if we've got more collabs. Give them the Stellar Blade skins.
Any more Balenciaga puffer jackets hanging around anywhere?
Yes. Yeah, Hakatori would look great in one of those, no?
I think you will.
Yeah.
I think you would look good in it, honestly.
Who, me?
Yeah. Get you in a big old puffy.
You wouldn't look like I've been described in many ways, but anyway, let's talk about everything that's going to be coming up, of course, as we have, as I mentioned here, 2 weeks has led up to this in terms of what happened at PGS 1, what happened at PGS 2, reminding everybody that 8 teams were able to get to this stage via the combined PGS points from those, Poro. So for those teams who have not had to go through that survival stage, there's a little bit more lenience towards them, but I'm sure that they're going to be all guns blazing here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just got to hope that you didn't get rusty, right? Like you had a lot of time off since last week and got to sit there and watch the games yesterday. But again, I think having the 15 games, I think having it spread over 3 days alleviates a lot of that rust. So even if they come out here and have a bad first day, for one of the few instances in these PGSs, one bad day isn't going to necessarily kill you.
And finally, Team Liquid rises to the occasion here, Matrim. They get themselves into a grand final, and a back-to-back chicken dinner was instrumental in them getting to this spot. And against there, of course, Vitality. We've seen them be able to have a few rises here and there as we take a look at good old Quizzy, the newest addition effectively to the roster. Mark, how do you think he's been gelling with the squad?
Quizzy's a legend. We all know this. He's doing well. I love the squad. Why? Because whenever we get someone to get interviewed, there's always one of them behind the camera, putting the love hearts. But as a team, their momentum shift, especially going through the PGSs, have been getting better and better. And obviously, they're now in the grand final, which is great. And obviously, going to see them obviously re-perform. I feel like the more games this team has, they're settling and they seem to find a flow. Can they compete against the flow of some of these other teams that are inherently got a lot more practice time? It's going to be difficult to see, but back to that kind of Team Liquid, I really enjoyed it. And again, that message we got out from Team Liquid is about, we was cool, we was calm, we was holding each other to account, and we're going to do the same again.
Poro, what's your take from Team Liquid as we watch all these teams come to the stage? This is previous because SUG is not in the final.
Yeah, all right, boys. But no, I mean, I think it's a question that you got to ask for every team, right? Like, which version of each team is going to be the one that shows up here this weekend? Because every team essentially has had those really, really good days, but they've also had bad days too, right? Yeah. So, and again, not as much pressure being put on you immediately right now, since you do have 3 days to kind of make adjustments, figure stuff out, and kind of turn things around. But I mean, you look at a team like Navi, right? Like, great day. Every other day they were averaging around 6.5, just over 6.5 points per game, and then they have the one day where they just pop off insane for 9.3. Which version are we going to get, right? Like, and it's the question you can ask, like, again, for every team in here.
And of course, as we take a look at the points coming from prize pool overall, Petrichor Road stands at number 1. But the big surprise to me out of all of this, and this is crazy for me to say considering Himas is on the team, anyone's Legends performance, Matrim. I have been blown away by what they've been able to do so far.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's one of those things that whenever you look at the squad, you have to have an expectation that they're going to do really, really well. But then that hasn't necessarily been the stats that have been coming out of it. Somehow it's starting to get a bit more consistent in their performances. They're starting to be a little bit more ballsy. We're starting to see Himas be Himas again and find some big kills and some big plays, be that fantasy performer that we know that he can be, as well as just an overall team, like, massive performance coming out for him, and just unlock the capabilities for so many of the other squads, or his squad, to move through the circle.
For sure, yeah. And of course, as we take a look at those PGS point standings overall, what's super important about our circuit final is Petrichor Road is currently in number 1. However, it's double PGS points at this circuit final, Poro. So ultimately, if you win, you are gaining 60 points and you're right up there. And that is going to be able to sit you in good stead for later on. And also, we've got to talk about the MVP as well.
Yeah, it's always better to have that good start, right, and not have the additional stress going into their last part of the year. Again, this isn't job done, right? Like, this is only the first 3 PGS of the year. We still got 9 more of these to go. So, but having that first start, that good start, kind of puts you in a good headspace, I think, going into the rest of the year.
For Mark's second ever PGS day, we're going to put him in the hot seat. That's our 16 teams, and Mark, who is going to be shining? Who's going to be looking good? Who's going to be able to ascend?
Look, you've got to look at this, and you've got to take the Anyone Legends, you've got to take the Navi, you've got to take the Twisted Minds, right? I think they're going to be aggressive today. I think they need to get the start, and then you've got to look at the 15 games, and you favour a Twisted Minds. I also go back to those PGC points, and you've got to think about these kind of other teams. Like for Team Liquid, for Virtus Pro, they haven't got any points on the board. So actually, is this like the final stage where it's a bit more of a survival? Yes, they didn't quite appear in PGS 1 and PGS 2 like they wanted to, but actually there's a saving grace that comes out of today, tomorrow, and obviously Sunday, where actually they can put some points on the board and actually recoup what they've already lost.
There's a clean 8 teams that have been able to make it to every single final across the 3 weeks. As Petrichor Road, Anyone's Legend, Myth, Twisted Minds, Navi, DN Supers 4am, and E-Arena have been able to make it. I think when you look across that list, actually, Matrim, E-Arena might be the one that surprises a few people about that ascendancy.
Yeah, I mean, 3 times in performance, managing to make it to the finals, and then getting there. It's been a bit quiet, but that said, this is a squad that's still consistently trying to find a little bit more. Petrichor Road, 1000%. I mean, who would have thought the fact that they could step in the very first PGS and then to follow in with the second one still having a consistent performance? Like, Poro, dive into it a bit more.
I mean, look, we talked about it last year several times. Do these guys even still care to play the game? Like, it looked like they would get to these, they would dominate at the regional level, they would get to the international events, and it was almost like, you know, it was just kind of there for show. And then they make those big roster changes with these guys that we hadn't really heard of before. I-26V6 and 04NB, numbers and letters, man. Who are these guys? Well, these guys are actually pretty dang decent, it seems, as they have found. And, you know, all these teams we were talking about, like giving them some room to work with all these roster changes that we'd seen. And if you look at those teams that have made the finals 3 times, it's a lot of teams that have been the same roster that they had last year. But Petrichor Road, 2 big changes with players that we'd never heard of, and they're coming in here and just looking this good this early. That's not something I think anybody was expecting.
the whole of China felt like they were lackadaisical last year, and it seemed like they've been revitalized for sure at the start of this one. One thing that I have to talk about from that is, of course, Petroglyph Road being able to win out that last game at PGS1 and be able to move on forward. But Na'Vi, 2 games before the end of the tournament, in 13th place, Mark, to then rocket to number 1, that might have never been heard of in PUBG Esports history. Never mind the way that they won it. It was crazy.
It's always that band. It's always Na'Vi that sort of make a last run at it, isn't though? But it was the point that actually, if you look at the difference of the graphs between Petroglyph Road and Na'Vi, the level of consistency that have come out from a new formed team is difficult. Na'Vi obviously changing up where we got Boostic, obviously the guys in there. And for me, Na'Vi just seem to dig deep when they need to dig deep. And actually, it results in actually points for them. What worries me is that level of consistency isn't there for them at the moment. And they've got to change something up, because we do have 15 games again. And they can't be in a situation that are leaving it to the last couple of games to get points on the board and make sure they get a win. It always comes down to, if Hackatory wasn't on that roof in that final game, would Na'Vi have pulled off the win?
That's a good question.
I don't know if they would have.
No, it might have been difficult. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get PGS3's grand final well underway. The final for the circuit, and it's going to be an exciting one because these 16 teams, of course, have been able to fight tooth and nail to be able to get to this spot. And I think that when all is said and done, we are going to have a phenomenal champion on the other side. I think that what Na'Vi was able to do was spectacular for them in PGS2. Will they be able to repeat is the question. Will Twisted Minds with the sub in Molodoct be able to make something happen as well? That's a big question for me, because I think that what they were able to do in PGS2 outshone the fact that they actually have a sub here. So that is something that is extremely impressive, to say the least. I'm just waiting for the final call before we actually do get this going. So
you're doing a great job. I was going to say.
Yes, it's fine. It's fine. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it going. It is time for PGS3 here, circuit final. Let's do it.
Na'Vi, it's a complete fight for Na'Vi. 16 kills to Hackatory. He has to take down multiple areas. Getting multiple 1v1 between them. Na'Vi takes it. There's no way.
Ми були в шокі спочатку. Ми думали, що ми взагалі топ-2. Так як ми виконали все, що хотіли в перші 2 тижні, ми без задніх думок готові вриватися в цей гранд-фінал.
Với em thì em hơi buồn một chút vì hơi đáng tiếc một chút là vì tụi em không vô địch được, nhưng mà em cũng vui vì đã được top 2. Tại vì tụi em vừa mới chen với nhau được có vài tháng thôi. BG3 bọn mình sẽ trở lại thật mạnh mẽ để đạt được mục tiêu cao nhất và mục tiêu cá nhân của mình, đó là chức vô địch.
Final haftamıza giriyoruz. O yüzden daha sıkı çalışıp antrenmanlarımıza devam edeceğiz. Finalde üst sıralarda bitirmeye çalışacağız.
I'm able to enjoy being nervous and play at my full potential. I think it's the best. Our team is definitely ready for the next round and we're going to give it all we got.
Dạ, hiện tại thì em đang rất tin tưởng vào các đồng đội và các anh em của em. Nên đây là vòng chung kết tổng rồi, nên em sẽ thể hiện hết sức khả năng của mình để cho mọi người thấy được.
无论最终的结果怎么样，我们肯定会努力接受。就是我们会打好每一场比赛，然后拿出更好的态度。
Первое – это немножечко мандража, а дальше уже боевая готовность забрать турнир. Мы думаем только о победе в гранд-финале, поэтому постараемся показать хороший результат. Ребята, остерегайтесь нас!
원투 때 시행착오를 좀 많이 겪었기 때문에 좀 성장을 많이 했다고 생각을 해서 PGS 3 때 뭐 다 죽여야죠 뭐.
ครับก็หลายปีที่ผ่านมาพวกเราก็พยายามฝึกฝนเพื่อจะเป็นทีม PUBG ที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดในโลกครับก็ผมคิดว่าพวกเราเป็นทีมนั้นแล้ว
조금만 더 보완한다면은 우승까지 할 수 있다고 좀 긍정적으로 생각하려고 하고 있습니다. 저희 팀이 뭐 운영을 잘한다 못한다로 말들이 많은데 의심하는 분들에게는 말이 아닌 압도적인 경기력으로 보여드리겠습니다.
Наша задача выиграть столько турниров, чтобы ни одна команда никогда не побила наш рекорд.
Our goal for this PGS is obviously to win, and with confidence and happiness comes results.
Team Anyone của mình là được mọi người đánh giá rất cao. nhưng chúng tôi sẽ báo đáp lại kỳ vọng của mọi người dành cho chúng tôi. Và bây giờ, lần này chúng tôi sẽ nâng cấp.
Ми така команда, що можемо перевернути гру. Ми вас здивували, але ви ще не знаєте, яку гру ми вам покажемо.
All right, time for a rip-roaring adventure as we get ourselves the circuit final well underway. 5 games today, 5 games tomorrow, 5 games the day after. This is going to be an opportunity for every single one of these teams that enjoyed the normalities of what was happening in previous events, previous finals, to be able to get back to that, have a bit more of a marathon compared to a sprint here, even though 15 games is nothing to sniff at, Matrim, and try and claim themselves the big championship.
Dude, after the survival where it's just 5 games, suddenly having 15 feels like a godsend. Now you can play a little bit more of the points per game. You're not so reliant. You get to manage to navigate the tilt a little bit more, because there is one thing that every pro player will tell you is that they don't tilt, except for the fact that we do see it, especially whenever we see the survival stage where one game can really throw off your momentum, your timing. Now you're just going to be playing against numbers, but those numbers are going to be against squads like Na'Vi, Twisted, that will be consistent over and over again. So their systems now become way more active than they would be in the survival stage, where they're going to always be playing the numbers. So it's kind of a mixed blessing if you're a mid-back team trying to find your big breakout success.
Okay, we've seen different teams rise to the occasion as well, as we are live from Seoul, South Korea for the games. As you can see here down on the ground, all of these players getting ready and good to go. For some of the teams that have already claimed championships, Mark, like Petrichor Road, for some of the teams that have been so close to claiming the championship, like Myth, these teams and kind of fallen by the wayside as a whole. I think that a lot of these teams are going to be looking at this as the grand prize. It is serious time. There's not going to be anything to be given quarters-wise.
I'd also add E-Arena to that. Like, they sort of flew under the radar yesterday, and as Matt says, the 15 games, maybe that plays into it, but it's going to be a hit and miss, really. So I like what they do. Good consistency when it comes down to kills, good consistency when it comes down to placement, but it's going to in their hands to make sure they put their name at the top.
Let's see what Bella's got to say.
It's Bella, and the moment that we've all been waiting for is finally here. It is time for PGS 3 Grand Finals. 24 teams started this grueling journey. They faced reckless trials and fierce competition along the way, but it's only the Elite 16 that stay on top of the stage on right now for the Grand Finals. These teams only have one goal in mind: to seize this very trophy and to become the true champions of the battleground. The final battle for the throne is here. Who will conquer the 15 matches and claim the championship title? We're about to find out, because day 1 here at PGS 3 Grand Finals begins now.
Ah, yes, the customary double wave to enter the Bella Dome. Who will impress Bella enough to win the lion's share of $300,000? She'll give them the thumbs down, or she'll give them the thumbs up here for the next 5 games. A team that has already had the thumbs up, Petrichor Road. A team that's had the thumbs down multiple times, Poro, was Virtus Pro that we saw just before. Do you think that they can finally step up here for a final?
You know, it's one of those things where they came in so hot from last year, and then nothing seemed to be working at the beginning of this tournament, just kind of making those adjustments. And now that they're here, now that they got that 5-game series, hopefully whatever was ailing them, they've managed to fix.
Hopefully, because the aspiration and expectation that we had from this roster in 2025 was
so high.
Sky high. We just took a look at 4 AM there as well, Matrim, and considering how close they were to a championship as well, I'm sort of surprised after all of the bluster that we saw from PGS 1 that they didn't come back as strong as I thought they were going to in PGS 2, only getting a 9th place there. So can 4 AM make a PGS 1 record occur?
I mean, they're at least finding successes, I would say, on a more regular basis than what we're looking at with 17. Petrichor Road being, of course, a breakout star right now from the region. I'm still just kind of dumbfounded by the fact that, do you think that Bella would give anyone a thumbs down? I don't know. She just seems like a constant thumbs up person.
No, secretly in the background, she's a mean lady who despises good performances from these teams. Thumbs down for a lot of them. Only one will get the Bellas thumbs up here for the PGS Circuit Grand Finals. It is time to give you over to Matcham and Porosaurus for Erangel to start off our best of 15.
All right, let's go.
Game number 1, Poro.
Let's go. This is what we've been waiting for, right? We've been waiting for this final 3 days of play so we can finally determine who will be. And it's, I mean, it's weird. It you know, since we have the weekly finals, it feels like it takes a little bit of the shine off this, but it shouldn't, because this is the big one, right? Like, this is the one with the most money attached to it, the most PGS points attached to it, and this is the culmination, right? So we gotta pump it up a little bit more, guys.
Okay, this is one's going to be a little bit interesting on the start, starting off, as we said, on Erangel, but this might be one of two things. We've been seeing a bit of a slower start on our match ones, just to get a bit more comfort and, I guess, conformity. Figure out, make sure that the drops are all cemented the way that they want. Don't see too many crazy pickups. I mean, VP is close to T5 on drop.
Crazy Raccoon doing up there.
A little bit more spacious.
With 4 a.m.
4 Angry Men. I mean, this has been a drop that we've seen kind of go time and time again.
And I think it's a 4 a.m. long drop into Yaz, and Crazy Raccoon maybe just dropping for V. Okay. I'm figuring it out. As we watch it, we got to look. So yeah, there you go. They're just kind of cool. Actually, 4 a.m. didn't make it all the way to Yaz.
This is now several times that they have actually dropped on top of each other in Yaz, but they kind of do this awkward maybe fight, but not really fight thing. You know, it's like the cold drop where they will try to kind of like jockey around each other just to make sure that they're keeping control over position and making sure that nobody trying to like rotates in. I'm curious to see if we'll see the commitment continue, given the fact that we see the circle has popped and it has gone down more towards that, like, I guess, quarry area.
Yeah, 4 a.m.'s been getting sweated in Yaz, it feels like, all the time. But the problem for Crazy Raccoon is they got pushed off into different directions here. And now Twisted Minds has somebody pinned out to the side. Molodok already got a vehicle in hand, and he's looking for that sneaky Anonyx. And Anonyx, unfortunately, will go down, and it'll be our first death of these PGS 3 Grand Finals.
4 a.m. in a kind of hot drop, and interestingly enough, doesn't get the kill. It's going to be Twisted. So Twisted in control of territory, making one of their more salvage style drops. Looking across, E-Arena did do the drop down into Millie itself, but everything else pretty calm on this one. Lots of territory, of course, to the southwest. You guys know the circle. No surprise. We have been seeing these go a bit more Everest leaning, though, it feels like, Mike.
Yeah, it does. The hardships have been a definite player on these Erangel games. You know, we talk about how Erangel, you know, so every now and then we just get some really wild circles. And this one probably the most kind circle that we've seen in some time, just because, yeah, it's pretty much the entire thing is playable. But that's the thing, is that it's the hardships that come in on C2, C3, C4, like those are the times where Erangel starts to really show its teeth, and we'll see if these guys are ready for it. I mean, they should be at this point, right? Like 9 years in, right? We should probably know how to play around Erangel in any situation.
Oh, and this is going to be one of the more common ones. We've seen it for quite a while. We know this could, like, to me, it always heralds back to like Tempo Storm NPL days. The circle was just so common, and we would see them do the mixed drop kind of around, not what JDG is doing, but kind of close, southern south, more south where we see them playing around that shark fin area.
Yeah, those Gaka splits, the Classico. Yeah. Boy, you're really throwing it back there. Well, VP, they're already kind of setting up around this. Now we've seen a lot of fights pop off around this little spot right here too. I think it was actually last finals that we had something that ended right around here. So Virtus Pro just taking some real estate, seeing if they can catch anybody as they breeze through the forest. Who do you got your eyes on, Matt? Like, I know we got 15 games. Who do you think is really going to benefit the most of having that long amount of time to really kind of make changes between days?
Whenever I'm looking at it, I'd have to assume squad like Vitality, more reps, more better. Also Super, I think that they're a squad that tends to grow the longer that an event goes on. They have more capabilities out of that. Interestingly enough, I almost put VP in that same category. I think that this is going to be really beneficial for them. How about you?
Yeah, no, I think Virtus Pro, they're coaching, obviously. I mean, we've seen it before in PGC and other international events last year. Their day-to-day changes are fantastic. So we see PO barely surviving here.
Again, more reps is also great for a squad like, let's say, E-Arena, just to kind of cement in more of what's going on with their shot calling, the way that they're wanting to play through it. There's some squads you would think that might get some more benefit out of it, like Crazy Raccoon or something like that, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case. They feel like they're very, I guess,
Crazy?
old and committed into their ways, is the right way to say it?
Okay, Rex. Go ahead. Gitrock's going to get spotted out. And now the rest of Vitality, they're on the clock here. They're Gilman prepping that grenade. Tossing one in. Quizzy will take a nice little chunk of damage from it. They know exactly where he is. Gilman keeping an eye on that. And Rex has a lot of room to move now. That first knock and flush on the Vitality opened up things in a big way here for Super, as Heaven will get the knock onto Hello My Bad. Now Levante in a little bit of trouble.
This is just a good contain coming up from the Supers. Right on the outskirts of what we're going to look at, the foothills maybe of Everest, whichever way you want to kind of define it there. Just continuing to rein in utility to keep the stall going. This foot push coming in from Human. Gonna have to be careful on the peaks, but it looks like it's already been a bit of a shift out. Gets spotted! Quizzy gets a knock onto Human, but Rex spots out Quizzy.
Really nice follow-up there from Rex as Quizzy tried to put Human in a blender, but managed to spot him out and take him down. So now Hello My Bad. We'll just do the same thing. It's just kind of holding it down, and then it's honestly it's interesting to me that Supers is the one throwing these smokes in here and slowing things down. You would think Vitality would be the one that benefits the most from having this slowed down, as Quizzy will get flushed out. And we do have T1 off to the south here that's looking over in this direction. JDG as well, but they're both in splits, so not likely to see any big crashes here.
Everything's just slow and steady at this point, as Supers know exactly where the positioning's coming out on the other side of it. Throwing out a bit more utility, just a matter of getting the vision to try to force it. But I mean, Vitality is not going down easy, man. They are gonna make the Supers work for this as hard as possible.
Oh, those windows are so frustrating. Heaven looking around as that is a very scary double pumpy right there. Don't want to push in. They don't want to take any knocks and flush off of this for free. Like, this should be a 4v0, and they should be full strength after this. So that's why they're being so careful about how they address taking out these last two guys.
Well, also, it's the most annoying area to try to push. This is my least favorite, I would say, push probably in PUBG, down this specific set of rooms, because you have to move down the hallway where you don't really get the best of vision. It's all set up so well and so clean for the defender. And yeah, one knock, making it out, being able to get the res, that's as clean as you can manage to make it sometimes.
Yeah, the knock-in didn't even come from the other team. Human knocked his own man as they try to make the push. That's the other frustrating part, right? Is like trying to push into those really tight, close quarter spots. Is you want to push in as a duo, maybe even a trio, but you just don't have as much room to work around, and you run the risk of accidentally shooting your own teammate. So they'll get away with that one for free, and now have a nice little compound to themselves. As that was going on, Anyone's Legend, you see they have a duo that has kind of made their way just off to the east, and Hemas and Delwyn, but it looks like they are just looking over there, seeing what they can see. No real commitment coming from them either.
Yeah, nobody really leaning into Everest or anything into the north right now, playing the numbers game more along that quarry line and just to the north of it. Of course, we did see the firefight where the Supers were holding down. Twisted externally, Crazy Raccoon also going to be making their rotate here in just a little while. Team Liquid touching the circle, and they've got plenty of pathing around their old home in the Georgia Pool area. We know the fact that this is where they tend to like to drop, but longer wrap this time around means the fact that they still have plenty of places to play, but they should at least feel comfortable. This is kind of their backyard they're in now.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw just briefly there, they were getting a look at 4 a.m. That is a team I've got my eye firmly planted on here. They've had a banger of a tournament. If it wasn't for that one day at the last, I think it was PGS 2 final, if it wasn't for that one turn of that, well, 2 days, I guess, they have been putting in some major point totals every single day. So we'll see if the old 4 a.m. shows up here today, and if it does, Lobby could be in some trouble as we take a look at the setup here in and around Gatka.
The old 4 a.m.? or the new old 4A Angry Men.
New old 4A. Well, okay, new old 4A. I'm saying PGS 1 4A.
You mean like 4 years ago PGS 1? Or like 2 weeks ago PGS 1?
Why are you going to confuse the people? You're confusing me enough as it is. Killing me here.
Hey, I'm just saying, it's a bit confusing for me too. These numbers and all the way that this is set.
I want the 4 a.m. that's averaging 10.83 points per game like they did in groups of PGS 1.
Yeah, I like it. Oh, Chopsticks gonna be a focal point in this one. I'm about it. I love myself a good Chopsticks game. 4 Angry Men talking about. Looks like they've managed to find the one that's a bit more in the eastern lane. She's gonna be playing against the
17.
Full Assault coming from 17 Gaming.
Yeah, they just happen to get there at the same time, and 4 a.m. a little bit more split off, and they're going to lose Shen for it. And 17 gets the bottom, the south side of Chopsticks, where 4 a.m. are going to have to be content with working on the eastern one. You see Supers have made their way into the western Chopstick at the top there. So 17 will be having to keep a close eye on both of these squads, as the smokes will keep 4 a.m. alive for now.
Yeah, this is where we're seeing most of the set at. Super is going to be on the other Chopstick to the west of this. Anyone's Legend going to be running the 2-2 split to the north. Very strong compounds. A good way to play this is you got to control the fields, specifically in the northern passes, so that's going to make it a bit harder for anybody that's going to be playing up there. Nobody's playing up there at the time, but as the circles kind of move, that could open up more. Team Liquid's going to be rotating in from the west and going to be getting closer to T1, who's playing into Gatka proper. JDG is just going to be the south of that. And then we've got T5 that's going to be playing the spattering of the hillside. Well, it is going to be VP on the external section into Chopsticks, and T1 right at the cross.
Tell you who I'm worried about right now is Crazy. Yeah, this is what we were looking at up on the north side. Twisted Minds and Crazy Raccoon. They made the long rotations. Remember, they ran into each other in Yasnaya off the drop, and now they try to come in from the north side. They're over here by that cube compound, and Twisted Minds is going to be causing even more problems here for our Crazy Raccoons. Now they are down to just Glaz.
I don't think that I've ever seen Batoons make a commitment down that low on the glider to make sure that he's providing support, even so going so far as to like hit it into a tree and then jump out.
Well, goodbye, Pio. Goodbye, Guyon. And Glaz, we'll see what he decides to do. And of course, it's right after they got an Onyx back. Look at that. And yeah, he's not even on your map stream right now. He's so far south or west, actually. Okay, there he is. So, yep, this is going to be the definition of a salvage game here for Crazy Raccoon. After things didn't start off too well, they didn't get any better as they made their way through. And going to keep an eye on Twisted Minds too. They're 4 strong. They've got that BRDM. They're coming in from that northern side. They can stop up on Everest and do a little scouting before making their way in. So the slow game working out pretty nicely for those boys.
Batoons high ground? Never. Especially the fact that I mean, he's lost his toy.
They caught Pio going to Everest. The Pio on Everest meme still alive in 2026. Who would have thought?
Looking around, it's kind of calmed down a bit. I mean, Myth is getting pretty close to VP down into the south. The Pachinki Foothills still has E-Arena and Navi running their 2-2 split. Everything else, pretty chill for right now. Just the couple of dust ups where we're down to 57, making it a bit interesting. Circle does lean more Chopsticks Gatka itself, so Twisted is going to have to come down off of Everest and the harassment they're going to deal with. Myth is going to have to maybe regroup in the circle, and this is a very open circle, as everybody should be familiar with. There's a lot of fields in this one.
Yeah, this is brutal. Oof. So yeah, third on 5, Myth, E-Arena, all our APAC teams apparently are going to be stuck out here in no man's land. Where do you go? And it looks like Myth and third on 5 might actually be running into each other right off the bat. It looks like they managed to get Jacob. I think Jacob might have been in a glider and got shot out and having to parachute down. I don't think that's a redeploy. But yeah, still E-Arena popping that E-pickup from Pachinki. We'll see where they go.
I think that they might have called an emergency pickup, but I don't know if he took it or not or how that ended up over there. But Myth at least does get inside track.
Might have been, you're right.
Externally from this, it looks like T5 now is going to have to play more into the west. That could put them butting heads against Twisted, but T5 does have a couple of hillsides that they're playing along. This is again one of those PUBG moments where somebody kind of jumps in. Another emergency pickup though has been called from Pachinki. Do you think that Arena's going to take that one? That feels dicey.
Yeah, I don't think that all of them are going to take it. Yeah, it looks like Larix might be just scouting out for the boys, trying to find somewhere to work. And honestly, like, that's probably not a terrible idea, because look at this circle. Like, there's just nowhere free.
Nowhere to land.
No, yeah. I mean, honestly, Arena's best bet might be crashing that Anyone's Legend 2-2 split, but it's just a question of can they get the read off and figure out that Anyone's Legend is split the way they are right now. Twisted Minds still making their way down. They're going farther south than I thought they would, and they're going to actually run into third on 5, and Rossita Jr. not expecting it. As example, will get that knock.
I mean, easy, clean pickup. The rest of the squad now going to have to figure out what they're going to do. Still caught up very close to Myth. Remember, that was T5 that we watched jockeying for position a moment ago, so Fluky is going to be kind of isolated by himself. Arena Lyrics does make a landfall very close to where we see Supers at. This is going to be just north of where we see the Chopstick at. And Firm regroup. No other squads really that far to the north except for Team of Liquid, means that the harassment mostly going to be coming from them, or maybe Anyone's Legend if they decide to leave their compound.
Boy, Opans wiping the sweat off his brow on that one. Look at that. He got knocked so low by Anyone's Legend, but Arena will find at least a little ridge line to play here for the time being. They got to keep those smokes cycling because Team Liquid's still on the north looking down there. They have a sight line onto it. Looks like all of our teams have managed to get a foothold, if nothing else, as we see another. Who is that that's come back? Did Glass? No. Glass got the chips. Crazy Raccoon, they're bringing Pio back.
I mean, they already brought Anonix back, so maybe they can try to get some more out of it. This is going to be coming in really late with near on nothing, though. If it's enough, I mean, if you're playing placement, hey, if it's a Fields game, though, nobody's going to be shooting. Everybody's going to be down on the belly. The new circle has popped. That's the way it's going to be leaning. Chopstick's going to be the core component that most teams are going to be playing around, but it can't support the amount of squads that we got, and this is a whole bunch of no man's land.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough. It's a question of how well were you able to defend and protect your vehicles at this point if you're playing on one of these edges. Third on 5 already sending it. They're running into JDG. They're getting shot at by JDG, Twisted Minds, by Myth. They are just having a real rough go of things out in the field, and Made in Thailand, they decided they wanted some of this. And oh my goodness, Baron!
Do a kickflip. Manages to get it.
Hell
lands
yeah,
it perfect.
brother.
Style. I mean, that was like, I don't know, 1440 or something else like that. That was at least, what, 4 flips? 5 flips?
I don't know, man. Give him a contract, though. Put him on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 or 7 or whatever number we're on right now. Third on 5, just making the blind send. They're going to be pushing right into E-Arena territory between Super and E-Arena, and they are getting shot at by both. Where do you even go? They're going to go for the Chopstick on the eastern side, so now 4 a.m. are very much pinched.
X-Crozit just lands so dizzy he doesn't even know. He's just like, where do you guys want to go, guys? Problem with jumping into Chopsticks this late is nades by far.
Goodbye.
It's just too many angles. Anyone's Legend could have probably dropped on the other side if they weren't busy watching something else. Looks like Navi is also going to be making crash on the other side of what's going to be going on with Anyone's Legend. One down, and him Moss out early is a problem.
And this is what I was worried about for Anyone's Legend. They had this 2-2 split going for so long, but you have to pull it back together at some point, and now they're going to pull it back together after losing one, and they've got one of their players pinned in the top floor. Navi just moving through as a death ball right now, while Delwyn and Destroy have arrived to try to offer some support. You see Hakatori providing some defense as well.
Problems mounting in a whole bunch of the circle right now, as it does look like Crazy Raccoon and Twisted bumped into each other, and I feel like that's probably more Twisted side, just because loot, you know? Navi gets to slow the pacing down on this one as much as they want, so just going to be a matter of spotting out, waiting for the approach, and this is very good for Navi because this is a very strong compound, and managing to pull Anyone's Legend out of the other side of that split means that they even have a better path into the circle.
And nobody actually, I'm wondering if Team Liquid actually saw that from the north side, but it looks like they're going to be content right now. In the picture-in-picture, you see Twisted Minds. They just, in that BRDM, decided to crash onto E-Arena and just make short work of them. So E-Arena will go down. Twisted Minds, though, they lose 2 in the process. And look at Crazy Raccoon actually backfilling them while this is all going on. So Navi still with the smoke walls down. slowing things down. It looks like Anyone's Legend, yeah, Delwyn and Destroy have moved back to their prior position.
Everything's chopstick sided right now as the circle is popped. It's going to be leaning into the western chopstick. So Twisted Minds feeling pretty good about their positioning right now, but they still have to deal with the remnants of Anyone's Legends playing the compound now back over into the east, having separated away from Na'Vi. Team Liquid also has to wrap in from the north and no real options except for pretty much playing somewhere that Twisted's going to be able to see him.
All right, JDG making the full send here, going up towards the chopstick. Virtus Pro fighting their way. Well, actually, they're not fighting their way. They've just been holding on to this. They have to make their way into the zone, but they've got to deal with Myth first, and 17 in a perfect position to third party all of that as well. So Virtus Pro just looking at the walls, trying to work these angles right now as you see Anyone's Legend dealing with JDG.
Just having to play the wall, but Myth manages to spot out one. Well played.
Goodness gracious, the duo from Anyone's Legend holding off the full crash from JDG, and now they'll have to deal with Na'Vi as Virtus Pro still trying to take out these last remaining players from Myth. You see Tight getting the knock and the flush on the Team Liquid with the mortar. So T1 over on the west still getting influence. A lot of fights going on here as we see Nixie trying to run through, complete the flush, get the point, can survive to fight another day here as well with 6 HP.
The meat grinder is going to continue, though, because we still have VP that needs to get into the circle. 17 is going to be gatekeeping it out. Petrichor Road's going to have vision. We just saw 4 Angry Men kind of squeeze in a bit closer as well, getting right underneath of 17's point. That's going to make it even spicier. Twisted up into the north had some problems. They had to deal with Team Liquid as well as what was going on with Crazy Raccoon. They're now stacked up on top of each other, having their own set of problems. T1, with that external position they've been playing, they're going to have to make a wrap in just one moment, so it leaves just a Delwyn, the last one kind of hanging out over there.
Twisted Minds out, but not before getting 8 kills, so not a bad start for them at all. Team Liquid down to just Cowboy after all is said and done. Just Delwyn, as you said, the last player for Anyone's Legend, still surrounded by that 4-man squad of Na'Vi. And there you go. They will take out Delwyn, and that'll be it for them. Na'Vi now
take it
have
slow, like
that whole
I
compound.
Can you check maybe
Take a
one of them
listen
died?
in here to Virtus Pro as they still try to fight there. They finished off with Myth. Now they have to turn their attention over towards 17.
Like we can get this triangle on orange, huh? I have 9%.
You need a smoke on the left side and right side. Okay.
I smoke. I threw one smoke.
I'm gonna go out.
We just need to run together. We need to go together.
Just get in the fucking smoke.
Can we play together? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm very in here. Let me chill here. Fuck. I might get now.
I can't move.
Just spawn. I'm dead. Just give meds to one guy, maybe.
Shit.
Here comes.
There's nothing to do.
Nothing to do.
There's nothing.
I can barely hear after the amount of ringing in my ears. Those guys were just getting absolutely slammed with stuns.
Yeah, I mean, and you heard him say it, and he was absolutely right. There really wasn't anything they could do. Unfortunately for them, Myth just did not go down easy, and it took way too long to finish that fight. And even if they had finished that fight quickly, though, trying to fight their way in through 17 and Petrichor Road off to the west, that's kind of third-parting it, was always going to be an impossible task. But 17 now up to 7 kills.
I mean, China owns the South. Yeah, 17 getting a start. This is very scary, especially given the fact that they've got the Western chopstick under control. They now get a push in, maybe contending up against where Super is going to be playing. Super is going to be in the center of the circle right now. Great potential games coming in from them. Of course, Na'Vi that's over into the east, keeping some level of control of what's happening over there. So really, it's just poor Crazy Raccoon caught in the middle of all of this. They're alive. They've been resin a lot, and they've managed to make it at least into the points. But that's about all they've managed to do so far, other than just try to cling into this position.
I mean, they outlived Twisted Minds, which in itself is kind of a victory after all the trouble that they were given by that squad in the first part. Look at Ferrist finding 2 off of T1. T1 trying to make their way in from those Gatka compounds off to the west, and they're going to lose 2 for their trouble. Heather and Raining, the last 2 remaining up. Cowboys still trying to find a way in as well. Petrichor Road, you see what they're dealing with out in the fields, but it looks like they should be able to get their man back on his feet, back up to full strength. But where do you even go at that point? Like, they're having a hard time. Ooh,
Cowboy
Heather
just wants whatever he can get. He's got himself the way to get into the circle. He just doesn't want to get too much attention. Actually, I take that back. He wants all the attention on T1. Runs him over, steals some points. Big right now. Cowboy up to 3 and in the circle.
Look at the salvage game coming out of Team Liquid. They've got 6 kills now after trying to fight their way into this zone earlier. They lose everybody to some mortars, some craziness, but this is what happens. You get the BRDM. You can kind of fight your way in a little bit longer as Crazy Raccoon still alive, still in the smokes. Cowboy finally has to leave the BRDM and it's going to explode and he's going to get taken down by Ming Ming.
Massive amount of damage onto him, and there you go. Crazy Raccoon continues their chain healing as I guess they're kind of in an oven. BRDM with Molotov underneath of it.
How are they still alive in this game?
I mean, just the chain resing doing such a great job. Is they're handling it. They're finding ways to exploit right time. This is a great position in the circle as well, but here comes the problem. Does Na'Vi or Petrichor Road want that position? Because it's going to be so hard to defend.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Petrichor Road did lose 1. T1 put up a heck of a fight. But yeah, their road in, you have to imagine a little bit tougher as Hackatori actually gets picked off. I imagine he was kind of playing on the roof there. Spaceman will take him down. 4 a.m. They've got to make their way in too. And this is going to be rough. Super, we haven't really talked about them much. They've got 4 kills. They've just had the northern side of this western chopstick held down and locked down pretty much since C1. So looking good for them so far. If they can kind of hold off 17, it's really just going to be a matter of timing for them. Who will come? Well, basically, if 4 a.m. or 17, like, are they going to come at the exact same time, or can they devote all their attention towards one fight before turning it over to the next?
If 4 Angry Men's rotate out of the chopstick across the field is going to have to be so hinged on timing. They're monitoring what's going on with Na'Vi, hoping that the firefight breaks out over there. They sneak in. 17 doesn't want to get too much closer on their chopstick because they're a bit nervous about throwables, right? This is a bit of a funnel. Whenever we look at Super, they've got a bit more space. They're not as contained. It kind of like balloons out into the section that Super's going to be playing from. But Petrichor Road finding some successes, sneaking their way in on one side while Na'Vi is being the distraction on the other, and also getting closer and closer. Multiple players now inside the circle. Can they just get the tail end of it in there?
Oh, Na'Vi looking good. Yeah, they found a nice little spot here to play. Drop down those Doritos. Play around here. If they can get rid of Crazy Raccoon, they would feel a lot more comfortable. But Crazy Raccoon, they can still do that. Just seat swap, jump in, jump out of the BRDM. As they still have some smokes left alive. And it's 4 a.m. Yeah, the smokes wall's been laid down. They're having to leave. But Na'Vi just putting all their attention over in this direction. But here comes the utility spam.
Ooh, bounces are good. That's a great toss coming up from HS on to Hackatori. But Hackatori gets it back with 2.
What a grenade from Hackatori. And the smoke wall gonna be... Oh, it's going away. He's not gonna have time to go for these reses. He's gonna keep laying it down. He's blocking off the vision of Supers rather than Na'Vi. Is Na'Vi now taking 2 knocks? So Crazy Raccoon, their timing has just been perfect so far. They're coming in here exactly when they need to, but they've got to pay attention to Petrichor Road now too.
And Petrichor Road took a way more space off of that, so good counter move to follow. That's going to be I-26v6, gets knocked onto glass. Just PO the last one up. He's got a tractor and some livelihood. That's about it. Not enough cover to be had. Ferris is going to finish it out, and finally Crazy Raccoon goes down. 4 Angry Men still receiving the brute force that is Na'Vi, trying to hold them out.
Yeah, Na'Vi, but their attention is pulled into 2 separate directions, right? They were trying to see if they could finish off Crazy Raccoon and pressure on to Petrichor Road, but also need to take care of 4 a.m. and Spaceman. Well, there's no more smoke there, buddy. Spiro on top of that one as 4 a.m. now down to just 1. There you go. HSM going to be taken down by 17. Xiao Wu will find him.
Now barely squeaking by over here. Ferris got to get his meds back up. They've got this hillside for cover. Opposing side of it is going to be Petrichor Road, and then it's just going to be poor old Super in the middle. They can't really peek out too much.
17 looking really, really good here. Coming in from the south side. Oh, we get spotted out though. Nice eyes on Rex to take him down. And now 17 down to 3.
Super's making the push to the south. They're realizing the fact that this is the way that they've got to secure it. They're hoping the firefight in the north means the fact that no throwables are going to be landing on top of them. Na'Vi has had Ferris go down, trying to slowly creep forward, get some more information, but disadvantaged firefight. So much cover just kind of spattered over there that Petrichor Road's trying to use. It feels like it's the finals buff coming in yet again for Petrichor Road, and everything on this is slowing back down. Phase 8, a couple more seconds before the Blue Zone's going to totally collapse in. Spyro's gone down. Boosting the last one up. Petrichor Road gets control of the north.
So clean, so well done from Petrichor Road, and now they get to be kingmakers. Essentially, they have this high ground, and they can third-party this fight between Supers and 17 anytime they want. Supers, though, they've managed to keep everybody on their feet and held 17 back as long as they can, but they are going to get attention drawn to them in two different directions now as Tianchan will take down Wimbo and go down to the blue himself. Okay, donating points over. That's what 17 was doing.
They're trying to deny out any form of points against Super, as realizing the threat, but good spin back over from Guman. He gets the knock onto one of the players for Petrichor Road, so Super holding the lower section of this against a high side Petrichor Road, but maybe the attrition was just too much. Firefighting for the fields for too long, as coming out of the trenches is going to be Supers, making a bold choice, stepping in. Rex finds another, and now runs to the external section. He knows where he's at, hiding behind the shield, gets the shots. Great plays from Super.
Really nicely played there at the end. They capitalized off of that knock, did not stick around to find out if they would get the res off, immediately went for the push, so they knew they had the win in their hands as long as they could clutch it out against Petrichor Road. And a huge win to start things off here for DN Super.
Lars, Mark, tagging you guys back in as we got a chopsticks game for game number 1. That is a wild start.
Fire, isn't it? Yes, very exciting as well. And of course for DN Super, doubly as exciting because they've kind of fallen by the wayside. We've been looking at China, we've been looking at EMEA to be able to take those number 1 spots, but in the end there was a lot of hype for Korea coming into this, especially after they went at PPMI here, Mark, and Super finally on the board here, being able to take number 1 so far in this grand final.
Well, they took the ball and they just held it down, and they knew it was a waiting game at that point. Even if it played south, they would have been on the outside sweeping their way, and lucky enough for them, Sun went back their way once and once more time, and they just held out. Good play from 17 to 9 the points out. They farmed a lot in this lobby, and it was a good hold from Dean in the end.
Yeah, definitely. You could see a lot of the teams here, Poro, and how they were trying to position themselves. Difficult to go up against a team in the bowl. Difficult to go up against those teams in chopsticks. Even for Na'Vi, right, who has technically what was a strong compound up until like Circle 6, 7. Beyond all of that, trying to make those transitions against the rest of those teams, it is tough.
Well, I think Na'Vi looked really good to start things off. And this is typical for Na'Vi, right? We expect them to come in here and just bang right at the beginning. This is always fun to watch there. A little kick flip from Baron there. But I thought Na'Vi looked good. I thought 4AM looked good. All our Chinese teams, really. Petrichor Road 17 also looking really strong to start things off here.
Yep, all understanding that if you send to the chopsticks and the circle comes this way, you might be able to get some decent points from it. And quite a few BRDMs as well, Matrim. I was surprised by that. We had BRDMs next to BRDMs and how this all unfolds. Unfortunate for Virtus Pro as well. They had nothing that they could do from their building.
And in this circle, this is why they're so strong. I mean, chopsticks is just a recessed trench, and then everything on the fields with the BRDMs roaming around. I mean, shout out to Cowboy. Salvage game coming up from Liquid in a big way, finding it. Super's actually playing inside the bowl, which we all know is incredibly strong, and you can exploit in the later stages. But really, we saw a lot of the teams understanding specifically, like, it was kind of a jockeying of different play styles all coming together, mesh versus, like, aggression, defensive styles, right there at the end. It was really cool.
Very good stuff to start off. And of course, for Korea, trying to make a push, considering that they did not win PGS 1, they did not win PGS 2, and there was so many expectations around them. To the point where, Mark, as well, for a little while here, I've been like, where's T1? What are they up to? What are they doing? And they were on the west side, over towards Gatka. They had the pick of the litter in terms of where they were going to go, and they only get themselves 3 points. I feel a little bit disappointed for T1.
Yeah, they were controlled out, and look, they had the zone, that's their drop, happy. And like Team Liquid, a little bit further around to north, they were kind of barraging with the mortar fire, but they couldn't make much more from that. The shift in was not going to work out, and unfortunately for them, they fall short on those points.
so many mortar shots as well, and a lot of these teams know the lineups for like, okay, this is especially like it's a position synonymous like with, okay, we're in this compound, we're going to be able to hit the ball. We're in this compound, we're going to hit a chopstick and see how that's all going to work on out. But DN Supers with 9, it's a good win for them here from the ball, being able to get that converted. And Rex, the newest comer here, Poro, to the team. We know who's getting the MVP for this one.
As well he should. I mean, it feels like Rex injured his hand at a tournament long ago, and ever since then it's just been like he's unlocked a new form of himself. As they have just he's looked so strong, and now joining this squad with Heaven Deal and Guilman, it just feels like everything's popping right as it should be. And you know, I think a lot of people were worried about them losing Salute, and Rex looking like a pretty damn good fill-in.
True. Cheese from FN Pushion told me that they'd reinforced his hands with unobtainium after that injury. And that's why he's playing so damn well. And he will take man of the match here. What do you think about that, Matrim?
I mean, I guess he also just like makes sure to keep the Infinity Gauntlet on his mouse hand or something else like that. Whatever way you want to go with it. But Rex had a lot of standout performances last year, so seeing him just easily slot in and find a big game inside this is really well done. I mean, he was the guy that was the push into the smokes out of the trenches, man. So big performance. It's a hard job.
Yeah, definitely. Mark, your thoughts?
You can't underestimate what he can bring to the table. They've got some wins, they've got some points. The big question for me though with Supers is, can they continue to do it? They've got the first game, they arguably got the zone, they locked it down, but pressure being applied in other areas of the map, I don't know. I think we had some teams, and I do want to mention back to that kind of Cowboy, that was a salvation from that team. Team Liquid, if that zone shifted heavy towards the north, the Halo, mortar fire into that sort of trench, really strong for them. If they had the zone, it wouldn't have been a salvation game for Team Liquid. They would have been on top of the leaderboard potentially with the high ground.
Yeah, it's a good point that you bring up as well, to see what DN Supers might be able to do when they don't have this central position, right? Because something that I have come to know from Supers when it comes to their playbook is edge play, big space control, and being able to work from that. Of course, when you've got a center spot Matrim, yes, you should be able to convert a win from this, but this is actually not even really their usual playstyle that actually gets them the win. So I guess we'll see down the line, right?
Yeah, and I mean, that position is strong whenever you get the circle, but it also can have a whole bunch of nades that roll down into it. It's a cubby specifically designed to catch everything, most notably rain, but it can pick up all the nades, it gets a lot of attention. The firefight is going to go on for a long time because you're always going to be fighting with everybody down in the trench.
All right, it is time now to head on over to an interview with Rex after he gets the man of the match and the win.
Hi guys, it's Belle. I'm standing here with DN Supers Rex. Well, first second goes to you and 7 kills. You're coming in with all the damage. How was the first win for you? 오늘 첫 경기 폼이 너무 좋은데 일단 경기 소감부터 들어보겠습니다.
일단 1라운드를 좀 잘 마치게 돼가지고 기분 좋게 시작하는 것 같아요.
It's honestly so nice to start off the day with a chicken. All right, thank you, Rex. We have to let you go. So 감사합니다. 얼른 가세요.
Okay. They
got places to be, man.
Yeah. See you later, guys. It's fine. Few words from Rex, but that is totally okay. Of course, everything is very much focused on being able to get the wins, being able to be in place for the next game. So a good start here for them. Do you think, Mark, I guess having watched PGS 1 and 2, do you think that Korea has got to the potential to be able to take this win in the end, or have the other regions just stepped up a little bit too much? What do you think?
It's difficult. You throw him under the bus here. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. The first game was good, and we expect these Korean teams to do better, but something's not quite gelling. They've got the zone, they get the points, they get the end result. Again, it's an open ground. Win the finals is a best of 15. A few more games, a few more data. You might change my mind, but as it stands, one game, I just can't see it. I can't see it.
Disagree.
Bigger teams runs. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm disagreeing.
Oh yeah, no. I was just going to disagree.
You got to disagree with me now, Boro. Come on,
okay.
We're going head to head.
I'll say it. We heard all this hype about Korean teams coming into this year. We heard it for a reason, right? Like it's not like they were doing bad. Like they haven't found it so far in this tournament, but that doesn't mean that it was just a whole bunch of smoke being blown. Like there's something there. Now maybe this will be the thing that pops it off.
You'd like to hope so, because there was a lot of bluster, a lot of bustling about South Korea looking strong here in this format. But anyway, it is time to get into our game number 2. So far, DN Supers looks great on Korean soil. Will they continue? Thank you very much, Boro. Thank you very much, Matrim, for joining us. It's time for me and Mark to bring you everything that's going to go down in game number 2 here for this final. An exciting time, Mark.
The exciting time is game number 2 to see if I'm proven wrong. But for now, flight path though, coming in from that south side, going to work across the map. Pretty fair. I think most of these teams are going to get that primary drop spot.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I'm curious to see where anyone's legend does go. Of course, sitting in the middle of the table at the moment, and some of these other teams that were trying to take some of those middle spots away from 17. But now that 17 is in the lobby, ain't nobody really want to fight them, because that's a pain in the bum. Going up against arguably the best hot drop team ever to have played the game at an international level. Of course, a different 17 gaming compared to when they were having to defend those central spots, but people still have the bigger respect.
Yeah. Especially over 15, you can maybe argue 1 or 2 games you could challenge it, but then how much do you want to commit? And that's the problem. And when we see the Miramar rotations, it's not just here. We then go to Tago. People are going to contest as well, and into Rondo. So just let them be. Let them have it. And for me, we look sort of northwest at a Twisted Minds. They will go for the drop, but they will also play down to the south and go aggressive. So it looks like we might even have a hot drop.
Maybe going away of Chumasera, which became a focus point and a common point for JDG to have to go up against Crazy Raccoon, and Crazy Raccoon kind of threw games against JDG in some of those scenarios, but it looks like they're going to be scrambling for the cars. Shots going to come in. Guyon's going to be able to make it out of dodge. Also, another drop does go on forward. So for Guyon on Crazy Raccoon, looks like they're being able to get away with this, because to be honest, neither team could really stretch to Chumasera. They had to challenge for the cars, and no casualties go down just yet.
Yeah, and instant call. Go for Rainbow Compound, try and get the guns, take the fight to them. The zone has shifted back towards the start. So it is down in that sort of south corner to southeast. Los Leones for Virtus Pro has a huge amount of opportunities. And it looks like they're already sending Lucrux down towards those compounds that are dividing the road. Really good play from them. Early take. And lucky enough, maybe this time, compared to game number 1 here, James, they won't be left on the outside edge.
Yeah, there's interesting changes and lack of delays that have occurred because some teams are not in this final. Let's talk about it, right? Okay, so Vitality get San Martin because Falcons for the first time is not in one of these finals here for 2026. Again, they were pivoting over and they had that Hacienda del Patrol. So everything's kind of sorted itself out a little bit there because 4AM obviously would like this little bit of a spot as well for now. Also, Virtus Pro and Los Leones, they can spread their wings a little more because, of course, Gen G's not in this lobby, and they've not even had a chance to be able to do this in any finals because they didn't qualify for any of them until now. So these two little things here for the EMEA squads might actually pay off big because Vitality loves a San Martin drop, and Virtus Pro loves a big split drop, especially when they get the circle.
Yeah, they were just unsettled, wasn't they, in Los Leones? They were fighting with Gen G early. We saw smoke pop, and it was always a distraction. No distraction now, no excuse. Early rotation. Looks like they might go for a 2-2 split. That's not too bad here early. They just need to keep the bodies alive, but they also need a plan that if the zone does shift back, that they've got to collapse and make the clear decision of where they want to go and react to that zone.
Let's see, we're on board with good old Team Liquid as we take a look back at the previous match. It's a good start for South Korea, as previously mentioned. A lot of those compounds on the edges were very much hotspots, very much focal points here for these teams. And good old Cowboy in the distance, making it happen for Team Liquid. Really happy to see that. You heard him in the interview yesterday, very jovial, very excited about the idea that they'd already qualified and getting an opportunity to try and prove themselves in the final. So I'm excited to see how Cowboy fits into this roster. I'm still not fully sold on the idea that Team Liquid is currently like a title contender as a whole. But if they can get back up there for 2026, great stuff.
It's difficult because you look at the roster and on paper you're like, yes, they should be up there. But the performance, you can't argue the performance for PGS1 and PGS2 just wasn't there.
No.
And yes, there's been glimmer of lights that we've seen in PGS3, and they did really play well, especially in that survival stage, but that's 5 games, and that could have been hit and miss. So when we come back to kind of that messaging that's coming out from the coaching staff, from the players, and we talk about that Cowboy interview, it's all about communication and keeping calm and holding each other to accountability. And if they can continue that, great. But I got a question, why weren't they doing it in PGS1 and PGS2? What has changed so much that becomes a big topic?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we heard in the interview, right? Like the slight changes that they had, whether or not that is the actual full thing, then we'll see. But again, you're kind of hardest on the people that you love the most, and especially their coaching staff. Love those guys. Extreme, Naomi, I think that they're really good people, good minds for the game, and of course they've got their strong soldiers on the battlegrounds to try and be able to execute some of those plans. Of course, you know, they've got masterminds on the field as well. They are great. Oftentimes, coaching staff are there to just kind of augment the ideas that these great players already have and be able to see if they can kind of tweak things here and there. But yeah, for them, they've got a long way to go for a circle like this, as Supers, our previous winner, coming in for this emergency pickup all the way from Graveyard, all the way from Minas Generalis. Gonna be okay. There's still a lot of room open. But when a big circle comes like this all the way south, not many teams had a chance to center up early in this game, so there's still a lot of room.
That's fair enough. There, loads of room. I like the emergency pickup from DN. They were a bit cautious as well because it was close to the flight path, and you'd expect maybe there might be teams already rotating around. So use the time to scout well and find themselves a little bit of a home. That's going to give them the back of the water, and they should be able to roll in from this zone. We'll have to wait and see. Vitality, on the other hand, though, parking the bus the wrong way up, but able to get the bodies back out as most of these teams now migrating their way into zone.
And slow and steady for some of the teams on the west side. 17 making it on the way. JDG, who had thought that they were going to be in a bit of a brawl earlier on, looks to be fighting another day. Here are 17. Looking to mosey on in. 15 points for them at the beginning of everything. I think that they have been... again, not only reinvigorated by the idea of Tian Tian and Wenbo, who are clearly two fantastic additions to this roster, but also they see the success in these finals of Petrichor Road, of 4 a.m. Like, hey, we want a piece of that. We are the original, at this point, we are the original China powerhouse in 17 gaming. I don't want to hear the new happy thing. Like, I don't want it, that's long gone. 17 is the true original powerhouse for me. And you can go back to OMG in 2018. I don't want to hear that either. It's too long ago, all right?
Now I'm with you on 17. Look, we was in the green room when the guys were casting game number 1, and you made an outstanding call. The Lynx was not being used to take shots at people. It was being used to confirm points. And that level of like aggression, but smart aggression from 17 is why they are a top team. Like, they were just waiting for the knocks. Everyone else was doing the work. Na'Vi, obviously with that Hackatory, that Hail Mary grenade that he sent forward, they just popped up and went, yeah, thank you. There's 1 point, there's 2 points. And using the right tools at the right time, that's what 17's got to bring to the table.
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, being smart about trench warfare is very important in this battleground situation, right? Like, and the fact that you're not wasting those link shots on things like moving targets, when any moving target you're trying to hit that's crossing those areas is a desperate moving target. What do I mean by that? They are not going to be stopping anytime soon. They're transitioning between huge landmarks like a compound and then trying to get to, like where Crazy Raccoon was, like a Na'Vi, for example. So you're not going to have too many opportunities to hit that moving target too easily. So, yeah, but the knocks will happen and you can steal them away with that Lynx very quickly, extremely quickly. As all these teams do still center up. That's why we were kind of talking about some of these bigger ideas, right? For the most part, all of these teams, they're not going to get into some scraps just yet in this game. They're just positioning south of Los Leones.
I think it's why we're seeing, like, again, a team like Team Liquid going for this wider rotation. Now going to come in down past Bartona. They're going to take a breather because they have the zone. Maybe scout some information this sort of south side, that coastal line. You can gain so much. I also like Cowboys looking back the way they've come. They're not dropping the ball in the context that, hold on, are we the last team? Let's not rest on our laurels and make sure that actually another team is not following that same rotation path that we have. The only concern I've got is if one of these teams, and obviously we can see Myth on the other side, they've gone for a little bit of a different approach. They've split. They could potentially close the bridge in front of Team Liquid.
I will say, whilst we watch emergency pickup coming in from T1, who is coming in, one of the latest teams, in fact, to this circle, there's an interesting approach that I see from Twisted Minds, who have currently got themselves a knock and a kill on JDG. But one thing that goes against Twisted Minds on a circle like this is there isn't huge swathes of high ground that Batulians can go and scout from, like up in the northwest, like towards the north compared to where they were normally in Power Grid. So for them to be playing this a little slower on the south side of Miramar that doesn't quite have that elevation advantage for Batulians to be the eyes in the sky shows that, you know, there is a bit of a different approach that has to be taken here. So they're being a bit more calculated about a slow move compared to kind of a quicker one.
It made me laugh though when they brought out the emergency pickups. He hated it. You could see on his face. No, I'm the goat. I'm king of the mountain. No other people can get up here. But I do remember that interview with him. It was funny. But you are right. Different terrain here in the southeast. There is still a lot of water that we have to play in. But game after game, looks like Twisted Minds have found the secret source to find a BRDM, and it's getting a push because they don't want to get it stuck though. So the nitrous oxide from Monodocto is injecting buildings as they roll forward in a zone heavy shift. It goes back here, James, to a south to southwest. A Bartona is in.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And yes, this is something guys should be doing in your games. If you get a BRDM, give it the boost, because that thing, it's a slug, man. It doesn't have the easiest of times getting up them hills. Ooh, you almost rolled it there for a second. Please no, Batulis. But anyway, yeah, Mad Scramble going to be going on here. Mad Dash as well. You'd expect for a T5, they're on 5, to be trying to take that high ground on that west side here, considering where they currently are. Tianta and Wembo, though, do start things off against T1, who came in from that emergency pickup. So 17's going to be greeting as well. Mollies go forwards, as well as nades get traded back and forth, but nothing really connecting just yet.
Huge amounts of teams on the rotation going to get caught here. 17 Gaming have to deal with this very quickly. T1 backed into a corner. Look for the grenade. It sounds like a click on both sides. And here we are. Grenade goes on the top. Shots will come through. It's another confirmation for them.
But Liquid's actually committing to Partona and the island. This is exciting. Okay, we'll see if that
I've had a Partona. I'll hold my hands up, James. I've had a Partona ending, and it is chaotic. So it has a chance. It's a slim chance. I'll give you that.
Even some of the compounds that exist around it, like, they have some value later on down the line when we've seen these kinds of crazier circles when water's not been factored in some of those early circles. But look at the lobby right now. Everybody is shooting at everything, realizing that this is desperate times at the moment, as Corexi's done quite a bit of damage against 4AM. Still, though, we're embroiled in the 17 Gaming versus T1 fight. It's a bit of urgency coming out as Myth is also shooting at this location, so Little Ghost needs to find some cover.
Yeah, Myth obviously taking that split path in. They've conquered the north side of it, the top side of the bridge. So they're going to have a line of sight to this. 17 Gaming, though. Do lose one. It's a heavy barrage of grenades going backwards and forwards between both these teams. Team 1 on the defensive foot. Only 2 remain for them. Remote needs to try and make her way in. Let's make a dart across and nearly gets taken out by Heather.
But will it pay off the dart across is the question. Zhao Wu posting a nade through. He saw him in the bottom window, though. He's going to be sad about that postal forwards for that nade, realizing that he's relocated. A little bit of an attempt here to try and exploit the angle. Tries to go for a spray a bit through that smoke. He did see him move on through, though, thanks to the angle that he had. So still 17, 4 alive at the moment here against T1, who's just down to 2. You would think that they would be dislodged, but anyone's legend, Himas, can see this from the high position and did even shoot into that smoke. So still, you can't be outside. That's why they're just confined into these buildings. They know there's other angles looking at them.
Yeah, that time's kind of spent. Oh my god, what a nade come through. Another one. Type. Windbow down. Oh, guys, he's bleeding out. But he needs to get their reds back on. He needs to get a med back on. The pressure needs to happen because the teams around me, right, they've got freedom. It's going to take anyone for some more to come down. It's going to be a third-party action will come through. 17 Gaming, though, strikes back. Himas, though, he's going to fall and he's going to confirm himself with his own grenade.
A little too bold there, Himas. A little too bold, pushing on down, thinking that it was all said and done. There's smokes. People could quite easily be in them. Unfortunately, for anyone's legend, they do take one casualty. Little Ghost going to try and hold off against this torrent of aggression that's coming once again, though. Another nade goes through up against that hay bale as well as tree. Doesn't really connect too much. Flash currently, so there's a little bit of urgency about this. Spaceman on the other side, almost finishing off this Virtus Pro fight, trying to save it for 4 AM at the moment. More smokes to try and stem this aggression from anyone's legend. So T1's still alive. T1 is still in this compound.
Anyone's legend just didn't get the timing right. They saw the kill feed. They thought they could capitalize up on both. It didn't happen for them. 17 turned around. But you're right, T1 still holding on at the moment because so many teams are lurking around the outside. Unfortunately, the Batona dream is no more, James. It is going towards that north side. Team Liquid have to try and make a move across here. But back to the fight on the other side. 4 Angry Men. They had to try and collapse in. They caught VP out by 1 man. VP did collapse back for their team for the reinforcements. And it's a bit of a Titan clash.
I won't be surprised if Team Liquid tries to crash underneath the bridge now, coming over the other way, but we'll see as time goes on, as still Spaceman holds on. 300 damage done at the moment here. Virtus Pro in a bit of a bad spot still, but if they get 1 man up, still a 4v4 continuing on for all intents and purposes. Okay, T1 actually, sorry, Liquid goes to the compound on the beach, and Supers is taken underneath the bridge. I'm going to be honest, I kind of like under the bridge. I'm a bit of a, troll myself. But anyway, HS, these fights are not stopping, man. These are not finishing anytime soon. It's crazy.
It's mad that they're both 4 versus 4 fights have just lengthened out. It's become kind of a peak battle. It's become a utility dump. Everyone's now getting involved. Anyone Legends now losing potentially another one as they are being pushed in towards that compound we saw from before. 4 men, as I said, they were actually caught. Unfortunately, I think it was Beamy on his own. Good for VP to have collapsed, but this is a complete standoff.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned for Shen's position where he is on these roofs, because if this doesn't end soon, somebody's going to eventually look his way. So the Spaceman does go down there. Nixie goes for the mad dash through into the smokes, into the rooms, finishing it off. Lukaruk's, of course, down as well, but HS and Shen look to try and get themselves forwards as well. In the end, Virtus.pro has been patient. Virtus.pro has been stalwart in this defense, and they kind of winning this out, but they are being delayed. Thankfully, they're kind of still in the circle here. And 7 Xiaowu just taking down Heather. So T1 slowly bleeding out here.
I'm just surprised they're not applying the pressure. Yes, they might be down some bodies, but they're allowing VP to res multiple times. Shen has to come off the high ground, and it's the right play. Eventually, teams are going to be looking this way. Mr. Fun Nixie, quick flush there. So that's going to try and delay. Nice rotation. Run, and oh my god, Shen gets Correxy.
What a spray. The flick on that, just to be able to turn as soon as he sees that car go. Beautiful shots, absolutely beautiful. And now what was a 2v4 has now devolved into a 2v2 here for Virtus.pro at the moment, who I don't know if they're going to be able to get the res on him. Correxy on that side, I think he's just too vulnerable. Shen's going to be watching for the crosses. Crazy.
Waiting for the information, but again the third party comes in. DNS, well, they're going to finish off T1, so they will go down 16th place for them. That fight eventually concluding. T1 looks to try and leave as licking their wounds. 17 has taken that compound, and 4 AM they try and hold. Oh, there's an exchange back and forth. The shotgun stand 1 versus 1 in the end. Shin against Beamy.
They've been able to salvage so much here at 4 AM. Staying alive. Oh, going for it. And he gets him. He gets him. Virtus.pro loses the 4v2 in the end. The devolution of that fight there going the way of 4 AM. What a clutch up there. By base, for the most part, HS did a lot of work, but Shen's kills and knocks were pivotal there.
Just how it lengthened so long. 4 AM able to hold, and yes, they had the numbers, and then they went down, and that, I suppose, that denial for Correxy to wrap round and expose the flank of 4 AM, that was the changing point for me. They can hold, and unfortunately for VP, they now fall.
And you may have just witnessed in the kill feed JDG going down there, and there really wasn't much to watch because they crashed into a building where Para was and they got blasted. So bye-bye JDG, who have been trying, they've been in full salvage mode for a little bit now, even though they were technically 4 alive. The problem was they were 3 on that west side, and Cold 119 was rezzed and went down to Partona to get some loot. So they're super separated right now, JDG. It's going to be a bad game for them.
Bad rotation from Na'Vi. Caught by Vitality. Hakatori takes the opportunity to get the med, gets a spray because he will now fall. Just waiting to see if he can try and get that confirmation. Does get the spray. Eventually, the last couple of clicks will confirm out. So, yeah, they, again, not had much time to loot. They're trying to collapse. And look at this reactive dive state from Na'Vi. They don't want to leave him out on his own. It's a full send Spyro goes through. The car's been spent. They left that in the open. With Levante with the MG. Put it to suppressive fire.
Very nice, and M249s as well, raining down bullets on this position, so as if an MG wasn't enough. That is disgusting stuff. Coming out from Team Vitality, who was like, yeah, move into our firing line, please. We have these guns set up and good to go. As now Na'Vi in this north side is going to have a rough one of it. Vitality with a great cleanup, as we have Twisted Minds listening. Again, we can't really understand exactly what they're talking about, but we can take a look at what they've been pinging, how they've been setting up. Looks like they're wanting to swing around to the east side mark here, but they have options with the BRDM, that's for sure.
I love, again, you guys spoke about it in the other PGS, is how teams now using these defensively. Come up to the ridge, peek over the top, you're in an armored fortified. So you're okay, you can back away, you can engage, but you're right, look at the pings, look at where they want to go, and look at where Batalions is looking. It's always seems to be back over to the east. They've heard the fight, they can't claim anything from it, now they're trying to think about what the next step is.
And I think to draw back on the idea that I was talking about of like not having that high ground scouting advantage of the northern side of Miramar that Batalions would normally like, a BRDM kind of affords him exactly, well, not exactly what he would like from that, but a little bit of it, right? He can sit here unopposed and just look around if he wants.
Look at him, and then they're also picking up the information. So they're focused on Na'Vi at the moment. They know Na'Vi's down to 1. You can see the ping. They think they know where the final player is, and it's like, as you say, it's a moving mountain for him. He can pitch up. He's just gaining the information, and he's just waiting to find out if they can deny Na'Vi any more points in this game.
Well, Pons thinking about setting up a mortar. I don't know. They're a little vulnerable here. Also to mortar fire themselves. Oh, dearie. Jeez Louise. Move on away from that. They've got their eyes on the sky at the moment. Oh, is that a shooting star? No, it's your imminent doom. Okay, that car also might have been their imminent doom there for a second, but they're scrambling. They're staying alive.
We've seen how dangerous those cars were yesterday. Complete wiping out teams as they tried to work their way in. So Irina going to try and put the mortars down. Right, they've taken the time, they've just ensured they stay alive, but now they've got to figure out how they're getting towards zone. 4 AM, they go airborne, they're going to leapfrog this position, and the zone obviously back down that sort of southwest, so paying off for that Team Liquid. The question is, can they kind of sweep in? It's dangerous, especially with so many teams, as you say, trolling underneath the bridge. Only one of these teams, Team Liquid or DN, can survive this location.
They're on 5. You can see they took that high ground that we were mentioning much earlier in this game. They've been able to pay off for them for quite a while. Shots coming in from HS here as 4AM is still looking for salvage. Shen again gets the knock alongside HS. So, you know, say what you want. Oh, they're going to go down now here to Gedrox, and maybe that is going to be the finishing off for them if HS doesn't find himself a little bit of a defensive posture position. But I can't help but feel that many points here for 4AM in this game, considering I thought they were going to be doomed against Virtus Pro, is a pretty decent salvage game.
Yep, you're right. Yeah, sitting now up in 5th place. Just in mind without the nitrous oxide push from Molodoct. They're going to struggle here. They have to crawl their way to the top, but again, they're constantly looking back. They're constantly looking at what's coming forward. Looks like the Panzer might be lurking as they all send the troops out to the front line. Example jumps out. He runs around the smoke. Fluky gets one. Ranger X finds the other. And here comes a Panzer. An instant wipe, though. T5 deny Twisted Minds.
It's not a good look when the observers can see all 4 members of another team prepping grenades on the other side of a hill. You hear the BRDM coming up. You need that twin turbo hiss there to be able to make that play a little bit quicker, I think, but none of that going on in a BRDM, unfortunately. Dear me.
Halo finding 2 again. So that's back-to-back games that he's raining havoc on the lobby. Zuba's having to back away here on the outside edge. I wonder if they know about JDG behind. I wonder if Cole's even got anything that he can shoot with at the moment, but for now he's just sitting and waiting. Trying to hold out Arena as they're focusing now towards that sort of east side. It's the right play for them. And yeah, we go back to the high ground and they're on 5. Well, Kings of the Hill so far.
Yeah, they are. We saw yesterday how they were able to control high ground and get huge benefits from it, being able to wrestle that away from Full Sense and effectively convert it into what was a qualification play, even just in game 1 alone. And we're back here again. Rostage Jr. hitting Gedrox. Likewise, I-26 here. This is Petrichor Road in the dead center of this circle. I thought there was going to be a world mark where they could have got crunched down on, but the fact that so many teams are already dying down and out on the edges, I think Petrichor Road's going to get away with this. And if they don't have worries to deal with on T5 when they eventually have to push down, Petrichor Road could easily win this game, no problem.
Yeah, they've got the nice combination between some high ground and low down. They can keep Team Liquid at bay. But the danger is going to come from that sort of north side. And I'm interested to see actually how these teams rotate in, because if they all rotate in at the same time, there's a lot to manage here from Petrichor Road. We saw JDG take out DN and then eventually go down themselves. So that whole south side, James, is free for Team Liquid. It's just hard to try and stay alive.
That is true. There is one spot that they're not currently exploiting, which they could down the line, but it is currently in main range of Petrichor Road. And that's the other side of the road, down the hillside, that does exist there. Big nade action from HS. He goes for a spray, but Levante will clean it up with the MG3. That's Vitality cleaning it up and moving on out. There was not much hope there for HS, but he did try.
Yeah, good play. Nice step out, but the MG was pointed in the right direction. They're still not outside the zone. Levante eager to try and get some 7s as he has 7.62 over 2 guns, so that MG is going to chew through bullets. So you have to be a bit cautious here. But 6 teams remain in. They've got a little bit as they need to work in on that west side.
I like what Petrichor Road's doing. So they felt like they were going to be vulnerable with all the teams basically in the north on that plateau where they currently were. They've moved alongside the road, down the dip, so they've kind of negated some of those lines of sight from those teams on the north side. This also has even technically more control about that position on the other side of the road. If Team Liquid moves up on there, and then it would be even more so in nade range. So this is big for Petrichor Road as Ming punches out Chu. What is going on? Wait a minute. And now Scappy's going crazy.
Everyone's sending their way down. It's a line up. Glaz, Wolfhorn, Jacob, man will be down. Confirmation done. Made in Thailand going to fall in the 6th place. Petrichor Road maybe tempting these teams into their utter fate themselves. They will launch the grenades up and top. They will try and claim as much as they can, but Terran on 5, still on the high ground. The spray with a 4x. It doesn't quite convert this time. And Team Liquid still unfortunately picking up kills from the south side.
Yeah, they've moved up against the road now as well, and this gives them an opportunity to really exert themselves a bit more on this lobby. That said, Extra with this arm trying to do as much damage as possible, spraying into that smoke as well to try and do a little bit more damage. But technically speaking, if Team Liquid can hold that roadside, stop teams from being able to move on, as well as avoid some grenades that potentially come their way, this could be theirs, as They're on 5 is being an absolute nuisance on the rest of this lobby. Oh, misses. Oi.
That's close. That was very, very close. Team Liquid, only 2 kills at the moment, but we're in a top 4 scenario, and they have the control. They have that south side, and as you mentioned, they've come under the road. They've got to be careful, because they are in utility range. But I'd argue that actually most of these teams in this north, how much utility have they got remaining?
Yeah, I see what's happened. Chewy disconnected, like, because he's not healed since he was punched out and knocked down, so they were just making sure that he could try and not run forwards. But look at that, Ming and Act 26 getting to Team Liquid, destroying the 2-2 situation that they'd set themselves up in. It's a disaster for Team Liquid. There needs to be some reinforcing fire from Team Liquid quickly.
They exposed, they noticed there was only a limited amount of shots coming from either side, and they overloaded, they stacked up on the southeast side. So for Team Liquid, they're going to be down to 50%. 2 will remain here. Emming going back to his position as he wants to try and keep an eye. They're on 5 still on the high ground. They've not rushed their way down just yet, but they're trying to keep their eyes on the prize here. But 10 kills here. What a game from Petrichor Road.
I felt like Team Liquid, as much as I appreciate the idea of the 2-2 split to try and control any vitality cross that would have come along, as well as control the west side, east side as well, it's just too thinly veiled. It's too much of a split across this area when these teams are willing to take some dire measures to be able to dislodge you, like just Petrichor Road did. And now Cowboy here looking for a few salvage points off the back of it as well. This current game is still currently Petrichor's to try and lose on out, as Chewy is still sat around there. He's looking around. He's moving around. So I'm not sure what's going on. I guess he has no meds now.
Drive! Cowboy finds one! Oh, he gets shot in the back as he tries to find safety in the smokes. Alo, a little bit at arm's length, so unable to try and help. Does see the rotation on the other side, but Petrichor Road with a player down. Does Team Vitality, does T5 maybe look to try and take the position? Alo has to try and find cover. He sends it towards Team Vitality, but can he get there in time? He makes some safety and still has the smokes to play safe.
Vitality thrown at the side of Alo. What can they do here? The smoke does go down. They should be able to actually see that. And maybe they can suss out the fact that Alo, currently alone, might be an open free target for them as well if they want to push on over. They were concerned, though, about Third on 5 looking down in their position as Petrichor Road has been able to find a bastion of very good hope on this side as well. Oh, my days. T5 doesn't know that Chewy is here at the moment. Are they pushing across?
That's the hell am I bad to put a mortar down? I just don't think it's a little bit too close to mate, but I like the effort. I also like the zip line. That's going to work to a very short distance, but it's going to help maybe. Oh, that's why. He's trying to get out and he was unable to. So
right, yeah.
They're down a body.
Oh, that's tough.
That is tough. That is tough. But he could take a big bite at this one. If Lukey takes a step forward, he can still take the shot.
Yeah, I'm glad we actually got to see this eventually, because I was, theorizing what's the case. He must have given everything over to Ming Ming after the punch out and attempted res didn't work, right? So that's why he's like, okay, we know he can't get you out. This is a problem. You're staying here and you are down as well. That's tough. Fluky realizes as well as he sees the zip. Now Team Liquid is gone as well.
Team Liquid gone. Team Vitality still looking to try and hit a mortar fire. That's it. Goes back down with Hello, my bad. We go to a 3 versus 3 versus 3. Petrichor Road obviously did overload that south side, and as a result, Team Liquid will fall in 4th place. But they're now split. Does other teams maybe look at this? Actually, the dot's going to be closer towards the north. Do we need to apply it? Can we just try and hold out? Is there an agreement between T5 and Vitality just to try and stop Petrichor Road working their way in?
I'm a little conflicted because if Petrichor wins this despite that Chewy situation, then oh my god, that's crazy. If they don't win it and because they didn't effectively have a fourth man, then I kind of feel bad for them given that. But anyway, Vitality still holding on this side. The MG3 has done a lot of work for Levante here so far. Despite only one kill, he's done quite a bit of damage with it and kind of warded off any players that are going to be coming forwards his way. It's third on 5. Still has that high ground potential advantage. That's some good shots from the MG3.
But he's limited ammo. There's only so much suppressive fire he can do. The nades come over the top here. They have to try and draw their attention back towards the north. Levante, he's limited, but he's got an MG. He pops up though. He nearly goes for one, and the second Fluky will fall, but he does exchange him out on the blue zone. They're going to go down. They have the opportunity now to get the res back on, but Petrichor Road, they are clutching in.
Yeah, they are, but it's slow because they can't get up this hillside. Again, I have to feel for Petrichor Road, the fact that they would love to try and capitalize on this knock as well as fight going down, but it's so difficult to do so when you've positioned yourself down these cliff sides. And even then, you saw him trying to wrap around, but he's like, no, it's too much of a commitment. I don't think we can make this work.
Yeah, I think if I was up there, I'd be there as well. So, nice hold. Now the advantage, though, for me goes back towards that kind of Petrichor Road. And he finds the first one. He spins, but he doesn't get the second. It goes down to a 2 versus 2, the high ground versus the low ground. But it doesn't matter. Petrichor Road's charging their way up. And now they put it to a 2 versus 1. It's an easy win, though. Petrichor 1, despite our player down. 16 kills here, James, at 26 points.
I've got to say, kudos to Petrichor Road for that one. And look at that. They are elated with that victory, despite the challenges that were presented from them clearly. Even Chewy just gave it a little shrug, but they get the victory anyway. Matrim Poro joining us to talk about this one. Matrim, that is Petrichor Road looking to get themselves 2 out of 3 trophies if they're able to keep this up.
Oh my god, Petrichor Road, what is going on in finals time, dude? These guys just like full on Super Saiyan mode. They evolve, they find ways to get kills. That was an uphill battle against a heavily defended squad that's super kitted, and still Petrichor Road finds victories, finds kills.
Yeah, it's how did you feel about that whole Poro? Because I was super conflicted, because if they lose, I'm like, but they could have had Chewy, they could have had 4-man, but they clutch up so well towards the end.
It was just the timings of everything, right? Like they're in the middle of having Chewy have his issues, and then they immediately they realize, okay, just the decision making was just so quick. Like, we've got Team Liquid in a 2-2 split right now. This is our opportunity to push across the road and clean them up, and they just go for it instantly. They read that perfectly, and then they do the exact same thing minutes later against third on 5. Like, it was just the courage to make those snap decisions like that in a really kind of dicey situation. Like, that's just so good stuff. Such good stuff coming out of Petro.
Yeah, very impressive, very impressive. That said as well, though, Mark, when we watched the third on 5, this is the same playbook that we kind of saw from them yesterday, getting themselves a qualification on through, exploiting a high ground, being able to try and take those fights. And I was scared for Petrichor Road towards the end there, because third on 5 had a decent spot to be able to play that from.
They breathe a level of confidence the higher up they get. The altitude doesn't matter to T5. Like, they can deliver as long as they are shooting down the godly bullets. But at the end, I'm with you. Look, if Petrichor Road won or lost, you kind of like, they were down 3 maybe if they didn't have the additional player. But T5 should have taken that. They had the high ridge. They just got overloaded again. And Petrichor Road able to push bodies into a location like we saw them against Team Liquid. And they just swipe apart any other team.
Team Liquid's a good point to bring up as well. Do you feel like the 2-2 was too much, Poro, on the side of that road? Do you feel like maybe it should have been a bit more coagulated? Or what do you think?
I mean, it's a tough call, right? Because everything is uphill from you. You have no angles on stuff that's going on like third on 5. Like, all you can really do is look at the road and try to take people out. But Petrichor Road did a really good job of kind of slowing things down for a little bit, and then and Vitality kind of did the same. So I don't know what you do if you're Liquid in that position, because it felt like you know, you have to kind of hold your spot. You've got 4 up. You've made it all the way to the end game. Like, you're looking at a win if you can manage to pull this off. But yeah, I don't know. That was tough.
I agree. It's a conflicted situation to be in, but what's not conflicted at all is number one. Petrichor Road in 2 games, 38 points match for him. That does not bode well for the rest of this lobby if this continues.
I mean, there's more Balenciaga down the line right now for Petrichor Road is what it sounds like. These guys are just popping off. I mean, Team Liquid did manage to pump out some decent damage, so the 2-2 split apparently provided something for them, but other side of this is just Petrichor Road. The amount of kills that they're finding on these victories is just ridiculous.
It really is. Very good stuff with the plateau and being able to move down the way that they did as well. I think that if they stay up on that plateau and don't move down to the road, it could be lights out because there's just too many angles from the likes of Therodon 5 to be able to exploit you there. But I-26 does get himself 6 kills, Ming Ming with 6 as well. I'm curious to see who's going to actually be the MVP from this one because I do think it's going to be close, Mark. There's a lot of good performances in this game.
Yeah, it's going to come down to those two, isn't it, really? That's 20 Hemming at the end was insane. Like, he peekabooed over the top, he held. It was just that level of aggression that we want to see from this team, and the points obviously do go in their favour. And yeah, good play. It's always going to be sitting there.
Yep, I very much appreciate the identifying of the fact that Team Liquid was in that 2-2 and then just saying, okay, well, we're just going to push across straight and we're going to dismantle this before you can ever really gain decent traction on the other side of that road. And Matchroom, I will say as well, though, that's Team Liquid also getting themselves into 2 decent late game scenarios, at least a salvage overall. The problem is that there's so much sponging from just 2 games alone that you can have 13 points and be in 5th. Great.
I mean, you're having to go up against a guy that wants to 26v6 at any given time. That's going to throw off the game. And when it comes back to the split, coming in a bit late, but Team Liquid is still playing the methodical style that they want to play. This is where they often will try to slow down pacings, try to make sure that they can try to keep more controlled areas. That's why they lean into these 2-2 splits. It's starting to work more now that we're starting to find those successes. It's the early rotates that have been really screwing up Team Liquid, and it seems like that's getting solved and could be a big game for them.
There's been some bold calls as well, like going to Partona, for example, was a bold call just in case it does go down there. So I appreciate it. But anyway, we are going to go to a break. When we return, we have game number 3 here out of 15 for our circuit final. Join us after this.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Peros Chewy. Hello, 안녕하세요. First of all, new hairstyle. Can you tell me the story behind that? 이제 머리 스타일이 바뀌셨는데 그거부터 얘기하고 가보죠.
그냥 파이널 때 이쁘게 하려고 밤에 했어요.
트로피 앞에 쓸 거 아니까.
열심히 한번 해볼게요.
Well, I decided to get a perm because I wanted to look good for the finals. I said, are you already getting ready for the champions interview? And he said he'll do his best. Well, it seems like everyone in the lobby has come to realize that playing aggressive, knowing the positions is what matters. But to counter that, what is Pero trying to do? Is it more aggression or are you going to play more defense? 이제 좀 더 공격적이고 그런 화력 있는 플레이를 하는 게 답이라는 걸 팀들이 좀 깨닫고 있는 것 같아요. 하지만 공격점이 좀 강한 페로는 그거를 더 강하게 카운터를 하는 건지 아니면 좀 수비 중심도 있는지 들어보고 싶어요.
그럼 좀 강하게 하는 스타일인 것 같아요. 네.
더 불의 불로 맞서는.
네?
불의 불로 맞서는.
네.
He said more aggression because it's like fighting fire with fire. All right, thank you, Chewy. 감사합니다. 안녕.
Everyone strive to reach the peak. Zowie is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zowie strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zowie stands with you.
Battle. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
Arctis Nova 7.
So far, so good for our PGS 1 champions. Petrichor Road has set themselves apart already in just 2 games, and there's 13 more to go. Will anybody able to stop China? Will it require the rise of EMEA in the final hour, or will the Americas in Team Liquid finally find their stripes? We've got ourselves Mark Power, we got Poro, we got Matrim to talk about everything that's going on. And Mark, so far so good for China, who has looked, honestly, a combination of sometimes terrifying, sometimes throughout these PGSs.
Just double key down, fight fire with fire, as they say, and it is aggression. If they can continue to do that, like, they're going to scare off a lot of the lobby. I like it. 17 also chomping at the bit as well as they work their way up that leaderboard. So it's good to see. It's a good start. But as I say, can they hold on over a best of 15?
It's a good question, and for some of the teams on the catch-up here, I mean, the thing is that we're so early on in the proceedings here, Matrim. One good game is going to be able to propel you up, right? Like, as much as Petrichor Road does have 38, and I'm being a little bit sensational about the idea of, like, oh my god, have they already won it all? No, probably not, because one good game... Yeah, exactly. I like doing those kinds of things. But Matrim, there is a world where anybody can still catch up here, and we've seen some good glimmers of hope. From 4am being able to win that out 2v4 down the line against Virtus Pro is just magical.
I mean, whenever we look about through the last 2 games, we have been kind of set up whenever we're just coming out of a 5-game survival, that 2 big games back to back, and we're like, oh my god, this is like everything. They're in the lead, you know. We got to slow back down, mentally reset, and the players are having to do the same thing. You have to go, okay, 2 games, what worked, what didn't, continue to evolve in, because this is the first time that, like, we've had a chance to really have a similar lobby across 3 days so far this year, and really kind of go, okay, how are we going to expect rotations to go? This is where a lot more of the analytical side is going to start rising up and getting you points.
Yeah, taking stock of what actually goes down in this best of 15 might be quite eye-opening for the year. Because things can happen in best of 5s, things can happen in best of 10s, but this really does kind of cut the wheat from the chaff here, Poro, and see how these teams are going to line up.
Yeah, I mean, I'd almost argue that if I was a coach right now going into this final best of 15, you know, we keep talking about how they have a little bit more time to kind of sort things out, but we've still got 12 more PGSs to go and a lot more 5-game days to play. I'd almost be saying, like, look, go into this thinking about this as a 5-game day, like where we end up after 5 games is where we're going to be, because I think that's the mindset that you need to have for the rest of the year when, you know, these 5-game days are going to be prevalent.
So in compared to a marathon, you're playing 3 relay races, is what you're saying?
Yeah, essentially, like we gotta get work in, get reps in, trying to get as many points as we can in 5 games, because we know at some point in this year, it's for the rest of the year, it's going to be looming large.
Yeah, definitely. Looming is the great word for it. And now game number 3 looms on the horizon. So me and Mark will depart. We'll leave you with Matrim and Porosaurus here to bring you all of the action from Tago.
We'll take it to somebody that was in track. You don't want to make the last guy in the relay have to do all the work. Getting some points, getting some distance early could be massive. Get yourself some breathing room, as while we do have a lot of PGSs to look at, there are a lot that you can look at moving forward.
Yeah. as we have, are we getting joined by Mark here? Hey, what's up, buddy? Okay. Well, the arena coming through. Yeah, we're back on to Tango. So, yeah, no, I think you know, I guess it's a controversial point, right? Like thinking that, you know, you want to go into these days thinking that it's just 5 games and you want to be, but I kind of stand by it, man. Like I like the 5 game day thing is so brutal and so like new that it just feels like the more repetition that you can get and kind of like just thinking in that way, in that vein, like we've got 5 games to do what we need to do. I think getting more experience with that would help them as the year goes on.
And I agree. I mean,
it's
there
not
are
going to hurt you,
definite
right? Like in a 15 game set.
If you think that you only have 5 games every single time and you have to make the most out of them, you should end up very well after 15, right? That's
exactly like it's not hurting anything.
Very often we have seen pro players go, oh, well, you know, bad day, GG, go next. That has led to, I guess, a more lackadaisical style for some of our teams to kind of approach points and go, oh, you know, day 1 sucked, but don't worry, day 2 and 3, we're going to pop off. You know, there are some notable squads that are good for that. Like Twisted sometimes can start a bit slow and then evolve up and get a whole bunch of points. Now imagine if you start getting Twisted that comes out the gate swinging on day 1, 2, and 3. That's scary.
Little try by jousting. Oh, nons. Okay. You did some damage, got some damage in return, but in the end, I think everybody is just content with letting that be. Well, I say that, but it's Crazy Raccoon, so who knows, right?
Don't come after their trash, dude. They will fight you for it. There's a bagel from like 4 days ago that's in there that looks super tempting, and they want it all.
Oh my god,
the circle has gone
right now,
very
though.
far.
Why'd you have to bring that up?
I know, that's why I said it, dude. It's the 6 a.m. casting, man. I'm like, I don't know if I need breakfast or lunch.
My stomach's starting to like growl now too. Well, we'll get to see some highlights there from the previous match. Yeah, Miramar. I almost wanted to say this too. It was kind of different starting off on Erangel and having an Erangel game that was as violent and wild as ours was today. It kind of felt like none of these teams really got that chance to slowly work their way in to the mindset, right?
Yeah.
Like we normally do on Miramar with so much open space and it kind of gives teams a little bit of time to really get their feet settled. Well, Erangel didn't give them that today, so they've kind of hit the ground running in this 5 game, and I'm interested to see if that who that helps and who that hurts.
I mean, Vitality's also been having a pretty decent day sitting in the middle of the pack right now, tied up with Twisted Minds. That's never a bad place to be. They managed to make it in the later stages of that last game. It's just the Hillsides didn't give them the cover that they really, really wanted. But also, a new friend's coming in means the fact that Quizzy could find himself in trouble, and it's going to be Petrichor Road causing problems again early, man. These guys don't care. They'll fight whatever.
They just don't care. No, yeah, Vitality, that is super unfortunate. Like it's you always hate you're getting into the zone, you've got prio onto the zone, the circle pops, C1 pops on you, you know, you've got time to loot up, you've got time to get to just the perfect spot that you want to play, and then you just unfortunately just happen to run into somebody on your way. It's a tale as old as time, and unfortunately Vitality, they're not done yet. They've now found 4 a.m. so we'll see if that yep, there you go. Spaceman gonna finish off Gedrox.
Good positioning inside the circle right now. This is going to be very eastern inlay, so 4 Angry Men going to be playing around this for the time being. Just to the west of them is going to be Twisted Minds. Petrichor Road, we saw just bully over Vitality a bit more. Navi is going to be wrapping in back behind that. Up to the northwest is going to be 17, going to be making their rotate, and then down to the southwest is going to be VP, who, I'll be honest, I had a bit more expectation. Sure, it's only 2 games, but they're kind of more comfort games coming off the start.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, they came into this tournament and we had a lot of expectations on them, obviously, for good reason. And it's definitely been a slow start. They kind of found their footing, finally made it to the grand final, and we're getting to see them. And yeah, I mean, it's been 2 games, but I think, again, we talked about it last game. Like, this is a team that has great coaching. They've got great comms, and they excel at making day-to-day adjustments. So the slow start notwithstanding, I think we'll see VP in the mix here when we get to day 3.
T1 just is not the T1 from last year. Far less aggressive, far less, I don't know, meta shifting. We saw them do a lot of crazy stuff, kind of being a bit more innovative as they could. Couple of nice presents back over here for T1 if they do manage to pick them up. Maybe that will encourage a bit more of that aggression coming out from the squad.
Yeah, and I mean the spot that they're playing in, right? You see that red line over there on the east side of the circle. Like, there's a lot of unplayable terrain. They're kind of right up against the wall, and we've seen T1 play from this exact spot before. So maybe they know something that we don't about where these circles are going to go. As you see, still kind of scouting all the way up north to the airport. They're not going to see anything. So they're getting a good read on just exactly what is around them. Here is, you see 17. They're flying through the center of the zone right now. Xiaowu, the eyes in the sky.
Yeah, just getting that scouting in. Red zone on top of them. Talking about T1, saw them a second ago. Team Liquid down to the south is going to be mirroring almost exactly what we saw coming in after them. External teams that we've still got at the time are going to be Supers, T5, JDG, and E-Arena, with Myth going to be pretty close to E-Arena. 17 Gaming, not a terrible start to say the least, just 1 point back behind Supers, most notably off of the Erangel. Did them a lot of work. Still about half the points of Petrichor Road, though, just due to the fact the second one not being the same.
So there you go, see E-Arena. And yeah, another one of these teams that is doing well today that we haven't really talked about a whole lot. Third on 5. I kind of had a lot of high expectations for T5 coming into this year. I feel like that roster, it's one of the few rosters that had no changes, right? They're still bringing back the same squad from 2025, and they looked great at times. Like, it started feeling like they were kind of putting things together, and you know, they used to be one of those teams where they would have oh my god, Boostic, good lord, Delwyn. He's put on a poster, and the smoke comes out, and they might not be able to get that point. So hopefully for anyone's legend, they can get Delwyn back on his feet. But yeah, Theron on 5, very feast or famine, but so far today looking pretty good.
I mean, whenever it works, that's the thing about T5 system, right? Is they try to find themselves points, positions where they can try to cut off a lot of people and rotate, and specifically screwed that motorcycle out of all of them. That one right there, I don't like where it was parked. Just get rid of it. Now Navi is going to be bumping into the rest of anyone's legend and just try to retreat away. Trying to just look like they were trying to secure that point onto Delwyn and not going to be able to lock it down the way they wanted from the low ground.
Yeah, that's a good read from Navi. I mean, obviously you want to try to get every point that you can. You want to try to flush out every knock, but you know, you don't want to overcommit. Especially when you're inside the zone right here, and as soon as you get the read that it's a full 4v4, just give it up. You know, go find a better spot in the zone. You know exactly where these guys are, so you can kind of play around that.
It's anyone's legend too, so you don't necessarily want to kick the hornet's nest at the start because
cares.
Navi doesn't, but anyone's legend can go for a safety play, or they can go, you know, the best way to survive is just to send Himos right into their face on a motorcycle and then hold them back for a minute. You're like, you never know what they're going to do, and Navi's style, I don't think likes that unpredictability. They would much rather have a stable start.
Yeah, I mean, same as any team, right? You'd like to be able to keep 4 up
not at squads like anyone's legend. They will sacrifice somebody to get you.
That's fair. Yeah, no, I think if the roles were reversed right there, I think anyone legend might sell out to go and secure that point if they had the option. But alas, that is not the way it is going to be. So they will get Delwyn back on his feet, and they will move into better position now. The good thing for both of those squads, nobody else really coming in from that western side. So you see JDG kind of all the way down there on the south, going around Oyang. Myth still driving around. I think they may know that Team Liquid was up there. I think there may have been a few shots traded between the two.
I think it's just trying to time out the circle, right? Everybody that's inside the vehicles right now, just waiting for those second or two for the next one to pop.
I'm telling you, T1, they must know something about how these circles tend to go, because they are once again in a really great spot here. And let's see if they can get any shots here on the 4am. 4am just going to regroup everybody back into Gangneung. They've got VP right behind them. A couple of E pickups been popped. We'll see if any of those get taken. It looks like one of them, at least 17s, will be left. And Vitality, I think they're only going to send, they're sending Levante up to do a little scouting.
Okay, the hillside just to the northwest, you can see where we got Crazy Raccoon at. That's going to be where a lot of our rotates are going to try to pass alongside. Yes, we do have a slight city that's going to be over here. It's going to be the contesting point that a lot of teams are going to be wrapping around. You can see it's going to be twisted down here, making a rotate very close to where Team Liquid's going to be at. The arena is going to have one side of this one, VP onto the other. The northeast of the circle is mostly rice paddies, so not a lot to work with over there. Regroup's going to be happening from Super as well as T5. That means that really Gangneung itself, as well as the hillside, going to be the strong points to play from. A lot of people realize that pops in early, but this is only phase number 2, so this could go still anywhere. And with the way that this is clustered, this is going to be a dramatic shift sooner or later.
Well, that's the really interesting part about this part of the map specifically is the hills and the terrain provides enough cover and enough rotation paths that teams can take that can avoid, like, I'm looking at the map feed right now, nobody's shooting a gun, and yet all of these teams are just stacked on top of each other, but they just don't have the angles right now. So this is going to be one of those ones where we're going to get to C3 or C4, and that is where there's just going to be a mass of violence going on as Sololzi is going to go down.
There's just different theaters of war, like you're talking about. The way it's set, you can kind of see what's going on, but most people are trying to use the hillsides. You can see where Petrichor Road E Arena, that's one of them. Crazy Raccoon, Anyone's Legend's going to be kind of the other. And then the commitment down into the city, it's pretty centered, and you'd have to say that it's going to stay in several times. Also, not the worst city to actually try to leave, because if you do go out from the west, you've got those two hillsides, yes, that are going to be hard and kind of make a valley where you're going to have multiple squads shooting at you, but Navi right up on top of Petrichor Road. High ground, low ground combination. Hackatory does get knocked, but good spin around coming out from Spiro.
Oh, there you go, Boostic. Okay. Chewy goes down, I-26 goes down. That's 2 big L's there for Petrichor Road. You see Ming Ming now trying to come and provide some support. He'll get a lot of shots into Spiro and before trying to send a grenade over. Look at that Molotov actually going to steal that one away. So Navi getting their pockets picked here.
At this point, I think that they just want to get their meds back up, get their boy back up and ready to go. Petrichor Road getting a read on how this is happening, doesn't like it, leaves their high ground and sends themselves off into the sunset. This is a long wrap, almost out of the circle. Are they going out of the circle to get away?
Yeah. Looks like it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, why not too? It's you know that if you go east, you don't know what to expect over the next hill. That's what got him in trouble in the first place, running into Navi. So maybe pull away and do a little casual scouting from that western side. And fortunately for them, there's nothing really over there. And look at that shift. They're going to get a little bit of luck going their way here after losing 2.
Compound that Petrichor is stopping at, not probably going to generate the same amount of points, but given the fact that it's right next to that ravine that you can walk through, there's a lot that you can really use to navigate going forward. Externally on this, Crazy Raccoon's going to have to make a wrap. T5 is going to have to rotate. Supers are going down to the south. That's going to put them very close to T1. Liquid? I mean, VP, Myth. This is going to be a very, very crazy rotate for Super, and it's not going to feel good.
Yeah, no, the southeast of this circle is about to get interesting. Virtus Pro, they popped the E pickup, didn't take it, but everybody knows they're there now, right? I mean, everybody would have probably assumed that they were there, as that's one of the few compounds that's inside the circle, but Myth still kind of spreading out just off to their west. You see 17. They spot out 3rd on 5 in the distance, take 1 away, and at least they get credit for that kill. That's the other problem with this part of the map, right, is that if you do manage to get a knock on one of these teams in rotation, the chances of it getting stolen away from you are way higher.
Gangneung and this angle is going to be really strong if the circle continues to stay this way. It's just off the center. Good vision on a lot of what's going to be happening over here. T1, E-Arena right on top of each other. This is the hillside firefight. It's going to be, I believe, Navi on the other side of this. Not going to be able to get too involved, playing lower side of the hill, but now starting to make their push up. Are going to opt into third partying, so big problems for E-Arenas. Now they find themselves 2-front firefight and needs to get some knocks. That nade does a great job on slowing down the pace and giving them time, and also getting a flush. Well thrown.
And look at that, T1 actually going to hop in the vehicles. I'm not sure if they're leaving altogether, and yeah, it looks like they are. They're going to head a little bit farther north. So E-Arena was in a very tough situation where they were getting pressure from behind by Navi, and Navi actually leaving their compound to start creeping up in that direction as well. They're very much pinched here, but that knock kind of opened up a little bit of a door for E-Arena to start focusing more towards Navi.
Yeah, and now Navi doesn't want much more out of it, so T1 still playing high side, but going to start getting harassed from more and more squads as, well, they have this area that they can kind of play for safety that this continues to contain in. There's a lot of people that are still trying to do edge control. Once they start looking back to the hillsides, it's going to be a problem for T1. They're reading it, they're moving down, and T5 is getting harassed by multiple squads at range. Most notably, T1, though, does find the angle in.
Oh yeah, 3rd on 5 in a really tough spot right here. I did want to point out just real quick, Navi, they lose one, they lose Hackatory. They had Ferrist camping a redeploy station here on the southwestern side. So Navi trying to do as much as they can here.
Someone just runs in with the nade. Maybe he had a read on it, but nah, it was probably a good 10 meters off. But I like the fact that they just, why not? You never know. Get lucky, fish with some dynamite, might have gotten the kill off of it. T5, this is their life, and it's not a good one.
No, it's not. Hard shift again. Going to pull back to the west. So Crazy Raccoon are laughing crazily and raccoonily as they get pretty much the whole circle to themselves on the west. They've got the duo from Petrichor Road on the south side that they have to worry about, and then anyone's Legend on the north. But other than that, they've got so much room to work around.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird because this is going to be the ravine, like the river itself, and kind of how it starts off. So there's a lot of interesting dips that you can play.
All these teams on the east are going to fight each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the force in the rotate because there's so much like no man's land that's going to be played in that. You have to go for a firefight over there. So Team Liquid already going for the northern wrap. Myth looks like they're making a commitment into the VP line. That's going to be a much more explosive firefight. VP down to 2. Myth, Baron up on top of it. Some nades being tossed between the two.
We got a brief look there at Hello My Bad. That is who Ferrist was camping at that redeploy station. So Navi kind of doing Vitality dirty there a little bit. Nixie trying to see if he can provide some support to his fallen teammates as Luca Rook's going to go for the res, get Beanie back on his feet. And Myth, they've got Baron down. Not going to do the same though. Nice grenade from Jacob. Gets Luca very low, but Luca quick with it. Will immediately pop up, spots out Jacob. Kiss now the last one alive, will run across the smoke. A good spray again from Luca, getting him down low, and Nixie will follow it up. Very nice recovery there from Virtus Pro.
Angry Men not getting too involved yet. Kongyung also going to have its own situation as JDG is trying to leave that. Shin finally takes some shots at the tail end of VP, who still has to get into the circle where they're going to be gate kept out by maybe E-Arena or T1, given the way that that's going to be set. Team Liquid sent it in just right along the riverside creek face. I don't even know. It's a very shallow river, if you're going to call it that. Team Liquid Crossfire, though, big problem is T5 is going to get some vision in on a lot of what's going to be happening here. They're going to go down. Then we're also going to get just PO being PO right in the face of Team Liquid.
Jeez, PO. The BRDM might have been the biggest buff to PO because he would be doing this in a motorcycle otherwise if it was 2 years ago. But yeah, I mean, he is a bulldog. He will just face plant right into whatever team, does not matter if they are full strength. He will go ahead and reposition. He is getting support from across that riverbed, as he said, from the rest of his squad. And fortunately for Team Liquid, that's going to be enough to get that res onto Alo. But that's a grenade from Sololzi is going to find two, and it gets taken away by the vehicle explosion. So good for anyone's legend. That almost got yoinked.
I mean, this is going to be kind of playing the low section of this. Yeah, there's dips, but remember there's mortars, there's throwables. There's still, like, it's very vertical over in the west where we can see Crazy Raccoon playing at. Everything over into the east is just going to be a spam firefight. You just got to go. You got to find some way to path through this. 17 right on top, 4 angry mid. Good, not bounce off of the nade. 17 playing this cleaner and cleaner on their approach. Still 4 players up, 3 kills. 17 wanting to climb, and a weakened Petrichor Road is vulnerable.
And this is what we were expecting, right? Whenever this hard shifted over to the west on that last circle, everybody coming through Kangwon was going to have to fight, and 4AM kind of get caught out on a weird spot. Virtus Pro, they lose another one to T1, so they're down to just Beamy and Luca Rux, and you can see the utility just being sent over in their direction from 4AM. Fortunately, not enough to take them down just yet, but they still have more work to do as 17 is looking down in that direction. Nice shots from Boostic, though. Gets the knock on the Ming Ming.
And just remember, whoever wins this then has to deal with E-Arena, T1, and Twisted, who are kind of gatekeeping the entirety of this. Now starting to spin back over, getting into their own independent firefights. VP on the climb. They were having a rough start to this one, at least finding 4 more points. Is going to find some successes for them to continue moving forward, but now T1 starting to become a new problem. Backstabbing onto this. They're trying to regroup. They have problems, so T1 is going to have to pull away from it for just 1 second as VP continues their march, just trying to get into the circle. Can they get ahead of 17, though, is the question.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they had Batulins on that south side of the compound. They're going to send Lou over. This is really, really ambitious on the part of Twisted. They have a beautiful compound, and they're pretty much the only one that's inside of zone. So if they can get Batu back on his feet and get him back into that compound along with Lou, they'd be in a good spot. Oh my God! No way he hits that! Are you kidding me, Patam Pong?
That is a beautiful shot.
I was like, there's no way. There's literally no way that hits. And they try to send Nurens over to secure the points, but he gets picked out as Patam Pong sitting there still high-fiving himself over that one. He's going to go down to Boosting. Again, this is Navi on the far western side of this circle. They have sight lines onto all of this. They got a knock on 17 just moments ago. Navi being very, very active right now.
I mean, the circle is just so open. Yeah, it's got this river in it, but it's not even that recessed. There's so much that you can try to work around, and you don't really have too many opportunities. It's going to be a lot of smoke being burned very early because we're only in phase number 5. Squads dropping like flies right now. BB looks back up, manages to finish out 17 gaming, so the path continues, but he's going to have his own set of problems as Twisted continues having nades just rained upon them.
And this is all because Batu got knocked. They had the compound. They had Batu got knocked. They sent Lou gets knocked. They sent Molodok gets knocked. And now Example's the last one left alive, and T1 knows it. They're gonna push right into him. And actually Heather is gonna get taken down by Nan. So Raining needs to find something, but he gets shot from behind by Suze. And this is all working out great for Example until he gets taken down by Type. But it is just brutal on the eastern side of this map right now. And JDG is the one that benefits the most.
Finally calms down. JDG has a path into the circle. Weakened Type going to be in front of them. Na'Vi, 2 players down right now, but it's starting to calm down a bit. Super just kind of limping in, 1 player up, and more damage just trying to be tossed on top of him, trying to find some cover to hide behind, but you can see Na'Vi wants to secure what they can. Nade bounce is going to end up on the other side of the tree. Not going to get the knock on it. Na'Vi just wants to finish this fast to try to get the reses, but here comes Crazy Raccoon. I believe it's going to be Yuyun that has managed to get some vision on it.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Navi to get these revives as Supers is just dug in like a tick. There you go, Boostic. We'll finish him off as Navi now up to 7 kills, 6 for Boostic, the new player for the boys in yellow, and he will get there just in the nick of time to stick the res. Guyon has been sent over here, but he's not looking in this direction. And it's also worth noting, Matt, Hello My Bad still alive for Vitality. They have made it all the way up to 5th on a salvage game.
I don't even know where he is right now. Is he still out in the blue somewhere?
Yeah, he's
I don't know where.
blue in the south. I don't think he's got a 20% chance of a top 4. Well, he might actually.
I don't know.
They're dead center. To get to top 4, yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, hey, take what you can get there. As Crazy Raccoon still leaves Guyon on the high ground. Keep an eye on what's going on in the circle. PO still playing very, very close to all of this. Now it's going to be Na'Vi. How do you get into the circle as Crazy Raccoon, Team Liquid, not going to be too content about it. As the closer you get to this ravine, it's just nothing to play over here. Specifically if you're like a full squad trying to navigate it like Na'Vi.
Oh, he managed to get at least down the hill, which might keep him out of the line of sight of JDG.
Well, it's just phase 6.
I know.
He's got time to work with it. Yeah,
he's all right. And look at all these crates he's finding. He's got multiple jammer packs that he's been able to pick up, and multiple first aids and more healing. Yep. Oh, stop down. Go for the heal there. And meanwhile, it looks like JDG. You hear the gunshots off in the distance. Na'Vi is getting pressured by Crazy Raccoon and JDG, so they might be in a little bit of trouble here.
JDG got the only compound, while Crazy Raccoon's got more control over the creek facing. Team Liquid's going to be, I guess, control of center dot. And then Na'Vi not even really in the circle yet, trying to find some way to make this not suck is the best way I can say it for them. Is Crazy Raccoons got them on one side and JDG's on the other, and there's not a lot of cover to be had. Let's listen in with Team Liquid.
He's going to try to play closer. He's trying to be able to nade you, looks like.
If he does anything, we can double mid him first. Just call it.
Yep. I'm going to try and shoot him out of the car first.
Navi again. I don't know where that is, though. I don't see it.
I think there's a solo in the game, boys.
Okay.
Who lost one?
JDG, but killed one earlier.
Okay. It could be...
Navi knocked again.
Well, they know the hell of my bad is around. They just don't know where.
I want to smoke to get Navi kills, I'm going to be honest.
Could be VP.
I'm going to smoke one somewhat high and try and flush Navi. Yeah, I want points. Hold yellow for me.
Yep, he smoked himself off. You take my nades if you want him.
Somebody.
You can see, I mean, Kurt, he wants points, and that is exactly what Liquid should be thinking. Once again, they managed to make it to the top 4, but oh, hell, my bad, does get spotted out in the end. So the Vitality does not make it to the top 4. But yeah, I mean, this is, again, Team Liquid making it to the late game, but only 1 kill so far. And yeah, they desperately do need some points.
Just look at what Navi's working with over here. Just trying to make the slight ridge enough cover to at least get to a rock. That's their dream of survival. And I don't even think, no, that rock isn't even in the safe zone. They still have to go after that. But there are crates that are descending down that could provide something for them to play from, at least in the lower sections of the creek. Liquid doesn't have good vision because they're a bit more flat and lower side on this one. It's just going to be JDG, who's been playing this compound for quite a while, that's going to do the harassing shots onto Navi, but they're going to have to leave. Yeah. And I was going to say, if Navi could just survive long enough, maybe there's a world, but JDG is going to be content now. Pathing options going to be a bit better.
There was just not really much they could do at that point. They had no utility left in the bag, no smokes to play with, so Navi just had to make the run. And unfortunately for them, JDG and Crazy Raccoon can hit their shots. So look at this push from Cold 119 making his way through Glass. Yeah. Needs to be looking at Pathum Pong for Panzerfaust lessons there. But the
this is the play.
On point though.
Try to go for the win, right? Is getting way close. Crazy Raccoon were playing this one. Team Liquid wanted to try to also go aggressive, hoping that JDG would be a distraction, but no. Of course, the focus in comes out from Crazy Raccoon. They're just going to try to keep a full contain onto Kurt now as he is the last one up. The other players now up into the north, just keeping an eye on the 2 remaining players for JDG, and it's going to be really, I mean, Crazy Raccoon's got control of the circle. They've got a ton of kills. JDG backs up against the wall, and Kurt back up against the wall. What are you going to do?
I mean, you say Crazy Raccoon is on Team Liquid. It's just Pio. Pio just solo once again, pushing in, and now it's just a question of who outlives who, Suze or Kurt, as Suze's got 3 Crazy Raccoons staring down the barrel at him. They'll shoot the car, he'll go down, and Team Liquid will at least secure 2nd place here. We'll see if Kurt can get anything else out of it.
Oh, yeah, no, that crossfire is not too good. That's going to be its own problem. He's going to go down, and Crazy Raccoon, 14 kills. My lord, man, these guys, they got a little bit of circle love in the middle game and then suddenly exploited it and made a massive, massive play.
Those hard shifts, that it was, I think it was C3 or C4, the hard shift to the west. I mean, I think we said it then, it almost guaranteed them at least a top 4, and they managed to secure the victory, and with a boatload of kills to boot there. Caleris and Mark join us once again. Guys, what a performance. Korea, they back?
Yeah, someone call pest control. We've got an infestation. We need to get rid of it somehow, some way. The Crazy Raccoons being able to cross the river, get themselves a north position, and win this game. Big stuff, Mark.
Yeah, it was about that control. They've doubled their points in one game. They came into this on 11. They check out with 13 kills plus a chicken, 23. They've doubled up, and it's a good game for them. But it all come down to position, and that dial of aggression was working really well for them. I love the move from PO. He really drew the attention of Team Liquid. Liquid had to try and commit to get rid of him, but they were waiting, and Glass put him down.
Yeah, every single cylinder really firing here for Crazy Raccoon as well, because it wasn't really an individual performance coming in from this team match. It felt like every single player here was doing their bit, doing the business. Some amazing shots and amazing sprays coming in those final moments from Crazy Raccoon.
Are we allowed to do the Begapa, you're in the bin, you're in the bin, you're in the bin? Crazy Raccoons love being in the bin? Like, with that meme alone, can we just talk about the fact that Begapa and now being Crazy Raccoons that love bins? It's all lined up. It's all. Yeah. It's the story.
It's destiny.
It's destiny. Yeah, no, that's amazing stuff. But I think that looking at how this all played out as well, one of the most important moves for me, Poro, really was them being able to win out against anyone's legend on that north side.
The nastiest Panzerfaust shot I think I've ever seen in my life, by the way.
Yeah. This was very nice.
Just blind in the smoke. You'll love to see it. But man, I gotta say, like, you're the Europe guys. What's Twisted doing? They had 3 in the compound. Batu gets knocked, and they just send one after another to get knocked and knocked and knocked. And then JDG managed to keep 3 alive from that same compound to get to late game. Like, was it just over aggression or just ambitiousness on the part of Twisted there? Do they need Batu alive that bad?
I don't have much of an answer for this game on this one, to be honest, Poro.
It was just very untwisted-like, it felt like.
Yeah. Anything from you, Mark, looking back at that? Or
I just literally looking back at the map feed. For me, it might have been a miscommunication. I feel like they felt like it was safe in that bowl, and where they were sitting was okay. And it was like, unreservable. And once you go down that slippery slope, you just lose bodies. So I don't think it was so much about Batuling staying alive. I think it was more of that I'm safe in the bowl, come get me. But it didn't work out, and it wasn't great for them.
Safe friends that wasn't safe. Always ruin squads.
Yeah. I will say, I understand the idea of leaving Example back in the compound because it's kind of got such huge value for a circle like that later on down the line potentially. But yes, nothing really works out for them. But anyway, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards here as our CIS teams in Twisted Minds and also Team Vitality have slipped down just a little bit, now find themselves in that 9th and 10th spot. But for these teams towards the top, rocketing on up, right? The Crazy Raccoons turning that trash can into a rocket ship, Matrim,
Did you mean
as they find themselves 14.
Did you mean to talk about rockets and raccoons at the same time and the association going on with them? Yeah, Rocket Raccoon coming up big there is Petrichor Road. They had this massive lead, and now Crazy Raccoon's big come up. What was there, 5-point difference? This has been an absolutely crazy game, but also Boostic, man. Boostic is just so freaking good. We get a chance to talk about Hackatori all the time, but Boostic is just, dude is just popping off.
Look, Matrim, I know you're a Marvel fan. That one was just for you. It's okay. Don't worry about it. But yes, Pio, oh my days, doing a lot of work. I wonder if Boostic wrestles away the man of the match despite Crazy Raccoon being able to do so much in this game. Gyuyon is drowning in that hoodie. What am I watching? But Boostic will be the man of the match, Mark. Hooray!
Hey, hold on. I just want to talk back to Pio, and one thing that's not reflected is from the kills was his position. Like, he was causing problems, not just for Na'Vi. Yes, Boostic does get man of the match, but also back to that Team Liquid hold. And that came down to critical. I think one of the driving seats as to why they won was they were happy to play pretty tight together, but also they're happy to put Pio out on a limb. And you could hear from Alo's communication, there's someone there, don't quite know where Na'Vi is, but their attention was so fixated over on the west.
All right, well, we can actually hear from a team that was able to get themselves into the late game. Once again, it has been a ginormous glow up for Team Liquid. Let's hear from them.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Liquid's Purdy Curdy. Good to see you once again. We had a bit of a laugh at our last interview, and you said we better keep it up, and it looks like today's going so far. So what do you have to say to that?
Definitely can be better. That's where I'm at. Could be better.
Always striving for more. So far, do you think that something is getting in your way, or do you think with more luck and the way you play your style, it will work out better for the remaining matches for the chicken to come through?
I think we're playing a good style right now, for sure. I think we just need to work on keeping some numbers up into the late game, and we'll be all right.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. We kept it PG this time. Nice. Sure. All right. See you. Bye, Purdy.
No double wave.
I mean, call a spade a spade. Yeah, the other one wasn't PG. That's for sure.
I have expected him to just be like, F yeah, we got that.
Oh, that would have been great.
Just walks off, drops it. I'm like, all right, well, yeah, never mind. But yeah, okay. Unfiltered, to say the least, has been Purdy Curdy in the past. So here on the Battleground, no surprises there either. But hey, Poro, they're doing all right so far. They're getting into these late games. I maybe wanted a little bit more from that Miramar, but getting into the late games is the first step here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but at the same time, I can kind of say, like, he smiles right now, but you can kind of sense the frustration just because you know that they know what it's like from not too far ago. Like, how rough it is to get points in these lobbies. So in these opportunities where they're getting these games to get to the late game and to get these, and they're not getting the kills to go along with it, every single time that feels like a missed opportunity. But when you're at least they're getting there, right? Like that's half the step. But things can turn around so quickly in this game, and the circle luck that you're getting can all of a sudden just leave you all together. So I think Kurt's probably feeling a little bit frustrated that they weren't able to get more out of the luck that they've gotten so far.
Yeah, just waiting for, I guess, one of those moments to spark, and then suddenly you're in a great spot where you're 4 alive in the late game match room. You can get yourself the 8 kills, maybe even the chicken dinner off the back of it. And we saw some of that yesterday, right? Like that was able to convert for them. So they're just waiting for those moments, it feels like.
Well, for me, those are the moments you're supposed to win, right? Is whenever you get the circle, you have 4 up. That's where you're supposed to have your big moments. I feel like what's been deciding a lot of our tournaments, specifically so at the start of this year, have been finding ways to get those other points. You know, like finding a way to like sneak your way in and chain med with Hello My Bad just to get a couple extra points here or there. 1 or 2 can really push you one way or the other. And Team Liquid even starting to find more in salvage as well, I think is a very good thing, is they managed to make in a little bit late with a little bit of trouble and then still managed to stay alive for long enough to get some more points out of it. Would they want more? Yes. But being able to get those few is what's really great.
Oh, hugs and everything from good old Hwang F over with Alo here as Team Liquid been a bit of a focus, and it's good to see them, of course, as we take a look at them across the board here. It's been good to see them be able to just get to a final, because I think a lot of people have got high hopes, and there's some fan favorites here that need to be able to push on.
Yeah, 100%. And you're right. It's good to see them on the third one. They're here. They have the opportunity to get not just a more prize pool, but obviously you get the additional points when it comes on the PC. Ooh. So I'm happy to see what they can do. I also love this team as well, because they are always smiles, like peace signs or love hearts for Team Vitality, showing us why Levantes are kind of like core. We spoke about it the other day, how one person can really sort of pick up a team.
No, absolutely. I love whenever they're at home. Obviously, Levante streams a lot. I love dipping into Levante's stream, Horo, and just not having a clue what is being said, what's going on. But I'm having a great time watching because he's doing some weird stuff.
Oh yeah, no, I do the same thing with sparking streams. To be honest, I kind of wish I was just a polyglot and I could speak all these languages so I know what's going on. But you know what? It's all fun regardless.
Yes, it is. Matchroom, any final thoughts before we jump into our game here?
I know, just got to kick everything off. And if you never know what they're saying whenever you're popping in these foreign streams for the players, just assume it's cussing. Always say
True. The only words we ever learn in other languages, apparently. But anyway, let's get it going. Game number 4. Jeez, today is breezing on by as we move on, and it's ready to rondo. It's going to be me and Mark bringing you the games. Thank you, Matt and Poro. We'll get you in after the game as we have our, of course, anniversary going on at the moment. The festivities never end here for PUBG, and we have got ourselves another opportunity to see if anybody can topple China, currently at the top here, Mark.
Yeah, they are walking away with it at the moment. Flight path for this one is a northeast down to a southwest. It does favour a little more towards that southeast corner of the map, but again, test tracks, the Knox factory, they're in the middle. Again, teams should be situating themselves up there. Today. Do we see, with the Falcons, I hate to bring it up, the Falcons not making the finals, do we see other teams try and take those positions, and more importantly, try and take the glider that Falcon was so desperate for yesterday?
I'm curious how many teams are going to head towards Test Track and Neox Factory, because right now 17's moving the same way as Twisted Minds, and they've come out a little later. I'm a bit concerned.
Well, you have to be concerned. You need to get that promo code written down and get it into game, honestly. And thank you very much, PUBG and PUBG Esports.
Thank you very much indeed. It looks like 17's turned off a little bit here, which means that there will not be too much contesting towards Test Track. I think that they know that Twisted Minds isn't exactly the one you really want to be hot dropping up against, even though 17 is also not the one you want to be hot dropping up against. An amicable split here for these two teams means that they know that both of them are effectively title contenders, right? Why would you kind of throw away what is a rondo rotating from a central spot, even if you're just dropping on the scrap loot alongside Test Track?
It does. And scrap loot, they're going to have to loot fast because it does move down towards that south side as we get to see the chickens in the 9th anniversary. So thanks, observers.
Thank you very much indeed. Sawn off for Delwyn. No fighting just going on just yet, but he is in the midst of things with Vitality, who's dropped alongside them. Now, here's the problem. This is both a solo for both teams. Vitality has dropped elsewhere. They were looking for maybe cars or a position where they can actually use this as an anchor point to try and get a little bit further into the circle down the line. Anyone's Legend does not have reinforcements coming. Vitality doesn't have reinforcements coming. So it will be Gedrox here versus Delwyn if the fight goes down with no help.
Yeah, he will be caught out. And we've seen this from Vitality getting caught on their own. So Gedrox still looting at the moment. He's able to find himself a helmet. I think he's second guessing that he might actually have a neighbour already based upon his position and how he's moving. So maybe the call for reinforcements will be coming in. Zerber's looking around and yep, it's not too close, a little bit further away.
As we take a look back at this previous game as well and check in with Twisted Minds, who had a bit of a rougher time of it in the previous game, all things considered, from that compound. Leave an example where they are. But this is Rondo. This is Test Track. This is Twisted Minds country. They are great on this battleground. Let's see if they can do a little bit more extra with the South Circle, which is a little bit of a lean away from Test Track, but it's such a good place to rotate from. It's why we see Navi and Neox Factory as well have also a great record in this battleground.
When this map came out, these two were kind of fighting every single drop just to kind of agree, and about halfway through it was like, hold on guys, there's two positions that we can both take, and they was like, right, we'll take the factory, you take Test Track, and we'll rotate out. This kind of new era of this location, we're seeing teams like 17 Gaming sit on the outside, they lurk their way in, and especially if we see zones like this, it becomes a race. Get looted, get moving, but we're seeing more and more teams closing that avenue out of Test Track.
Yeah, there's definitely potential opportunities to deal with some stuff like that. You see, like, for example, when 17 goes for the trash drop, they're like, okay, we'll just drop on the periphery, take some of the vehicles, and then, you know, scoot away. And that can actually hurt or kind of cause complications for some of those teams that are taking that extremely central spot down the line. But, of course, Crazy Raccoon finishes off with a win. They've got a good spot for this circle to play things out on and getting moving as well on the northwest side of a circle like this. Chicken again.
Yeah, gonna keep fighting with that. There's a few of them about. There's a few. Let's see if it blocks out some of the shots. At the moment, it's not blocking out Halo. He's a little bit towards that north side. He's scouting back towards that north as the rest of Team Liquid working from that northwest position. Not as much traffic coming in from that west side, Petrichor Road. They've got options whether they want to go north or come across on that south to southwest. We've got to factor in there's some water in that southwest and how far the zone will go. I do feel like it's going to play back down towards this centralized spot.
Yeah, you were talking about Falcons not being in a lobby like this, right? Oftentimes a lot of their stretch loot goes from Rinjiang and other places, and then sometimes they have to make rotations. So a little bit of a kick in the teeth that you don't get a circle like this on Rondo if you've got those kinds of drop spots going on. But for Virtus Pro, who has not done much yet, only 9 points, they have Hyungshan, which is technically a big dead center spot for something like this. Of course, all of these teams are still thinking about the unplayable, how that's going to factor in, the big pillars that exist, as you say, the water as well. So we get a lot of predictable circles in these kinds of areas of Rondo, and we'll see if that comes to fruition.
I have to wait and see. The rest of these teams are going to work their way in. Crazy Raccoons, obviously, with the win in the match number 3, has put them now on second place on that leaderboard, and really good play from them. And it's a big jump as well, which is what you want to see. They doubled their points and some in one game. It is still early. We still have 3 days. We're a best of 15, but this is the penultimate game here for day number 1.
Petrichor Road leads the charge with what would be effectively the veteran leadership of Ming Ming. JDG takes a few shots as well, so China not going completely unscathed as they make all their moves known and relevant here. But anyone's Legend. What happened as well with that 1v1 that was potentially going to go down with Gedrox and Delwyn was nothing. So both teams were like, you know what, probably not worth it, even though we could maybe hear some footsteps.
I would just sit on the side, Boostic and Spyro, but what was your initial thoughts of when we saw Na'Vi obviously make the change, make a 50% change to their lobby?
Sheer excitement, also coupled with some apprehension. The reason I say apprehension is because I think Extends and the who else was it?
Associated, yeah.
Sorry, Delwyn. Well, I guess you do get high early in this game. I think that during PGC, I think they both had moments where I was like, damn, you know, they're it's not just the entire Hakatori show, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
As much as Hakatori really was the star still. But there's some opportunities you just can't pass up, right? Like there's everyone knows that Boostic is like a prodigy, so you've got to have him on board. Everyone knows Spiro's name is synonymous with the ex Virtus Pro Northern Lights roster, which did become Twisted Minds, right? Can you really pass up those two names to so certain extents who just don't have the accolades or the sheer potential or sheer buzz around them? So that was where I was at.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm excited to see this roster. I'm super excited to see them get a win. And I think with the expectations coming in, we'd expect the Western teams to pick up wins later on in the year. We talk about, obviously, the amount of PGSs that we've got thanks to PUBG Esports, because we love esports every weekend. It does bring excitement. And with teams from our side having to make the adapts to the changes, yes, it was so early on in this year for them to be able to prove that this roster is a force to be reckoned with.
Yep. Very early. And if that... obviously, you heard the interview from them at the end of PGS 2, and they were like, yeah, but we want to win PGC. Which is fair. That's a very CIS mentality to have, a la a Twisted Mind.
Yeah.
And, of course, it was brought up at the end, I think it was by Toffees, that it would be some... divine chaos that would be injected into the world if Spiro wins a PGC before the rest of the Twisted Minds roster after not being there for so long. That would be tough, but very, very interesting.
Bit sweet for someone else though. Is the penultimate part of the year though, right? So we have to wait and see. I'd love to see Navi to get another PGS under their belt. Hopefully it's not just one and done for them. They are sitting in a good spot. They are 5th in the leaderboard at the moment as these teams still continue to rotate in. Alo has been here for a while, to the point I think he's getting bored and just puffing his feathers out as he shoots a couple of 7.62 across the battleground.
Yeah, very chilled start off this game again, as we're talking about, once again, bigger picture things, similar to how we were with the Miramar, right? With nobody really fighting, nobody really scrapping, just anyone's legend losing one. I didn't see whether JDG picked up that chip, so I'm wondering whether anyone's legend could eventually get someone on board back again, as they're currently circling around the very bottom of the map. And Petrichor Road going for a preemptive emergency pickup. I think it's a little early timed to be able to react on how this actually works out with the circle closing. So we'll see where they want to go with this. I wouldn't have minded this a little later. And they are dropping off now.
Yeah, I think that's the call to go back for the car. I think you're right. I think that was just a bit too early. You kind of want to be going airborne or airborne as the zone about to hit. It's not too far though. 5 seconds left before we see phase number 2. I think the call for Petrichor Road was to try and get those vehicles. The south shift is going to be dangerous, and the south shift they get. So back to their compound. Huge amounts of water. Don't forget, on that west side, we have some high ground where Team Liquid is, but here comes the mass migration.
Opons and Curexi were trading a few shots back and forth because both of them were looking at that compound, and it looks like Opons gets there. Curexi turns off a little bit in time, and the rest of the arena, I'm surprised they're not kind of making a dash for it. Looks like they might be now, but meanwhile, Twisted Minds here, dashing past Hongshan as well. They do have 4 AM in their periphery on that left side, so they'll be careful, and T1 is also leapfrogging them forward here, so big moves happening right now.
It's big moves, and everyone's trying to take another position here, as sometimes you take a little bit too much off. T1, they turn around, but they find 4 AM right behind them, so it becomes a bit of a joust as these cars drive open the open terrain of Rondo to try and find safety in numbers like gazelles out in the wilderness.
Yep, gotta find themselves a spot. Let's see what can do. Okay, so E-Arena actually committed to where I didn't think... Oh, okay. I thought they were going to go a little bit further than it, but it doesn't matter. As 4 AM is going to just dash past as well. Where are they going to be going is the question. PO taking a few shots, crashing into Rock as well, and maybe actually that was intentional there for a second to try and just get himself a little bit of cover against the angles that DN Supers has currently.
Sees
him. Not at all.
You saw him move as well, but he's got to get careful. He's got to juggle. How far can he peek?
Don't know about this.
That's dangerous for him. Has to back off slightly. It might be a little bit of a head-to-head here. Team DN versus Crazy Raccoons, and PO down to 3 HP.
Yeah, for PO, you can't teach class, and he's got it in spades from the very beginning of him playing this game. Being able to trade out against Rex there. Not bad at all. They have taken a casualty in Onyx. They were trying to get Glaz back up. But the problem for them is that DN Supers is surrounding this position. So it gets a little bit dicey whether or not Crazy Raccoon can not only get out of this, but survive at all.
Let's see, now down to their final player now. So they've got to try and get their res. They know that he's got the high ground. Bill obviously looking to try and wait for that dash across. The smoke is going to be key. And don't forget, they got the information in the distance as well. Give him a note, he's going to be making the call. They're going to be calling him to what side of that rock he's on. As that smoke does come out, got to be careful.
Yup, it does. Yup. Team Liquid, here's the commotion. Are we going for a little peek over, boys? Are we getting a little bit proactive about this? Okay, Team Liquid's feeling some stuff.
I think it's part of, though, they've been doing well with the placements. The kills just haven't really followed, so
true.
Why not? They're on the outside edge here. They've been reading the kill feed. They've been able to track it. They know both these teams will be down. About the confirmations. Halo still with the level 1 helmet. Looking for the peek over now. Sees the first player. Sees the opportunity now, but here's the footsteps though. Has to back away. Finds safety though. Goes for the cook of the grenade, but the peek comes over the top, and Halo finds safety with 4 HP.
I feel bad for Halo because where was the alternate
Cowboy?
peek? Where was the reinforcement from Cowboy there as he was coming up? That could have been an easy knock there. Maybe an easy flush, but Halo backs off. Looks like Team Liquid is missing their window here to be able to punish this properly, but they will still sit around here for the moment. Purdy's going for that big off angle. Looks like Petrico Road's out, so as much as they found themselves an early lead, this is a great opportunity for teams to catch up.
It is. They got their position crashed. I think that's because that zone shifted back towards that southeast corner, giving up the unplayable terrain. For Team Liquid, I think that might be part and parcel of that call that we saw, that push. I'm with you. That was an easy knock for them. They could have denied opportunities here for DM, but they've got to look forward now for the zone. That zone shift, though, Na'Vi sitting in a great spot. T1 going to rotate in on that sort of east side as well. But E-Arena, we saw from yesterday, when they find centralized compound, they're normally pretty happy.
Yeah. That is where their bread is buttered in a lot of previous tournaments, like at PGC, for example, when they were finally qualified on through to that final. A lot of their games came from center hold and win from it, like on the roads near the east coast of Miramar. But we do have 17 Gaming who's found themselves a BRDM on this west side. I will say as well on the east, T1 has actually carved themselves out some room. Yeah. They are being shot at from a high ground position from Na'Vi though, so as long as they can survive that, maybe this is T1's game to be able to convert some better points compared to the previous 11 only in those 3 games.
Yeah, they're going to ride the tide there, haven't they? Na'Vi has the high ground. They're going to provide some punishment, but they can't over-peak just yet. 17-0. Looking to try and peek their way into the compound. The car gets sent in. The BRDM is soon to follow, and it is a bit of a bully play here, using the tactics with the BRDM.
Yeah. The letterbox of the window at the top. Not posted. Sorry, Xiaowu. That's a failure in delivery. As another nade goes forwards, though, will it be a failure? Just the 9 damage going there away. But there is also the BRD pushing over there as well. So this is all going a little bit weird as a whole here for anyone's Legend, who hasn't really taken major damage just yet, other than the fact that they lost Delwyn earlier. Now Destroy is down as well, though. And this is looking now dicey for anyone's Legend. It's only the superstar Himas himself to try and survive or try and hold on any major push that comes, but it will be difficult.
There's no team obviously going to come and sweep this on a third party. Myth, though, positioned himself a little bit more to the east of here, so I think they'll be waiting for whoever's the victories, and DN Snoopers will go down. They went running to the recall centre, but Crazy Raccoons also was in pursuit.
Not too much of a surprise. The Crazy Raccoon annihilates DN Super. That is very surprising in the end, considering I thought DN Super had the better angles in that overall engagement. But yeah, they barely survived a Crazy Raccoon. 39 points though. What I mean, that already is a victory for them on the day, I feel. For a couple of guys, they're having a great old time on a great new org. And Himas now, not having a good time, Mark. Not having a good time at all. In fact, he's having a bad time.
He is having a bad time, but he is a player which we know can dig himself out of bad times. He is backed up. Just going to take the opportunity, though, just to pop that first aid. He saw that door open up. Is there a world that he can sneak out, take the BRDM? That'd be full meme, full cinema moments, but they're not giving it up here at the moment. 70 Gaming, they are waiting on the outside.
Himas is thinking return to sender on a lot of these nades. I'll pick it up at the post office after 4 p.m. He's flashed. They're trying to dislodge. Here comes the push on him. Oh, well, okay. See you later, bro. He's having a bad time, Mark. A very bad time.
Not having the best time. Anyone Legends will fall. 15th place at the moment for them. T1, they carved out their position and they will now try and hold. Team Vitality will apply pressure as Na'Vi on the southeast corner will also move to a new location that also will provide an element of pressure on towards T1. Rest of the teams, though, already found in positions and taking some of the hard cover away, it will draw attention to the outside edge. The likes of T5, the likes of 17, Myth went for that 2-2 split, but they now don't have any zone.
It's a weird one and a tough one, this circle, because of course Hongshan is still technically in, and the road that goes all the way from Hongshan south actually has some spots where you can play later once people don't have lines of sights on them if the circle bears down on it. But what's problematic is the fact that it's so straight, it's difficult to actually have cover on teams that also want to try and pitch up on it later on down the line. So,
yeah.
Because it's so open all the way down after. Just covers the west and east sides. But we'll see if that comes to play as Levante here is looking to have a little bit of a good old time with Virtus Pro in the distance. But just a few trades here and there. Not much commitment.
No, and I think that comes back into your topic of the train. It's not going to play favours for these teams on the outside edge later. They're going to burn through a lot of utility, trying to stay alive. Obviously, you see 17 Gaming here, trying to make sure they keep that BRDM active so they can transition arguably aggressively through this final Startup drain. 4 AM, they are above them, but they found safety just at the moment.
Damage dominated by China at the top. 2 Petricorp, 217 PO. Kind of clawing at their heels, and so is Boostic as well, who took man of the match in the prior game. Jacob and also Myth also doing quite a bit of damage to one another as Shen go for a bit of a trade against them. So this fight is still going to continue here down on this southwest side. As it's a pretty decent entry point for whoever actually wins this fight.
Yeah.
And Shed is now gone, so for 4 AM it's scramble time or Winden.
That's a good use of utility. Will go through. Confirmation will come through from Boostic though, and the rest of Na'Vi looking to try and come this way. We know Hakatori can deliver a parcel with a grenade to the right location. Has to be cautious though, as that BRDM is circling like a shark.
Crazy Raccoon got 2 up. They rezzed 2 members as well, so they're on their way down, but I don't know how long they'll survive for, if they'll have any good capabilities in terms of guns or anything like that at all. We'll see. We'll see. As Hakatori picks himself up. The Pico, the ominous spectre of Rondo, the terrifying Pico. Love a Pico.
Deadly. Silent and deadly. Na'Vi losing 1, but they gain position. The zone shift down towards the south, but the migration from the north is gonna butt heads now, with Twisted Minds looking to go. Team Liquid keeping cool, calm, and collective, and the Crazy Raccoons are airborne. I think that's the only option they've got at the moment because there's no hard cover. Maybe they can isolate one person and try and pick up a little bit of loot.
We're on board with Vitality at the moment again. It's sounding very frantic at the moment here from them, as they know that the teams are trying to leapfrog forward ahead of them, so they're trying to go for some mass sprays against it, seeing what they can get actually done. A very important potential here for them. They're on the edge, technically have a little bit of cover to work with as well, but once this circle shifts again, they're going to be stuck on the edge for a little bit, unless they can deal with the teams that have been able to jump ahead.
But the key thing for me, look at the marks on that mini-map. They've got a position where they are now. They know where they want to go next from Jedrox's drive and C, and he's got to keep these teams at bay, but Team Liquid, they've got to keep T1 at bay, and it's not going to be the case. They lose zone, and they lose the opportunity. 12th place for Team Liquid.
And the crazy thing about that was a T1 in a 2-2 split. So actually, they didn't even have the other 2 members with them at some of that moment as well. So T1 with a great hold. I was saying before about how they could potentially capitalize on the fact that they had a decent eastern spot, and it has worked out so far. But the problem that's going to exist is the fact that they still now have Vitality moving in kind of north of them, and Virtus Pro, who eventually might want to try and dislodge them with some nades. Virtus Pro might be in range here to be able to make something happen, especially if they drop some smokes, but the rest of T1's reinforcing now, so they're going to be on stalwart duty to try and hold this down.
Yeah, nice split as well from VPH Core. On the other side though, 4 AM, still trying to hold on here. Myth working their way through. T5 being aggressive because we know if they take the higher ground, that's what they drive to do. Grenade comes over to the top though, but it's not going to be the case. Space Mountain will fall. It's cleaned out, and actually a quick knock and flash comes in from 17.
A very important clean as well, because the thing is that they're still kind of playing this edge side. They know that Third on 5 is eventually trying to say, hey, what's going on over here? Can we join in? Can we have a good time over here? I don't know whether they can, though, because, again, they might actually be open from some of those south side angles, depending on the tree coverage that actually does go down there, as Little Ghost finishes off that because of the explosion. And Myth is gone, so there wasn't a good angle in there for them.
As a party, it just didn't last very long. T5 arrive. Navi taken to the barriers. They can see a little bit now. And Twisted Mind's also a team that was sent forward north to south, and they lose bodies. Example, going to try and med his way out this one, but phase 5 will be phase 6, and he's only got 4 more first aids. He's got a huge marathon to run.
Yeah, having moved in on that south side of Hongshan, I get it. Like, just in case, you know, it's a decent checkpoint for them considering the angle that they were coming in on. But like, once you try to go south from here, yeah, it's a death sentence, isn't it? Where are you supposed to go against these teams that are already situated?
This is a 1-point game at the moment for Twisted Minds, as they will tick the clock down. VP now needs to get moving. Vitality don't get that blue line they wanted to, but they do work their way around. Arena does get the knock, but there's no need for them to push out the compound. So as long as they get the cars positioned, Vitality should be back towards A4.
An interesting one, right? Gedrox actually made the move initially and said, okay, yeah, I think we can play this. So you can see, though, if you're watching the map as well, that E-Arena was taking shots against them. But this might be a huge move for Vitality to try and get some decent points on the board. Where is he shooting? I didn't actually see the range on it. He's going for T1, okay. They are a little bit fanned out. It's a little bit too long for the moment. Any adjustments? No, it's even longer. So it looks like this isn't going to work out. But this was the opening salvo, because they're going to send in a second wave for those nades, as Kurexi and Lucarux are looking for the off angles to punish this.
BB's down though, so it's like they've got to continue applying pressure here. T1 looking to sort of spread out, and they are dancing the dance. They can see the barrage from Mortarfire coming in. It's getting closer and closer and closer, but nothing hitting home just yet.
Yeah, decent spread out, as well as some smokes going down to make sure that they can kind of fan out and not be as open to some of the angles that other teams might want to take on them, right? So Rossi Jr., though, from a distance, still also trying to do some damage here to Virtus Pro, as they were looking for the off angles against T1. So again, the knock-on effect, the potential third parties, and for Virtus Pro, they feel desperate to try and take that position away. Now, T5 is almost desperate to take the Virtus Pro position. Nixie with 2, so takes out Excrete, and now Ranger X is coming in for the reinforce here to try and deny this, but it's backfills on backfills.
Yeah, VP trying to apply pressure. Nixie was the anchor for them. He'd get caught on the rotation back, collapsing his way in. He does hold the line really, really well until Ranger X appears. Beamy puts himself in a position to try and help out, but he's not going to be able to get Nixie back up. Not just yet, anyway. And, well, for Crexy, his time is ticking, and Beamy knows that. He hears the click, and he charges forward, doesn't get the connection, and throw away a grenade. The last attempt.
Yeah, not bad in terms of the hold, but you've taken such casualties. This really speaks to how strong the position of E-Arena's compound is, because if I'm T5, they'd much rather swing around the north side with Virtus Pro now out than actually crash on the E-Arena position, as we do have an attempt to move forwards here. Theron 5 is out as well. Just mutual destruction all around.
There it is. And it's just a glimmer of hope, though, from VP, and he just gets swatted straight away. So, unlucky for them. I think mechanically what they're doing, they're working their way through the lobby, but the third party from T5 at the time, it was just unfactored, and a good play from them, but ensured destruction, you say, because their push forward is in Lion-Nation as well.
And what hope do T5 have to take this spot from T1? They're literally number 1 compared to 5. Like, it was never going to work out as they were trying to come around on there. But again, T1 still capitalizing on the position that they had from much earlier on in this game. E-Arena, as you said before, they found a middle compound. They're still alive. There's still 4. They're okay.
It's their compound management. It's so good. They're able to defend multiple teams multiple times, and no one really then gets the opportunity to sort of push in. And then they find themselves in this position, and that's where they want to be. They're just waiting for the fights to kick off on the outside, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see E-Arena jump their way out of the compound. Great grenade comes through. So they're going to use it. Oh, deny! It's a destruction derby from Navi. He said, hell no, you're not running over my boy.
Wait, that might have been the most insane save I've seen in ages here. Faris goes crazy on Wembo and Little Ghost. If he'd have crashed into that Pico, he'd have probably got ran over because of that.
100%.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed. He's trying to crush him. Oh, but he doesn't get the crush. Save him somehow. Save him. No.
Well, they lined up for him. But what a play. What a reaction. He knew he was coming. He sent it. Save a man. He darted in front of his president. He put his life on the line. He did fall. And 17 now down to 1 with 7 kills. But Na'Vi also up here, though. Down to 1. And the Pico Busto has the quick speed to get away.
The camera work as well. We had no clue that car was darting in. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, but Tian gets out of the BRDM out of nowhere and tries to take a few shots himself. Na'Vi tucking tail and running. 30 points on the board so far. Trying to find a position of defense, but here comes the BRDM again. We're going to have to seat swap and keep those seat swaps going, my friend.
The closer you can keep, the better it is. You have to wait for the jump out, though, but he's going to jump his way out. He sticks it towards Na'Vi. GG's. Good hold from Na'Vi in the end, but they'll fall in 5th place. Arena will still look to try and hold that compound as they are looking to lurk out. Nurin's the first out of the compound, the first looking to bag a kill.
Felt like it was only a matter of time before 17 and Na'Vi were going to go butt heads down on that south side. And it happened. They did butt heads, almost literally, in some of that. But T1 now still sitting pretty against the Arena. The question really remains, like, does this circle force Arena to leave the compound? Does that happen? Because if it does, I think T1 should have this in the bag on their side of the road, and it looks like it might be here, Mark.
Yeah.
Arena's got some puzzles that they might need to solve soon.
Obviously, we just saw T1. They got huge amounts of utility, so again, they're able to kind of put those smoke lines down, but they've got to move, and I kind of feel like Arena's going to have a large amount of utility remaining as well. So again, they have cars, get moving, get to that other side of the road, but how do you defend T1 from that position?
It's a tough one, but I think T1, the one thing that plays against T1 here is they're delayed. Delayed by get in the car and okay, no, please no. They're delayed by what is going on this south side, right? The fact that there is this BRDM being a terror, the fact that there's still one member of Vitality still alive somehow, some way. Quizzy doing a few seat swaps, but it's not going to work out. Tian actually gets that as well, so he's make wonders happen here with this BRDM. And I don't know what you guys are doing with that car, but now they've let Arena actually cross over with not much resistance, a few nades going their way. This could be a huge play for Arena based on that delay that T1 had to deal with.
It's the danger of the BRDM. It just, like, tunnel vision so many players. 100%. Like, T1 didn't need to drop the ball on the Arena. They've had an opening. They've jumped their way across the road. Now they have the utility we can see. And it's a heavy barrage of utility they've got. Those nades dropping onto T1, where do they go?
I'm not willing to count the BRDM out just yet. I mean, I've seen crazier things occur. But Arena and T1 should have this. The fact that Arena's been able to make the cross unscathed is huge for them here, despite holding down this compound for as long as they have. Now they're going to have T1 quite cornered, especially with Lyrics also still sitting on these roofs. He's eventually going to have to get the move on now, though, because the blue will be nipping at him.
Yeah, smoke at the right side. It's starting to bloom slightly. Now the guys at the front need to take on some of that pressure. There goes the first grenade up towards the tree. Bounces to a nice. Does a bit of damage. Doesn't quite get the knock that's needed, though. But Norins, though, will find the orc spray. Type will fall. And Lyrics there has the opportunity to store play. Anchors. The dot goes right on top of the Arena.
Oh, an MG3. That is actually huge, because if they can clean this up, then that BRDM becomes less of a problem if they're able to just absolutely blitz it down. Man, Tian is just doing work, and it's not necessarily with all of his guns, as he has been looking good. Okay, this is getting blitz. It was the MG3 just ripping it apart there.
Yeah, he had to. Puts himself in a good position, though. He actually now gets a revive of smoke. It's a good play from him. End actually extends out, and he does get one. 70 gamer, you can't cut him out. Barrage will come through. The grenade goes on the other side. The car shifted, but not going to be the case. Tian, the BRDM still there. He gets the spray, runs in towards the money, finds another opening as well, as it is utter chaos, and E-Arena completely fall apart.
Yeah, this was, again, the BRDM having huge ramifications on it. Tian, though, is going absolutely mental, but T1 should be able to get the reses off and should be able to finish off. I cannot overextend, though, the fact that Tian has done major work in this game. He has been a revelation for 17 Gaming.
He's still got the BRDM. I think they've just said goodbye to it.
Yes, they have. They put the final blow. He had the opportunity to try and move. They're going to have to try and get their reses back in. But Tian, though, unstoppable. And he's still going here, James.
Oh, he was looking for the flush, but it's not going to be enough. T1 manages to round out this game, as they should have, from a lot of those East positions that they were able to play with. But it was dicey. It was close, as E-Arena, unfortunately for them, but for both teams towards the end, the BRDM and Tian being an absolute nightmare. And Matrim, Poro joining us to talk about this one. Matrim, this was on fire.
I mean, Tian was on fire. He didn't care. He was the game. That's the easiest way to say it. From like the last 3 circles, anything that was happening, he was involved in. We saw a crazy push come out from him onto what was it, Navi, then him just kind of harassing, causing problems. T1 could have had control over that circle so much earlier, not allowed E-Arena to cross the road, but these solos, and most notably Tian, just created so much drama. He was just a focal point for everything, and I was cheering for him at the end. I was hoping he could clutch it.
Yeah, there was a moment where I'm like, oh my god, he's hitting his shots. Oh my god, they're getting knocked. Is this really going to be a thing? But not to be the case, Poro. Great stuff from Tian, but in the end, T1, as much as they were delayed, eventually was able to weather the storm.
I mean, all you gotta look at it, they had 11 points coming into this game, and I think they had, at one point they got more kills than that. So, yeah, no, huge game for them, and you looked at they were kind of running low on ammo towards the end there, so this really good game management on their part. It did leave it a little bit dicey, but at the end of the day, they still clutched out.
Yeah, I'm a little I'm sort of glad, Mark, that I was like, I'm not willing to count the BRDM out yet. I'm not willing to count it out. Especially with the driver.
You can't. The thing is, you can't. And we saw it time and time again. People get tunnel vision in the BRDM. Why are they not agreeing just to shoot it and send on its way? Tian got the opportunity and the consistent opportunity to drive around, but drive not guns, but eyesight to his position every single time.
Yeah, I was watching a brilliant cleanup by T1. That cleanup of Team Liquid as they send it in, again, it was only a 2-man hold, was pivotal here, Poro, to be able to make this work for T1. If they lost that situation, they'd probably lose this game.
I mean, it was so clean, wasn't it? And I think 17 is probably irritated that this fight went the way it did. I mean, Tian hanging out in the BRDM, but everybody else went down too, so I don't know. You wonder what would have happened if he would have been able to kind of keep at least one more player alive for 17 there. But you know what? You can't be too mad about what he was able to pull off. And the BRDM just makes these solo hero plays late game so much more probable and likely. Like, it's so fun to watch these guys play with it.
I've got a question for you, James. Who's the better driver? Fairest doing the pick on the BRDM, or Tian, who managed to just run over everybody in these close range smoke rolls that he did?
Well, Navi did die eventually, and 17 didn't, so, well, up until the very end. So, as much as I like the crash into the BRDM, I feel like I have to pick the BRDM. I think Mark disagrees, though.
No, I disagree. I'm sorry. Put Fairest on my team. If I've got an IGL that was willing to put his life on the line and go head-to-head with a BRDM just to save me, man that guy up. Give him MVP.
I mean, Tian did a great job on turning that BRDM, though. He ran over so many people and was holding so many different... He could park that thing, like, he could parallel park a BRDM, and I would be jealous.
Yeah, he could. That's, I mean, and look what it's actually turned out, right? It's 17 game moving up into second place for a China 1-2, and in 3-4, we have South Korea. So, as much as we had a bit of a fight back, Poro, when it came to PGS 2, Navi's technically in 5th. Cool for them, but East is winning out today so far.
So far, yeah, and one of the things that kind of that my eye is drawn to, we talked about Team Liquid having getting into late games, getting those placement points, but not getting the kills. They're not alone. Team Vitality is there with them. Like, they've got more placement points than they do kills right now, which is insane. So both of those teams, I think, have to be just kind of kicking themselves, like wondering what they got to do to get a few more points when they're getting the high placements here today.
And looking for the big survive. Looks like End might end up taking a man of the match here. We'll see in just a few moments' time. And if he does, I'm happy about it. Well, I mean, we'll see who's going to be. Okay, it is. As much as Tiantan was great, I do always like it when EN gets a man of the match, because for a long while, Matrim, all the buzz was about E ending career. He was considered like this up-and-coming rising star that was going to be able to knock everybody off their perch. And on T1, he is a good component of this roster.
I'm trying to remember, what was the joke that E-end is the end of all of the region's dominance or something like that. There was like a meme that was going around for a while. It didn't really gel all the way. He's always had big upticks, but then we had people like Type that came in, kind of stole some of the thunder. But we know that everybody on the squad from T1 can frag. We know that they're also very tactical in their approach to the game. We just haven't been seeing it, and I don't know if it's just chasing circles or if it's rotations that were the problem, but it feels like today at least they're starting to feel a bit more cemented and a bit more aggressive, and that's where T1 had all their strengths. Remember, they were doing hot drop after hot drop after hot drop last year and still competing at the top of the leaderboard. This year, it's been way more quiet on the drops and not the success, so maybe hot drops woke them up and they need something action early to make it work. I don't know.
I don't want to be dropping this 4 a.m. though in Yasnaya. I'm gonna just put that out there. The other 4 a.m. that they were dropping in the past, that's fine. This one, I'm not so keen. All right, well, of course, Mark has changed his background, of course, or always had his background T1 red as they get themselves the victory. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, one more game here for day number 1 of the grand final.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with T1's E-End. Congrats on the chicken dinner. Well, you managed to push E-Arena out of your way and secure that. Now we only have one match to go to secure your spot in the upper part of the leaderboard. What's the plan like for the team? E-Arena를 밀어내기 성공하면서 이제 치킨도 가져가기 성공하셨지만 이제 딱 한 매치 남았습니다. 상위권 유지를 하는 게 정말 중요한데 남은 경기 어떻게 좀 풀어나가실 건지 궁금합니다.
저희가 이제 준비한 대로 이제 저희가 좀 아까처럼 전판처럼 이제 잘 이야기하면서 풀어 나간다면 충분히 이제 마지막 라운드도 잘할 수 있을 것 같아서 그 점을 좀 중점으로 두고 싶습니다.
I think what really worked for us was how we were communicating very, very well. So I think if we are managed to play all the remaining matches throughout the grand finals, just like we did, I think it wouldn't be a problem for us to stay on top of the leaderboard. All right, thank you, Ian. I will let you go. 감사합니다. 네, 얼른 가시죠. 안녕.
With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
strong setup for China as well as South Korea, who've been able to put themselves in an amazing position after just 4 games. Who is going to be able to contend with them? It's Na'Vi in a very familiar position in 5th. Once again, will they be able to strike out? But once again, though, we have a situation where it is plenty of games still in hand, still plenty to play for. Joined by Mark, joined by Poro, joined by Matrim here. Mark, it's looking strong at the top here, even though Petrichor has been able to be caught up by some of these teams. Cool stuff.
Yeah, I still think there's still obviously a lot of games to play, but still one good game will bring more teams into the kind of fold. They're trying to get away, but the other teams are not allowing it just yet. I do want to highlight obviously T1's game there. Like, I not wrote them off, but that position was so hard to play. Team after team kept on trying to crash their way in, but they denied, and eventually got the win. And that one game skyrockets them up the leaderboard.
Feels like the level it just started off with a bang as well, Poro. If I look across these 4 games as well, it feels like there's some urgency about the lobby here to be able to get themselves a bit of a foothold before everything gets really tense towards day 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're taking the 5 games a day mindset to heart with this one, at least on the eastern side right now, and yep, definitely sitting nice at the top of the leaderboard. Now there are some question marks on the right side of that leaderboard. You know, obviously looking at Twisted Minds, looking at Virtus Pro, looking at 4 a.m. Anyone's Legend, a team that we all kind of were talking about coming into today, sitting in dead last. But you know, T1 just showed one good game. You can hop 8 spots up the leaderboard and nobody cares.
Yeah, Anyone's Legend's a team that you bring up that, again, I couldn't stop singing the praises of in PGS 2, Matrim, but this time around for the first day, oof, it's not looking good.
Dude, a Hamas squad being big and then going back home and not making a lot of noise like the next week, never heard of that one happening before. That's no consistency problems in a squad that he's ever been on before in his life. Now, that said, that squad should be way stronger, even if he's having a falter here or there. I don't know. It's been so quiet. I hope they can find something this last one.
All right, well, gentlemen, Poro, Matrim, you are going to be casting this one. Me and Mark will depart as we have our final game of the day, game number 5. So I give you the floor, gentlemen.
I like the floor. Floor's good. Let's take that.
Too early in the morning. There were like 5 jokes I was about to make. Can't do that.
Oh, come on, man. I was setting
It's
you up.
before school.
Laying you softballs here, man. Well, we are getting into our final game of the day, and if our first game on Erangel is any indicator of what we're going to expect here in our final game on Erangel, then it should be pretty action-packed. We saw a lot of fighting going on around chopsticks.
I mean, this plane path, it should make it pretty spicy. We're going over, I guess, just north of Quarry, coming in from the west, and then we're just going right over the channel.
Far south,
the whole way.
Yeah, that's going to make things interesting, especially for, you talk about a team that needed something to kind of go their way in 4 a.m. That's a Yasnaya dropping team, and they're going to have to be looking at something alternate here. As also interested to see how many teams try to go to Military Island, as this far south plane like this, a lot of the times will indicate that circle will go over to Million, and we haven't seen one yet, Matt.
I hate it because the fact that it feels like it always wants to make you go Millie, and then it goes north anyway, or it stays along that eastern bridge. Every single time, it feels like the math just keeps going that way. I'm hoping that maybe we might get some Millie. Only 4 teams taking the bait, so that's a quarter of the lobby saying, okay, there's a chance, but that's also just due to plane path, right? You can't go for those longer stretches, so take the best of what you can get, and that's going to be kind of scavenging. Where are we going to end up going, though, is the question. Bridge, Millie, lots of water probably going to be in it no matter what.
Yeah, and there you go. You see 4 a.m. dropping on the Military Islands, and there you go. We're going to get the same circle, essentially, that we saw in game number 1. So T1 already in the middle, and oh no, what do we got going on here? Crazy Raccoon and Anyone's Legend doing a little jousting in the streets. Himass, he's going to hit him with the... Oh, he got him with the thrown crowbar. He's insane.
Baited.
It had to be PO. It had to be PO, didn't it?
Anyone's Legend finding those points that we were talking about. Bottom of the leaderboard, they don't care. You can out crazy the raccoon. You just got to stop them before they can get any guns and destroy. Cuts them off and says, hey, now I've got the car. Now I got the guns. Delwin on the other side. This is just coming up. And another throw to get the knock onto Glass. I mean, Himas, just keep the crowbar. It's working for you.
Oh my God. Yeah, he doesn't need anything else. 128 damage with the stupid crowbar. Look at this guy. And Crazy Raccoon, just like that, they're down to 1, and they know exactly where he is. He's getting hunted down. He's got no HP to speak of. And Onyx, well, the day started with an Onyx being the first death. And it looks like the day is going to end with him being the last death on his team.
Who's the better sniper? We got ourselves a setup inside the shack. Himas made the switch, doesn't use the crowbar anymore. Gonna go for guns, and Delwood on the other side. No opportunity. That is Crazy Raccoons, who are in 3rd place, just 6 points out of 1st. The first squad eliminated with 0.
I mean, that's a come up for anyone's legend, though. I mean, goodness. Not only do you take out one of the teams at the top of the leaderboard, you also get 4 points in a day where points have been extremely hard for your team to come up with. And only 3 minutes into the game, too, so they have a lot of time to reset here.
Spectators, if you can get any of those throws for the highlight match afterwards, please. I want it so bad. As here's your emergency pickup coming in, and Vitality is going to be trying to leapfrog in. Another emergency pickup called by Team Liquid. No big surprise.
Yeah, Vitality leaving Military Island, Team Liquid. And these are actually really early e-pickups, Matt. So they're giving themselves a lot of time to get into this zone. And I would say try to find vehicles would be the key here for both squads.
I just try to avoid what's going to be a catastrophe. Given the plane path into this circle, you have to assume that there's going to be a lot of people playing right along the edge. The southern section going to be really big. So when we're looking, JDG gets a lot of breathing room. They went up to that southern Georgia Pool area. That's going to be big for them. Petrichor Road also kind of playing around where we see the Badlands leading into ruins. That's on the northern section of the circle. We do have the river that's cutting through the most northern section of it, you know, the one that runs through Georgia Pool. So that's kind of created a no man's land up there, with the channel still being into the south. So much smaller circle, and I think that people just don't want to have to deal with the potential edge fights. So that's why we're seeing so many emergency pickups right now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more worried for Vitality than I am for Liquid. Liquid can kind of just send it all the way over to the west coast and try to find vehicles over there, and nobody really playing over in that direction. Let's see if Vitality will probably end up in Georgia Pole, but JDG looted up there, so not really a lot of vehicles to be found there. We'll see what they can do as Na'Vi making their way in. They've got a trailer in Fairest off in the distance. Let's see if they run into Virtus Pro here.
Oh, this is actually a really good spot to find for free. It gives you some verticality. Yeah, you do have to worry about the people pushing up back behind you in the hillsides, but it gives you a lot of vision onto the field itself. It's not super centered, but it's just kind of that offset enough that it feels pretty good. Twisted Minds, E-Arena are our furthest teams out right now. E-Arena has the capability to wrap over on that bridge over into the west. But Twisted, being the tail end rotate, is something that we don't often get a chance to talk about. This is almost never happens.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they decide to play. Lou sending it up off to the north. Not sure if they're looking around or if this is just an indicator of a far northern wrap here for Twisted Minds, in which case that will be pretty good for them, as the only other team up there right now currently is Vitality.
Do you call the fact that no matter what, Twisted tries to make it to Everest, get some high ground, because they're coming into this circle late and blind? Do they still put priority on information gathering and high ground, or do they just have to bold send for something? I mean, that's very uncommon for Twisted to ever have to do. Just come in with minimal information and try to make some very difficult choices.
I think that being said, in game one, this is exactly what they did, right? Like, they did that long wrap around. They stopped off on the northern side. They had the big wide spread, and that's kind of how they played it. To no degree of success, unfortunately, as Nixie will greet Spiro to his cabin with a friendly Panzerfaust to the jaw. But yeah, we'll see what Twisted Minds decides to do.
Nixie thanks him for the tools to play with here in just a second. And now, what does Na'Vi do? I mean, Nixie doesn't need to use a Panzerfaust at the start. We know this guy can hit his shots, but sometimes it's just about sending a message. You don't come into these compounds anymore. These are ours.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and honestly, it will be interesting to see if Na'Vi has a read on what exactly Virtus Pro's split is. Like, they are in a 2-2 split, but it's pretty easily defensible as they're right kind of next to each other. As we see Larix doing a little casual scouting of a shark fin. He does have Opons over there. They're just kind of looking at the coastline, probably trying to find a path in. just kind of hugging the south. But yeah, Team Liquid, pretty much exactly what we thought was going to happen. They do go all the way to the coast. They all get vehicles, and considering they had to pickup over here, not a bad setup here for them.
This is going to be intriguing to see how this set of rotates is going to happen. Everybody's still kind of playing around the chopsticks. Circle is so similar to our first game, it's no surprise. Sometimes we see mimicked rotations if it went well, because then you kind of have an idea on where everybody's at. There are some squads that go for some secondary moves because their rotate didn't go well at the start. So intriguing to see how the condense goes as it gets tighter and tighter right at the center.
Yeah, and also obviously a different plane path in game 1 than in game 5. So teams are going to be in different spots maybe than they were the first time around. And you see a number of teams just kind of taking their time with this one, just making their way from the Eastern 81's legend, slowly coming in. The first team that they may run into is Petrichor.
Just stack up on crowbars, man. Lean into what works.
Yeah. I mean, you sit on 4 points already. Like it's they've climbed out of dead last. They're already in 14th. The climb just keeps on happening at this from here on out, right?
Pan's overrated. Crowbar, new meta. We'll have to see how it goes. Team Liquid finally found their stop point. Best gun in the game. I mean, although the sound that makes whenever you hit at somebody with a pan throwing it is it's gratifying.
All I'm going to say is I'm more likely to hit a thrown crowbar than I am to hit an SKS shot. So honestly, like I should probably consider upping my game.
Poor SKS never gets any love. I mean, we actually saw it being used this week.
Yeah,
I think it was just because loot was so bad, but still, Exodia that you can turn it into something decent.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad gun. I'm saying it's a bad gun when it's in my hands. So take that for what it is.
Hey, that's
Vitality
the reason nades exist.
to pick up.
Blue zone nades. That's what you do. Just load up on blue zone nades if you can't aim. Then you just stack them in a spot and you get all the kills still.
Big thinking. Blue zone nades and smoke grenades so I can just slow everything down.
You're essentially full on support.
Perfect. I like it. But yeah, Vitality, another emergency pickup for them. Are they actually going to take this? Or I guess they're just waiting for the circle to pop to see if they even need to.
Is the timing good for it? I don't know. It's going to be close.
They should be fine.
It should come. I feel like the helicopter is going to get there before the blue zone hits, or if it does, they're only going to have like a second or two to figure this out.
Oh yeah, you're good. You're good. Actually, they could take it and get the top of Everest for themselves pretty quickly if they wanted to. But it looks like they're going to leave it. Though.
Here's the money bet. Twisted's coming into the circle. Everest are they going for it?
Oh yeah, you have to.
Of course they are. Of course.
On seeing that pop, you have to take the top of it. Now they are coming in late, so all they have to kind of go off of. You saw Batulin stopping on the northern side. He was scouting out the top of the mountain, and they probably didn't see anybody. But now we got another fight between T1 and Virtus Pro. Nobody in a position of third party this right now. Virtus Pro has taken the lead as Raining and Type will get flushed out. Heaven might not be too far behind, and a little bit separated from the rest of the boys.
Oh, it's such a nerve-wracking place to try to res. You just have so many different angles that you feel vulnerable from. Trying to defend 17 at distance might hear some of this and when it gets but E-End finds it. And yeah, that's what I was talking about, dude. That little corner, you always feel safe there, but you always don't at the same time. Beamy corrects the last two up. Starting to have more of a push together.
Oh, 2v1 push, and he tried to play the outside, but Little Ghost just spotting him out. So Virtus Pro, they need to get Nixie back up here quickly, but 17, I don't think it's going to let him do it. Navi, meanwhile, taking shots from range. 4 AM also kind of hovering around there. And actually, it looks like Virtus Pro should get to reset. 17, we're thinking about it, but I think the shots from Navi pushed them back. So Navi doing a little bit of unintentional defense of their region mates.
Circle's leaning more north by far than last time. While we still do have chopsticks in play, Everest is the core component. We've got the fields in between the two. That's kind of the no man's land that nobody's wanting to play around. Up on top of Everest, yes, we do have Twisted, but we also have Vitality that's going to be right next to them. Down into the west, into the foothills, is going to be Team Liquid, who are taking shots at E Arena. Other side of Everest in the foothills is going to be JDG. Just to the south of that, we can say it's going to be T5, leading into 4 Angry Men into the chopsticks positionals. Then over into the east, it gets a lot more spattered and spacious, where teams can kind of play around. Anyone's Legend is wrapping along ruins, could have eyes on maybe Everest, or potentially where Petrichor's Road's playing in the low section to the east of Everest in a 2-2 split.
Yeah, I like the Petrichor Road position right now. That 2-2 split should give them a lot of control early on, but they've got to be quick. Ming Ming and 04MB, if the circle goes away from them, they have to be able to get in those vehicles and rejoin the rest of their squad quickly, because this is an area that gets a lot of traffic when the circles kind of push through here. So we'll see how they decide to go. And for the time being, I think Vitality and Twisted Minds, they're just going to be comfortable neighbors up there at the top of Everest.
The unruly rotate right now might be Super. They are wrapping into Hospital very far up into the northwest. They could path down closer to Team Liquid in a 2-2 split.
Oh, there's your replay.
Give
Bodied
second
him.
one.
We didn't get the second one. It's in there somewhere, though.
That's fine. It's fine. Thank you, production. I appreciate
that. Love that. Need more crowbar play, if possible. Well, Imas has foregone the crowbar and is now staring down the scope and trying to figure out what the next move is going to be as they are making their way east through the ruins. They've got Myth in front of them, and then past that is Petrichor as the new circle will pop. And yeah, look at that, going back again down towards that chopstick area. So 17, they decided to stick it out in their compound, and it looks like it's going to pay off for them.
This circle sucks way more than the last time we saw Chopsticks because it's centered on the fields. That's not as playable as we had the hillsides that were more south, that was opening up some more. This is, all right, send it if you got it. If you feel feisty around going for Chopsticks, you can maybe sneak in, but 4 Angry Men already resetting around at the eastern Chopsticks kind of open, so there's something. That's about it.
Yeah, so we saw Petrichor immediately pulling back their 2-2 split. I think they realized that both of those teams up on Everest are going to be looking at those shacks on the side of the road like a juicy steak, and Molodok will be the first one to send down, but Petrichor is still sticking it around with Chewy and I-26, so we'll keep an eye on that. As you see 17 just playing defense here.
Well, Myth is also starting to come out of the ruins position and might be able to spot this recessed position that one of the players from Petrichor Road's playing. Anyone's Legend making that long wrap down right in between, reads the circle well, does manage to navigate next to Myth as well as Na'Vi. Over here, Virtus Pro coming in from the south. They actually do spot out E-Arena Lyrics on an adventure, and I think that that's going to spell problems for Lucarux. He spots out a vehicle, though. He's going to land a B5.
Yeah, fortunately, Lyrics is in the glider, so Lucarux a little bit more safe than that, than it may have initially appeared from the top, and actually getting some defense as well from his teammates as they will shoot Lyrics off and won't allow him to just hover around and seat swap on him. But Supers has now wrapped back down to the south, and they're looking on the south side of E-Arena right now. So Lyrics needs to get back over here and help his team.
Super running a split wide around where E-Arena is set into Chopsticks itself, like the convergence point into Chopsticks and the compounds around it. This is intriguing. It does give you the capability to survive if you're driving a bit more blind into a circle, but also means the fact that you're entirely separated out if anybody decides to crash you, which, given the amount of real estate in the circle, you have to assume is going to happen sooner or later.
Yeah, I think just the fact that in the first circle, the first couple of circles, we lost 2 full teams and a couple of players. Like, it's kind of opened up a little bit more space in this lobby. As Solozzi, gonna drop those smokes down. They're getting peppered from range. That's Virtus Pro. That's 17, all sending shots over in that direction. And as you said, Myth kind of creeping around there as well to the east. They haven't sprung any traps just yet, but if they can get a read on what AL is doing, then they might be in trouble.
Okay. 10 seconds before we see the new circle pop. Remember, we still have Vitality and Twisted up on top. Vitality is inside their vehicles. I like this. They're trying to leave ahead, assuming the circle's going to leave this. It does. Goes right into the fields. This is going to be brutal. Myth needs to recollapse. They have to have an assumption that a lot of people are going to be coming after the train over here. Na'Vi is already inside of vehicles. 4 Angry Men, T5, sending it straight into the fields already. Twisted trying to regroup in the low side of it, but I think that Vitality might have spotted that regroup. That's going to send them a bit further into the hills, as well as this is about to get really crazy, specifically in the north and into the east.
Yeah, this is probably the worst case scenario for all these teams that were playing around the periphery, as Shen will get picked out. It's going to be one down for 4 a.m. as Third on 5 is trying to arrive at the same time as Vitality is set up. Quizzy with the shots going to be onto Rossiden, but no, Rossiden with the seat swap, and Ranger X will take down Levante as well. Hallow My Bad is down. Vitality gets dusted.
That was very well set coming up from T5. They played around that real well. Vitality was there a second before him, but now Twisted coming in with the third party and potentially even a fourth party back behind this is being held back right underneath of all of it. It's going to be 4 angry men and running right into everything. This is just what you got to do. You got to send it if you want anywhere to play.
He went right over the top of Delwyn's head. Delwyn couldn't do anything about it. Him ass trying to defend what's left of anyone's Legends spot here. The grenades will come out. Will it bounce? Good, it will. And Pathapong goes down. Arena gets eliminated in 13th place.
We're not done yet. That nade, can you set another one just like it? Bounces, does connect, gets another knock. Himos with throwing stuff in this game is just absolutely wrecking. It's only a tree. That's the only thing that can stop Himos.
He's raining down threes from heaven as Supers try to send it for that basement spot, which gets so much more play in these circles now that we are in TPP because it's such a stronger spot. As you see Third on 5, they're lighting up Team Liquid. I think Liquid down to just Purdy Curdy. How much longer can he stay alive? Third on 5 goes down.
It's just a mess right now. Twisted on top, looking from the high ground onto so much. Himos down. Sololzy on a solo mission, trying to creep in, but it's going to be external shots coming after him. What is he going to be able to do here? I mean, this is scary as he just spots somebody from Supers running out on top of all of it. At least gets a knock, but he does go down. It's going to be a mortar.
Oh, 4MB put it right in the hole. And that is a beautiful mortar from Petrichor Road to end what was a crazy fight going on over here by the basements on the east. We knew as soon as we saw that circle pop matchup that this was going to be violent. It was going to be bloody. But did we know it was going to drop from 54 players alive down to 29 almost instantly? Even that seems aggressive.
We got 10 seconds before it could potentially kick off. Yet again, Myth has held down the east. These guys in their wide position coming up big, but the new circle popping leads into the fields again. Twisted losing their high ground. JDG right on the edge of the zone. And it's going to be 4 angry men, one of the few squads that are inside the circle.
Petrichor Road still has a little bit of a spot here on the north too, as Made in Thailand is starting to look around in that area. Kiss and Scappy, remember they were big wide split, so 2-2. It's Kiss and Scappy going to be by themselves, while Jacob and Baron looking over towards the south side. Twisted on the move once again, but they don't have to go too far deep. They can kind of play it. Virtus Pro really, Virtus Pro and Myth, I would say, with two teams that have the biggest decision making to do right now, is Super's just kind of waiting to take whatever's left.
I'm worried in two specific areas. Petrichor Road has a lot of teams around him, and we've been seeing today whenever they get their backs up against the wall and they decide that it's time to scrap, boy, they will ruin a squad next to you. Down to the south, 17. They're wanting to set up a good momentum for tomorrow. It's tied 49-49. China Rock at the top of the leaderboard with a 10-point lead. Who's going to be walking away from it at the end of the day in that first place position? 17 to the south and to the northeast, Petrichor Road with Myth surrounding them entirely. But let's not forget about Twisted. Still eyes on trying to get into the circle.
Virtus Pro trying to push across now. They've got a little bit of a smoke wall. 17 actually giving them a lot of room to make their way over here. They're playing from inside the hard cover. And really just kind of allowing Virtus Pro to get right on their doorstep as HSM goes down, and 4 angry men will go down in 8th place, and they're at the bottom of the leaderboard, Matt. I don't think anybody would have predicted that at the beginning of the day.
A Chinese sandwich on the leaderboard, top and bottom, say the least. Okay, VP doesn't like the approach on the 17. I don't blame him. The issue is I don't like the approach on anything into this circle, so what do you really do? I mean, you got to kind of balls out and just go for something, and I think the VP's realizing that, hey, what else do we do as borders rain down in the distance?
Just everything bad right now. They'll at least get on at least a spot inside of zone, and they'll try to take shots off in the distance as Myth has regrouped onto that spot where 4 a.m. was, and they'll have a little bit of a vehicle for it to play with as the mortars, as you say, still raining down. That might have been from JDG.
I think so.
Suze, yeah, Suze just got knocked by Twisted Mind, so the border parade should stop temporarily at least.
And Myth being the kind of focus of that is its own issue. It's just a couple of hills that they're playing. I wouldn't even call them dips. It's just trying to avoid some angles from everything around. Virtus Pro Beamy finds a knock on a little ghost, but the compound's still quite strong. VP doesn't want to extend too much. They're afraid of what else could be happening.
Telling you, man, NB is making it happen with mortars right now, but Virtus Pro, lose Beamy and Lucarux almost immediately. Corexi and Nixie have to hold the line as it looks like 17 getting pulled in a couple of different directions here as the knocks come through. And meanwhile, Petrichor Road did leave their compound, try to capitalize off those 2 knocks onto Twisted, but now Myth is getting involved. Myth getting really active here in the final game of the day.
Super is ruining this firefight in so many different ways. They're just popping off in any shot that they can find. Anybody that leaves around smokes, and it's causing a lot of problems for Virtus Pro. Peeks back between the two. Tian continuing to cause problems. Now just down to Nixie, the last one up. He's going to go down. 17 gets control of the south. Problem is, it's not inside the next circle. JDG inside the circle is running a 2-2 split wide across Petrichor Road up in the face of Twisted. It looks like Myth is going to be chasing on the other side of Petrichor Road while all being herded that direction by Super's positioning.
Yeah, JDG, the only team inside this zone right now, and they're starting to figure that out as they drive around. Hopefully 17 has some vehicles that they can kind of leave that compound, make their way in. I'm amazed that Twisted Mind has been able to reset with it with still 3 up, considering that they took those 2 knocks off of that insane mortar from 04NB and Petrichor Road. They get taken by surprise by Myth. So Myth exerting their influence on this lobby. 8 kills for them as they continue to shoot up the leaderboard.
They're surviving off of their aim. Look at the cover that they've got to work with. So many different teams have been taking pot shots at them, but somehow surviving. It's costing them a lot of meds and a lot of the late game utility, but any point that they can find right now, they consider to be a victory. Petrichor Road wrapping at roughly the same time that 17 is. 17 already lost 1, just trying to find at least a hay barrel or something else to stop at. Does at least get somewhere. Petrichor Road does get eliminated in their rotate. Now Twisted has to move, Myth has to move, and of course Super back behind it all.
Oh, Super goes down though. Good shots from Example will take, actually no, it's gonna be Kiss, and Rex goes down to the zone. So Myth should be able to get their man back up, stay up 4 strong, improbably over there on that hillside. Twisted Minds, they're gonna have to lead this smoke down. I think they're getting shot at from the field, but otherwise they have to imagine they would take advantage of this Myth situation. But JDG will lose cold 119. The big wide split coming from them, coming from that western side. They're trying to play aggressive, trying to get more points, more kills, because they know the situation that they're in, and they end up paying for it.
Twisted was fighting everybody, taking pot shots at everybody, landing nades on squad upon squad, just trying to see if they can get more breathing room. As everything is condensed down, they're finding the firing lines that they so desperately want. Myth just trying to get away, sends it down in the same angle where 17 was playing from. Remember, that was the firefight. Looks like they're trying to just jump into this, see if they can find a vulnerability of their own that they can exploit, but Kiss is going to go down. Jacob Scappy still alive as 17 back up against the blue zone, just trying to fight for their survival, finally going down.
It almost feels like Myth saw those circle shifts, knew that they were coming in late, and they figured, okay, this is a salvage game. Let's take every fight that we can to try to get as many points as we can, because we don't like our odds of making it to late game. Well, they've won all these fights. They have 12 kills, and they still have 3 alive if they can get the res onto Kiss. But once again, the circle has evaded them, and it's going to go right back over towards JDG.
Looks like mortars are being called out. JDG trying to aim them onto Twisted to see if they can get a drop onto Twisted while they're caught up taking shots at Myth. See if any of those pop, as Myth still can't get into this next circle, just trying to limp their way through. An example showing you right now why he is considered one of the absolute best. Just popping off Myth, and it's just Jacob, the last one alive.
I called him out at the beginning of this game, saying Twisted Minds, and surprised to see them on that right side of the leaderboard. Well, they are climbing, and they are on the left as they hold down that 8th place spot. 7 kills so far, and they have a really good chance here of going for that win. JDG, meanwhile, they have definitely needed some help as well, and now they have 3 up. It's a 3v3 for the win. They have spot inside the zone for the circle right now, but Twisted Minds, they still have vehicles. They still have position to go play in as we hear their comms. Coming towards this late game. Oh, you gotta feel like Example's hitting everything, but Bolidok gonna go down.
It's gonna be a much more desperate rotate. This is 8th and 9th between them, just 2 points set off. And now, with Twisted trying to make this wrap around, see if they can open up a new angle of some sort to play from, has made this so brutal. JDG has those control angles that they're trying to play from. Two together inside the circle, and they've left December 12th on the high ground. And it's just going to be a firefight. You've got to get the knock if you want to get in.
It's a ranged battle here as Molotov does get flushed. Lou stays alive. Example will hop back into that US, try to go for the reposition. The smoke laid down for him by Lou allows him to at least get inside the zone here. And long range fight. How often do we get to see these for an end game? Oh, they still got mortars though. Oh no. They gotta be running low at this point, right?
I mean, they've been stacked over here for so long. I don't even know how many of them they brought, because they've been throwing them for a while now. Twisted inside the circle with all of their players. JDG, firm wolf pack back together again. This is for positioning and momentum moving into tomorrow between them. Lou loses his cover. JDG feels like they've got a lot of the momentum as Twisted's playing from the back foot. And it's just going to come down to who can get the shot that they so desperately need, as the new circle has popped. Lou's inside of it, but Example is not.
Shout out to all those people that hate seeing games end by utility spam. Well, they're not close enough to utility spam right now, so it's going to be all gunfights. You see that chicken dinner percentage up there in the favor of JDG. Gotta figure that's mostly because they've got 3 alive to the 2 of Twisted Minds, but if you're willing to bet against Twisted Minds in a clutch type situation like this, especially with Example on the field, you're a braver person than I am.
I mean, Lou has also been just absolutely popping off. December 12th on the other side of that's had some crazy clutch plays so far already from this event. So it's 2 squads wanting to change the storyline so far in the mid pack, wanting to climb out, wanting to find some successes, move into day number 2. Lou getting close enough for the nades, feeling like this might be a bounce, but this is going to be a desperation bounce. Gets close, does get the knock on the Suze. Never count out Twisted.
And now the Alm is off the field, but the problem for Twisted Minds, they don't have any smokes left. All they've got is a little bit of offensive utility. Fortunately, Lou's got the arm of a pitcher right now, and he is throwing it all the way down there. They'll just expend whatever utility they have left. Are they going to go for the res on the Suze? It looks like they are.
I mean, they're trying. They know that there's far enough range. That nade just barely made it there, so they pulled him back. Try to go for the res. Twisted at least gets a bit closer in position. We've got 20 seconds before the circle is going to force this to be a bit, well, not even then. We'll have another couple of seconds beforehand before everything fully collapses in. But JDG, externally from this, still having a lot of players up. It's been Twisted that's been in a lot of firefights. Look at the attrition. Look at the damage on the armor. Still sitting fine as far as ammo goes. But JDG on the other side of that's been our mortar squad. They've been popping off. They should still have a lot of utility left on the counter side of this fight.
It looks like Twisted going to focus down on December 12th right now, but unfortunately for them, December 12th is on time with the shots. More alms, our alm rounds being sent down range here by Suze. They're just not finding the mark, but you can see the situation that Twisted is in. No utility, no coverage left, no smokes to try to make their way away from that US. They've got to just hope to get another knock. And maybe they can, I mean, they still have some grenades left, Matt. They might be just holding off and waiting for December 12th and the rest of the JDG squad to get a little bit closer.
Blue Zone's starting to force it more on the JDG side. Also onto the Twisted side. What do? Do you go for the play? Do you try to go for the win if you're Twisted? You've been trying to hold this one out for so long, but you're walking into a kill box. You know it. Blue Zone all up on top of them right now. Behind them and finally retreating on the Blue Zone nade. Looks like a focus point onto the duo. One side rolls in, gets pretty close, does get the knock. Suze goes down again.
And the smokes that JDG laid down for themselves are actually providing Twisted Minds cover to make them move up. Lou with that huge knock on Suze, and now he doesn't have he's still got 1 first aid. He's just gonna lay down all these Molotovs in the smoke, try to find somebody. Good spray from Example finds December 12th, and now Nons, the last player left alive for JDG. There's no way that Twisted Minds can actually pull this off.
They are fighting a tooth and nail into this one right now. Nons, they know where he is. The smokes are dissipating. Blue Zone back behind. Tries to shift forward, but Nons gets a knock on a 1. Follow-up comes out, though. It's going to be enough. Twisted with 10 kills takes the victory.
It was the Molotov from Lou. He hit him right as he was getting sprayed down. He takes the knock, but gets him low enough with the molly to secure the victory. What a win for Twisted Minds here at the end of the day.
Tag back in Colaris and Mark. My God, man, that was just a crazy firefight coming out from Twisted.
EMEA.
Lads.
I had to power up for that one. But you can see the smiles on the faces of Batulins, of course. Against the numbers, they're able to win that. We were talking in the back, Mark. Those smokes, they work both ways, man. That is brutal for JDG.
Yeah, we should agree with saying, like, the moment that JDG put their smokes out, they might feel like they're safe, but it's going to play in the favour of Twisted Mind. A team, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile, and they had the discipline and they had the knowledge to win that game.
That's a crazy scenario. I thought JDG should have been able to exert more control on all of that for all intents and purposes, but it does show the class that Twisted Minds brings to the battleground match room and the fact that they can wiggle their way out of that. I mean, the fact that Lou had still 5 nades and 3 mollies to be able to work with, but no smokes, so they had to bide their time in those final moments.
I mean, this starts off with crowbar firefights and then ends in a barren circle of a field where it's just aim. And that says something in itself, is it feels like JDG did try to set out, did try to find new angles, try to set up crossfires, but Twisted just wasn't going to let them do it. They didn't care that they were disadvantaged. And I love the fact that Twisted said, nah, we're playing for points, we're playing for a victory, we're not surrendering to blue, we think that we can get this. That's confident play. That's Twisted in a nutshell from last year.
Yeah, this is game 6, game 5, Poro. This is that's how this felt to me. What about you?
I mean, it was wild, wasn't it? And it was, as soon as we saw that one circle just cut off to the north, and all of those teams that were playing on the compounds down to the south and to the west had to make that move. It was just, you knew it was going to be brutal, but man, it popped off so fast. And honestly, man, this is just a masterclass here from Twisted Minds. I mean, 2 things: utility management. First of all, the fact that they held on to as much utility as they did, offensive utility, to the late game is amazing. And second of all, JDG is going to be kicking themselves for not getting a good enough read on that to know that Twisted had no smokes. Like you said, as soon as those smokes popped, that gave the win to Twisted, essentially.
Yeah, a little bit of a window, especially for the push-up. The double nade on that side to be able to get that knock, and then the push-up as soon as they get that knock, Mark, is just... it's Twisted Minds exemplified. It is truly a great play from their book that makes them stand out as a potential world champion in the future.
It's just the discipline they've got, like that push. You got to remember, they had the knock from the grenade and they were behind the car. And logically, I think we was going, oh, push forward, take a chance. Yeah. But they waited. The smoke started to bloom, and I think that at that point they were like, do you know what? We can win this now because the smokes work both ways. And that dart towards that sort of left side that put him back into cover, and the molly at the end, outstanding performance, and GG's for match number 5.
And a much needed one, Matt, because they have not had the greatest of days, so this came at the final hour for day number 1.
It should push them up a bit more. They still need to find more continued success. Myth also, though, had a great game as far as kills go. They can manage to pop over there, so Twisted climbs, and now 1 point back behind T1.
I was a little bit scared there, Poro, at some of those moments, because 17 Gaming was alive still, 55 points, and I'm thinking to myself, uh-oh, if they win this south side and hold off. But there was some crazy stuff going on, like JDG sending one down, Myth wrapping around like you're talking about with Myth. This was all over the place.
It's just wild that the 2 Erangel games that we've had have been this insane. I mean, just the wide open field and just leading to so much violence. But again, you saw T1 hop up 8 spots with their win on Rondo, and then immediately following a big glow up for Twisted Minds and for Myth. So it goes to show all those teams on the right hand side of the leaderboard, all it takes is that one game to put yourself right back in the mix.
I feel the pain as we take a look at the numbers coming in from this example. 900 damage, of course. Example's able to do something like that. I think you're probably going to be taking them out of the match from this one, despite Kiss getting the 5. I think, Mark, when you look at this game, obviously there was a lot of teams that had to send, or felt like they had to send to Secret Room, but it is just bait, man. Nade bait, mortar bait, it never ends.
Oh, God. And you got to think, the amount, every game we've seen a mortar fire, right? But of all spots, you said it, all spots. That place is zeroed in, and it was just mortar after mortar, grenade after grenade. But then it comes back to that circle. It's going into the open field, and someone needs a bit of a breathing room, a stopgap, so to speak. And that was the place for anyone coming from the east. And unfortunately for them, it was pure destruction.
James, I gotta say, look, Example probably gets the MVP here, but I gotta tell you, man, Lou might have been my MVP in that game. Despite not getting the numbers, Lou was the bulldog there at the end of that game that forced
100.
JDG into these bad positions that Example could then capitalize off of. Like, hitting the 2 nades, obviously huge, but the fact that he was the one that pushed through the smoke, got up close, forced JDG into bad positions. Like, I feel like we don't get to talk about Lou as much or as often as some of these other guys, but that was just phenomenal gameplay on his part there at the end.
Yeah, he's been great for Twisted Minds, even in the previous tournaments where they haven't won. He's taken a few man of the matches, but for this one, it will be the Cyborg. Send the T1000 forwards in the form of Example after Lou's able to do some of the heavy duty as well during all of that. You're right, though. I think a man of the match is a bit disingenuous, right? Because it's very much a 1-2 punch match for him when you see that kind of thing working in tandem in the late game for Twisted Minds.
And that's one of the things that I like about Twisted is they've got these independent synergies. Like they often can do like splits or these other things that happen in the mid games. And if they do end up taking a casualty, the way that it doesn't matter if somebody goes down, they can still find a way to re-gel is so big as no surprise. I mean, whenever we're looking at this Tian BRDM, I mean, give it to the BRDM, give it to Tian, however you want it to.
I completely, like, even without having seen this before, I would have completely agreed with Tian being up here, right now. But because the thing is, Poro, is that it's not just been the BRDM play. It's like every time we flick over to 17 Gaming, it is Tian getting the opening knock, getting the opening kill, getting the nade. He has been, as I said in the casting game 4, a revelation for this roster. If they win, Tian has been an amazing pickup.
No, for sure. And I think that's something that 17 desperately needed, right? Like, they have looked so good for so long, but that roster was starting to look a little bit stale towards the end of last year. Like they kind of all the magic that they had was kind of gone, and this addition of Tian has kind of like opened up the other guys as well. And every team needs that superstar, right? That you can kind of lean on when you're in these positions like this, where you need to have big plays from your big players.
He is good for sure. Tomorrow we have got 5 more games coming at you. We start on Miramar and end on Miramar. So a bit of a switch. Mark, we are officially the Miramar specialists for this tournament. What do you think?
Congratulations.
And the Rondo guys as well. It's more technical. That's why they put us on those ones, mate. That's right. Let these two deal with the chaos that came from a wrangle.
The Aaron Gill game's a bit insane.
We're the crazy raccoons of the casting.
Back in your trash can, Poro.
Fair enough.
But the thing is that when you think about this as a whole as well, is that wall to wall, Poro actually today has been excellent. Really good urgency about the games, even the Erangel towards the end, which felt like a game 6 to me. It's been great to kind of set this as the foundations for this 3 days.
Yeah, and you know, no team is really just running away with it, and the teams that are on the right side of the leaderboard, they're finding some fortune here in the later games. So like everybody's had at least one decent game that they can kind of build off of, and I think that sets up really nicely for 10 more games, doesn't it?
Yes, it does indeed. And we are down on the floor with Bella, and we've got Batulins. Let's listen in.
With Batulins, because we have to talk about what just happened with you and JDG. I want to hear from the IGL himself. What was the approach? What did you tell your team to win that fight?
Well, it was pretty nervous situation. Like, from my side, what have I called to my teammates is when the last guy from Myth died, they have to take a car and go like to the most central position, and like they managed to do it. Not like 3 alive, but at least 2 alive, but it is already enough, you see. Like Example and Lou, they managed to fight with JDG, and it was very, very good. Like the moment when they use mortar, you know, I would just say like, just pray it didn't hit like the car, and it didn't, and then it was in their hands.
Prayers with Batu's calls and your teammates showing up to carry out the plan. It was the perfect last match to see for the first day of Grand finals. I mean, it seems like today a lot of the teams were fighting their own battles, and before our last match, I feel like you have a whole lot to, you know, share with us about the obstacles, the challenges that you were facing today. This is the time. What was the talk like for your team? What was challenging?
Well, I would say it was not the best day by myself as IGL because I didn't call well in Miramar game, the second game, and then I died in Tayego, the game which we possibly could have won against KR. So yeah, it was definitely not the best day, but I was not upset. I'm like, we're an experienced team and we know that like every single game is different from another, and just play the game, continue do the best we can, and as you see, like we managed to win the last game and kind of make small comeback. Yeah, so not much else to say. Just do our job.
I mean, it definitely helped you to end day one on a comfortable spot going into the last 2 days. But I did want to ask you, was that, I mean, when stakes are so high and we have so much pressure and it's only 5 matches per day, I feel like resilience and having the ability to stay calm and collected is really, really crucial. Do you talk to your teammates during like each match? Do you have like a talk that you tell them each and every time? Like, what was the talk that you told them, or was it some other teammates that did the trick today?
I would say regarding like staying calm, it's not really about our team. I mean, it is about our team. We don't have to talk about it. Since the experience, the amount of PGS we won before, we know how it feels to like go not from like playing not for the first place from the beginning, so we just continue playing, try to focus on our team speak, on our like whatever we do in the game. So nothing much like that. We just trying to have fun, talk, chill, relax, enjoy good games, enjoy good kills, try to laugh when we can do that. Just like that.
It's impressive that you guys don't even need pep talk to get you through the matches or the rough spots. So while I know that you're famous for this moment to end our interview, I feel like you would always love a moment to tell your fans how much you appreciate them, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I would love to say hi to all the fans around the world who are speaking English, Korean, Chinese, Thai language, any languages. I can only say in English, to like all of you. So thank you very much. Thank you for cheering on us. We're gonna try to show our best game, and this is only the start of the year, so we're kind of hyped for it. So yeah, and I also would say in Russian, like, спасибо всем большое фанатам, кто нас смотрит. Не часто получается что-то вам сказать на русском языке, но всем спасибо. Кто на стримах сидит, у меня, у наших ребят, у молодого, у кого угодно, у всех наших друзей. Спасибо, кто смотрит. Будем стараться показывать хорошую игру. Спасибо.
As you said, it is only the start of the year and only day one of the grand finals here at PGS 3. We are going to be back with more interviews because day 2 is happening. And thank you, Batu, for that amazing last post-match interview.
Thank you very much for interview.
Oh, okay. Wait with me.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Should I be concerned about my job? Batulins, why don't you just run out the show? Just finish it up, you know? Also, by the way, Batulins was talking there for a good, 4 or 5 minutes or whatever. I couldn't help but be focused on the smoke show going on behind him, Poro. What was happening there?
Got flashbanged a little bit there.
Poor Kurt. Poor Kurt.
Hey, but Batu has every right in the world to be happy right now and feeling a little bit calm, because had that last game not happened, they'd be a little bit more stressed with 10 games remaining. But now they're sitting overall in 5th place. I think they're happy.
All right, well, let's round out the day. Final thoughts, Batrum, before we get gone?
What's going on? We did the show match a couple of days ago, and I saw Example smiling and laughing and having a good time. Now I'm seeing Batulins do long-form interviews talking about like feelings and what's going on. Twisted are letting down the walls, and I gotta say, I love it. Give me more.
Yeah, Mark, final thoughts?
God, to add any feet to that. Good to see TM closing now. It's all down to 17 game though. Can they keep the momentum? It'd be good to see day number 2.
Man, if Tian doesn't let up on it, it's he is a warrior for them. Poro, final thought?
2 more games. 2 more days of games to play. Finally, 15 game grand final to determine who's going to come around with the whole thing. Will 17 Gaming hold on to the top spot? I don't know, man. It's going to be a close call.
Still all to play for. Still 10 games remaining for as we get this all under wraps. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world. I should have let Batulins close it out. It was much better than me, but we'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
Look, whoa. See, look, I mean, this is classic Twisted.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm sitting here with 2 powerhouse PUBG teams. We are going to be playing traditional Korean games. Are you guys excited?
Yeah!
Yeah, the Gunner, that's the spirit. Let's go.
Do it!
Well, first game, it's called 기석치기. You're gonna balance that on your forehead and walk over and knock it down. 1, go.
Keep going. One step. Keep going. Keep down on your knees. Get on your knees.
Get on your knees.
Yeah. This is looking good. Yep. No.
Go. Wait a second. What? Time still ticking. Yeah. Yay!
How they know stress. We're pretty much telling them what to do with us doing it first.
Right,
look,
whoa.
Back. See, look, I mean, this is classic Twisted.
1, go.
Oh, that's a huge mistake. Big mistake. That's already a huge mistake. Yeah, drop it. Drop.
Yeah, осторожно. Давай.
Oh, yeah. Down. Oh, L, big L.
There. 1 minute, 8 points. Down.
Big Falcon Dubs with their ass.
Yay. Okay, first game goes to Team Falcons.
Nah, it's gonna be our coach.
Okay,
Coach versus coach.
Coach versus coach. I see. Yay! First game goes to Team Falcons. Okay, second round. Next game, paper tiles. 딱지치기. Ba-bam. You know this, right? Squid Games?
Yeah, Squid Game.
You gotta flip over your opponents. It's all about power, angle.
Power, angle. About 20 years ago, I competed in Squid Games, and I won.
Nah, it's gonna be our coach.
Okay,
Coach versus coach.
Coach versus coach.
If he fails, you just.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh. Oh. Oh.
I mean, that looks good.
Oh, whatever. This game is lost already.
Alright, I was messing with them.
Oh,
He
show
was
them.
messing with them 3 times in a row.
So now I'm gonna do it for real.
Oh, guys, we don't have enough time.
We don't have enough time.
We don't have enough time. Oh, that was close. Everybody failed.
Everybody
So,
failed.
you guys won the first one. Victory goes to Team Falcons. Yay! Bye.